Freak the ferocious out. Parking. Leave behind what you came in with. Cordova. What little we know. His philosophy. Freaking the ferocious out of you. The final interview. December 29, 1977. Rolling Stone. Red Band experiences. Forum. Talk to strangers. The films. Figures bathed in light. 1964. The Legacy. 1966. Chasing the Red. 1968. Distortion. 1972. Somewhere in an Empty Room. 1975. Treblinka. 1977. Thumbscrew. 1979. A Small Evil. 1982. Love Child. 1985. At Night, All Birds Are Black. 1987. La Douleur. 1989. A Crack in the Window. 1992. Wait for Me Here. 1993. Isolate 3. 1994. To Breathe with Kings. 1996. Climb in. Dig for something. If you are lost, click here. Search results for real Cordova photos. Posted by Beckett Reinhardt. 12/12/1999, 11:39 p.m. My grandmother was a well-known New York City socialite in the 50s and 60s. Her name was Gwendolyn Dottie Howard, and she was married to L.P. Howard, a clothing manufacturer and millionaire. Dottie was considered one of Truman Capote's original swans. In 1966, she attended Capote's infamous black-and-white ball in the Grand Ballroom of the Plaza Hotel, which Capote threw to celebrate the success of In Cold Blood. Dottie was leaving the ladies' room after freshening up, when abruptly a man grabbed her wrist. With a knowing smile, he led her away from the crowd to a private alcove, where he handed her a glass of champagne and told her to drink. Dottie was stunned by his brazen behavior. She'd never seen him before. He was tall and quick-moving, with piercing dark eyes behind scholarly spectacles. Yet she found herself doing exactly what he said, downing the entire glass while he watched, saying nothing. When she finished, he wiped her mouth with his thumb, leaned in, and kissed her. Just when Dottie was forgetting herself, when she knew she'd disappear with him into the night if he ordered her to, the man pulled away, took her hand, and led her back to the dance floor where he delivered her to her husband, announcing simply, "Your wife was lost." Needless to say, Dottie was light-headed and skittish for the remainder of the evening, searching the crowd for this strange, mysterious man. Around 3 a.m., when the festivities were winding down, she spotted him disappearing alone into a waiting cab. "But who is that?" she blurted. "Cordova," someone answered. "He's a film director." Dottie never forgot that night. She said later she felt as if she were an hors d'oeuvre he'd taken one bite of, then put back on the tray. "I've combed through every photo taken at the ball, and I think I found Cordova." Posted by Sometimes You Must Get on Your Knees. 2/12/2000, 2:03 a.m. I found this photo at a garage sale in Beverly Hills, California in 1999. It was in a box filled with old family pictures and maps. I asked the owner of the sale where the photo had come from. She didn't know. She was packing up her stepfather's house. He had just died at 82 years old. She said he was an accountant for different businesses around Hollywood, many of which were illegal, including a notorious Beverly Hills madam at the center of a high-end prostitution ring that served both men and women. I've read here on the blackboards that when Cordova set out to make his first film, Figures Bathed in Light, he went to Hollywood and worked there as a gigolo to raise the money he needed. My guess is, and this is just a shot in the dark, this was stolen from the Beverly Hills madam's files, a picture she showed to potential clients. Posted by Axel, 10/12/2001, 4:18 a.m. My mother owned a series of low-rent apartment buildings in the Bronx near Morris Avenue, Mostly Italian and Spanish immigrants lived there, many illegally. One of her tenants cleared out suddenly in 1967, leaving no word. This photograph was all that was left, caught under the carpeting in the living room. The unit, 2E, a studio, was rented by an Italian woman for more than 20 years who barely spoke English. When the woman first took the room in 1944, she had just emigrated from Spain and had an infant son but no husband. She listed her name on the lease as Lola Cordova. I think this must be a photograph of Cordova's mother with Stanislas, taken shortly after their arrival in America. My mother later told me the woman was quiet, neat, paid her rent on time, and worked tirelessly at 2 jobs, one as a hotel maid in Manhattan, the other as a cleaning woman to the wealthy. My mother, busy with running 4 buildings, doesn't remember seeing the little boy grow up or playing in the courtyard like some of the other kids. To this day, she does not know where the woman went or what happened to her. Posted by Emily Jackson is Not Crazy. 8/02/2002, 12:39 a.m. I worked the summer of 2001 at the offices of the New York City antiques dealer, Harvey Kuhn. Kuhn specializes in bizarre antiques, from Spanish Inquisition torture devices to old marine equipment. He has a lot of wealthy and strange clients, many anonymous. One day, while compiling client invoices, I came across a shipping address I recognized. 1014 Country Road, 112, Crowthorpe Falls, New York. It's the address of Cordova's estate, the Peak. Intrigued, I checked the history of items that were purchased and sent there. The latest was a pair of thumbscrews, a torture device that dates back to medieval times, which was used to break prisoners' fingers and toes. It is also the device Brad Jackson, the medieval studies professor, has in his possession in Cordova's film of the same name, Thumbscrew. The other 2 items purchased and sent to this address were a Seba Gorman Royal Navy diving helmet and a very expensive 15th century Romanian impaler, a vertical steel spear on which prisoners were skewered like pigs, used notoriously by Vlad the Impaler, otherwise known as Dracula. It's obvious Cordova, or someone in his household, is a collector of these eccentric antiques. The day after I made this discovery, I was let go due to budget problems. I never knew if it was because my boss found out I'd been snooping and learned Cordova was a client, or if it was just a coincidence. Posted by Truth is a Tall Order, 11/22/2003, 4:19 a.m. My father was a talent manager in the 70s and 80s at Discover Management. He represented the film star James Coburn. Growing up, my dad had a story that he received correspondence from Cordova's assistant, Inez Gallo, which included a disturbing picture of the director wearing a gas mask. I always thought my father, prone to trickery, was joking. When my dad died of a heart attack in 1994, I went through his desk and found this in his papers. It is an 8x10 headshot, the writing scribbled on the back in permanent marker. 1/24/79. James, Cordova is considering you for a part in his next film, A Small Evil. If it suits you, call me to make arrangements to come to his home to discuss the part. Inez Gallo. The other thing I remember my dad saying about Cordova was that people who knew whispered there was something wrong with the director's eyes. They had a condition called photophobia, which means they're sensitive to open air and light, and thus he often wore sunglasses with pitch-black lenses or old-fashioned British driving goggles. Posted by If You See a Dead Bird, 8/9/2004, 12:39 a.m. In 1991, I worked as an assistant for the film producer Artie Cohen. One night, Artie announced he was staying late. It was unheard of. He loved to be home by 6, so he could have dinner with his kids. He was on edge, told me to go home, suggested I take my girlfriend out for dinner. Knowing he was Cordova's longtime producer, I knew something was up. I said goodbye and raced home to get my camera. I returned to our office building in Tribeca, went up the back stairwell, found a position by the window with a view of the street, and waited. And waited. After 4 hours, I dozed off. When I woke, I went down to check Artie's office and saw his light was still on. Artie was alone. Not only that, he was drunk, talking to himself. I returned to my lookout. Finally, at 2:37 a.m., a lone man appeared around the corner and crossed the empty street. It was too dark to see much, but I knew it was Cordova. I took pictures of the figure blindly, unable to see out of the viewfinder, it was so dark. He vanished inside our building. I figured I'd follow him when he left, get more pictures. I waited. Soon the sun came up. Bewildered, I checked Artie's office. It was locked up, totally dark. They must have left by a back entrance. Or had I dozed off for a few minutes without realizing it? I went home, dejected, and developed the film. The pictures I'd taken were blurry and black, except for this single photo. Artie never mentioned the incident. I asked him why he stayed late, but his answers were nervous. I was here all by myself, he assured me. In the end, this photo was all I needed for proof of Cordova's existence, and that for some reason, he only comes out at night. Posted by Somewhere Soon There'll Be Laughter, 10/28/2006, 1:48 a.m. A book was left behind in a hotel room where the legendary actress Marlo Hughes stayed on July 25, 1996. It was The Mysterious World of Bartho Lore by Lee Vale, and the inscription reads, Property of Miss Ashley Cordova, age 8. The name Theodore Cordova is scribbled out at the top of the inscription page in light pencil. The hotel was Hotel du Cap Audenroc in Cadantibes. The day after it was found on the bedside table, a woman called to ask if we had found it. I was working the front desk and took the call. I lied, telling the woman that no book had been found in the room. Posted by Specimen 919, 5/11/2008, 11:28 p.m. I believe that Inez Gallo, Cordova's longtime assistant, and Stanislas Cordova are the same person. There is a tattoo of a wheel on the back of her hand when she accepted Cordova's Academy Award for Thumbscrew, 1979. The same tattoo can be seen on Cordova's hand in the original Warner Brothers publicity still that was sent out for his first film, Figures Bathed in Light, 1964. Posted by Diane from the writing class, 2/21/2011, 3:06 a.m. What happens to you when you watch a Cordova film? Posted by Crowboy123, 12/23/2006, 11:27 p.m. I live in Long Lake, a town 13 miles south of Crowthorpe Falls. One night in June 1992, I was eating at a diner when I noticed a young Mexican teenager sitting in a booth in extreme distress. He spoke no English. I am a Spanish teacher at the local high school, so I asked him if he needed help. He told me he had just witnessed an appalling act. He said he was part of a group of migrant workers who had been transported over a month ago to Crowthorpe Falls from Mexico for the purpose of working crew on a private film. I sensed he was illegal, but I didn't press him on this as he seemed scared to talk. He explained to me that day they were shooting a driving sequence with 2 actors in the woods. They had been shooting for a few hours when a stranger, a young teenage boy, came running into the shot screaming. After much confusion, it was discovered that the boy was the director's son, who had been servicing a motorboat on a lake nearby, and he had accidentally severed 3 of his fingers. The boy was holding the bloody fingers in his hand, screaming in pain, asking his father if he could call an ambulance. The director said no. Instead, he fired one of the actors and made his son play the part. The director had his son shoot 16 complete takes before the boy went unconscious. An ambulance was finally called, but by then too much time had elapsed to reattach the fingers. After telling me this, the Mexican grew fearful, and after wiping his tears, he left the restaurant. I called the police in Crowthorpe Falls, asking them to look into the incident, but no one ever followed up with me. I was haunted by this story for years. I managed to track down on the internet a copy of the horror film that Cordova made around that time, Wait for Me Here. I was horrified to see that the role of John Doe in the beginning is played by Cordova's son Theo. I believe everything the Mexican told me is true. The devastating pain on Theo's face is real, and if you stop the film exactly at the 5:48-minute mark, you can see the raw bone of the severed fingers on his left hand dangling there. 29. Nora and I stayed up most of the night on the blackboards. It was like fumbling through a pitch-black funhouse with trapdoors and tunnels, voices calling out from rooms with no doors, stumbling down rickety staircases that twisted deep into the ground with no end. Every time I was about to suggest we head to bed, continue sifting through this endless Cordova archive with rested eyes in the morning, there was one more anecdote to click onto, another uncanny incident, rumor, or strange photo. Freak the ferocious out. There were quite a few pages on the site devoted to Cordova's supposed life philosophy, which meant, in a nutshell, that to be terrified, to be scared out of your skin, was the beginning of freedom, of opening your eyes to what was graphic and dark and gorgeous about life, thereby conquering the monsters of your mind. This was, in Cordovite speak, to slaughter the lamb, get rid of your meek, fearful self, thereby freeing yourself from the restrictions imposed on you by friends, family, and society at large. Once you slaughter the lamb, you are capable of everything and anything, and the world is yours, proclaimed the site. Sovereign, deadly, perfect. These three words which Cordova had mentioned in his infamous Rolling Stone interview, while describing his favorite shot in his films, a close-up of his own eye, was a slogan on the blackboards and for life itself. Sovereign, the sanctity of the individual, regarding yourself as princely, powerful, self-contained, wresting authority for yourself away from society. Deadly, constant awareness that your own death is inevitable, which means there is no reason not to be ferocious now about your life. Perfect, the understanding that life, and wherever you find yourself at the present, are absolutely ideal. No regret, no guilt, because even if you were stuck, it was only a cocoon to break out of, setting your life loose. I'd known Cordova's fans believed him to be an amoral enchanter, a dark acolyte, who led them away from what was stale and tedious about their daily lives, deep into the world's moist, tunneled underbelly, where every hour was unexpected. Combing through the blackboard's whispers and suspicions, the sheer density of anonymous comments, which veered from reverential to frightened to supremely twisted and depraved, only underscored what I'd long suspected, that Cordova was not just an oddball eccentric along the lines of Lewis Carroll or Howard Hughes, but a man who also inspired devotion and awe in a vast number of people, not unlike a leader of a religious cult. By 3:45 a.m., Nora and I, blank-eyed and delirious, were in the living room, digging out my pirated copy of Wait for Me Here, purchased for $75 from Beckman, watching the terrifying opening scene, which featured Jenny Decanter, played by 22-year-old Tamsin Polk, driving alone down the dirt forest road in the dead of night. Abruptly, Theo Cordova, cast as John Doe number 1, came crashing out of the trees, causing Jenny to scream, slamming on the brakes, sending her car spinning into a ditch, the engine stalling. I'd always thought Theo Cordova looked like a deranged puck, strung out, half-naked, eyes glassy, blood, and what looked to be human bite marks covering his bare chest. He looked even more horrendous now, given Crowboy 123's anecdote on the blackboards. As he knocked on the car window, trying the door, and said his only line, "Help me, please," words barely audible over Jenny's screams, his voice oozed out like some strange sap. Nora, standing beside the flat screen, paused it. Frame by frame, she inched toward 548, where it was possible to see that Theo was missing 3 fingers. There. It's a movie. It could be special effects, makeup, prosthetics, but the look on his face is real pain. I know it. She pressed play, and Theo's hand dropped out of sight. Jenny managed to get the car started, and nearly running over this strung-out, wounded boy, she barreled back into the road, tree branches cracking the windshield, tires squealing. As she blindly took off, petrified, blinking away tears, she watched him in the rearview mirror. The boy's half-naked figure glowed red in her taillights, quickly faded to a thin black silhouette, and then, fast as an insect, he darted out of the road, vanishing from view. Nora scrambled back to the couch, pulling the wool blanket over her legs, and reaching down to pick up Septimus from the coffee table, as if that ancient bird would protect her from the horror about to unfold on screen. "Want me to make some popcorn?" I asked her. "Definitely." We ended up watching all of Wait for Me Here. Cordova's films were addictive opiates. It was impossible to watch just 1 minute. One craved more and more. Around 5:30 a.m., when my head was soaked with gory imagery and that hellish story, not to mention echoing with whispers of those anonymous voices calling out from the blackboards, Nora and I called it a day. 30. The next morning I woke up to learn Vanity Fair was reporting that they had the inside scoop on Ashley Cordova, and the article was due to be published on their website within days. This meant not only that other reporters were hot on the trail, but it was probably just a matter of time before they ended up at Briarwood Hall and on the doorstep of Morgan DeVold. Whatever advantage I'd had thanks to Sharon Falcone and getting my hands on Ashley's police file would be gone. And unfortunately, my own investigation had stalled. We'd learned about Ashley's escape from Briarwood and her diagnosed affliction, nyctophobia, a severe fear of the dark or night, triggered by the brain's distorted perception of what would or could happen to the body when it's exposed to a dark environment, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. We'd had a small coup by logging successfully onto the blackboards, able now to ransack through the rumors of his staunchest fans. Yet there was no new lead to follow. Ashley had come to the city by train after leaving Morgan DeVold, but why or where she'd gone during the 10 days before her death, besides the 30th floor of the Waldorf Towers, was still a mystery. I could bribe an employee at the hotel for a list of every guest staying on that floor within the time frame, September 30th to October 10th. But from personal experience, I knew I needed something more. A filter for the names. The list would be substantial. Many of the guests, doubtlessly wealthy tourists, who wouldn't appreciate or feel any obligation to honestly answer questions about what they were doing at the hotel. By the time I tracked everyone down, showing them Ashley's picture, I'd probably have little to go on, and even worse, the exercise would take up a hell of a lot of time. "Maybe we could take Ashley's picture to businesses around the Waldorf," Nora said after I explained some of this to her. "Ask if someone noticed her. She'd stand out with that red coat. I might as well take her picture to Times Square and ask random passers-by if they noticed her. It's too vast. We need specifics. She suggested we watch Cordova's films. Maybe we'll spot a hidden detail, like Theo's 3 missing fingers. With no immediate alternative, I dusted off the box set of the 8 films released by Warner Brothers. The Legacy, 1966, through Love Child, 1985, packaged to resemble the infamous Samsonite briefcase in Thumbscrew, 1979. And we pulled the living room shades, made more popcorn, and settled in for a Cordova marathon. Nora called Hopper, inviting him to join, but he didn't respond. I actually wouldn't have been surprised if we never saw him again. I sensed from his restlessness, whatever his relationship with Ashley, his desire to be involved in the investigation would be as erratic as his moods. He seemed to veer between intense interest and a desire to forget the entire thing. As we settled in to watch Thumbscrew, I was in the kitchen making more popcorn when the buzzer to my apartment rang. "I'll get it," sang Nora. After a minute, when I noticed nothing but silence, I stuck my head out. To my shock, Cynthia and my daughter Sam were in the foyer, staring in bewilderment at Nora. It was my weekend for custody. I'd forgotten. Seeing my ex-wife was still a jolt to the system. Jeannie was the designated go-between for Sam. The appearance of Cynthia in my home was akin to a grizzly wandering into my remote campsite, a life-threatening scenario I'd considered, but only as a worst-case disaster. She looked stunning as usual, in a cream-colored wool coat and jeans, a sweep of blown-out ash-blonde hair. She was a dealer at an exclusive contemporary art gallery on Madison Avenue, and often scrutinized oddly dressed strangers as if they were 99-cent airbrushed Elvis portraits. "Hi, honey," I said to Sam. "Mrs. Quincy, to what do we owe this pleasure?" She turned to me. "You didn't get my messages? Jeannie's in the hospital. She's come down with mono and has to go home to Virginia until she's better. It'll be 6 weeks at least." I looked down at Sam, tightly gripping the handle of her Toy Story suitcase and staring, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, up at Nora. "Sweetheart, did you meet my new research assistant?" I asked. She didn't answer. She tended to become speechless out of pure awe when encountering a stranger. She took a shy step behind my ex-wife. "Can I talk to you in private?" Cynthia asked me, smiling thinly. "Certainly." "Sam, I want you to stay here. I'll be right back." Cynthia led the way down the hall. We entered my office, and she closed the door behind me. "Who is that?" she asked. "Nora. She's helping me out with a story." "How old is she? 16? 19, and extremely mature for her age." I'd have loved to imagine Cynthia was jealous, seeing me with another woman, but these questions had nothing to do with me. She was worried about Sam. She looked around, frowning at the papers and notes piled all over the floor, doubtlessly thinking, some things never change. She was still beautiful. It was awful. I'd been waiting for Cynthia to venture deeper into her 40s, so she'd wake up to wrinkles like a maze of molehills screwing up a legendary lawn. But no. Her green eyes, those cheekbones, the expressive little mouth that broadcast her every mood with the diligence of a UN translator, were still youthful and bright. Now Bruce woke up every morning to that face. I still couldn't believe that man, 58, with a paunch, hairy wrists, and a yacht in Lyford Key named Dominion 2, was allowed to live daily with such beauty. He had a knack for spotting deals in the marketplace. I'd give him that. When Cynthia sold him a Damien Hirst, called rather aptly, Beautiful Bleeding Wound over the materialism of money painting, Bruce noticed she, too, was a work of art to look at for a lifetime. That she allowed herself to be bought along with the painting, that I didn't see coming. When I met Cynthia, our sophomore year at the University of Michigan, she was flighty and poor, a French studies major who quoted Simone de Beauvoir. She wiped her runny nose on her coat sleeve when it was snowing, stuck her head out of car windows the way dogs do, the wind fireworking her hair. That woman was gone now. Not that it was her fault. Vast fortunes did that to people. It took them to the cleaners, cruelly starched and steam-pressed them, so all their raw edges, all the dirt and hunger and guileless laughter were ironed out. Few survived real money. "So you and that girl are only working together?" Cynthia said, turning back to me. "Yes. She's my research assistant." "Well, research assistant to you can mean any number of things." I let that one hit me square in the gut. It was true. After our divorce, I'd ended up in a slight relationship with my last research assistant, Aurelia Feinstein, age 34. Though, let me state for the record, it was not as hot as it sounded. Making love to Aurelia was like rummaging through a card catalog in a deserted library, searching for one very obscure little red entry on Hungarian poetry. It was dead silent, no one gave me any direction, and nothing was where it was supposed to be. It's all very G-rated around here, so what's really the problem? You didn't even remember Sam was coming today. That's not true. She'll have a great time. If there's any trouble, I'll call you and you can airlift her out by Black Hawk. What about Nancy? Nora. She'll be out of here by 10. It wasn't the time to mention Sam had a roommate. Cynthia sighed, a familiar look of surrender on her face. Have her home by 6 on Sunday. And Bruce and I rescheduled our Santa Barbara trip for next week, so you'll have Sam for a long weekend. She eyed me skeptically. Unless you can't handle it. I can handle it. We're going with friends, so you can't suddenly change your mind. You have my word. I want the extra time with her. She seemed to accept this, sweeping her blonde hair over her shoulder, staring at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something more. This had been one of the great enigmas of our marriage. In the 16 years we were together, Cynthia often waited for me to say something more, as if there were very specific words that would unlock her, state-of-the-art vault that she was. I never came close to deciphering the combination. I love you did not work, neither did what are you thinking, or tell me what you want to hear. She'd wait for a minute, maybe longer, and when she understood she was going to remain locked until further notice, she'd walk away, lost in sealed, tight silence. This was what she did now, opening the door and striding back down the hall. I was about to head after her when I felt my cell ringing in my pocket. It was Hopper. "Come to 58th and Broadway," he shouted as a police siren ripped into the receiver. "Now!" "What?" "I found someone who saw Ashley a few days before she died." I glanced back down the hall. Cynthia was taking off Sam's coat. Shit. "Give me 20 minutes, I said, and hung up. So Hopper couldn't stay away after all. The kid was proving to be quite the trump card. 31. Sam stared sullenly back at me. Even though I'd just explained, crouched down on her level with as much drama as I could muster, that her dad had some top-secret business to attend to and needed to run, so she was staying with Mummy, she didn't say a word. "Next weekend we'll be spending 4 days together," I said. "Just the two of us, okay?" Still the silence. But then, seemingly thinking something quite serious, she reached her right hand way up and patted me on my head. She'd never done that before. Cynthia, her face flushed, shot me a look. Great parenting. But smiling agreeably for Sam's sake, she extended the handle of the Toy Story suitcase, handing it off to Sam, who dutifully wheeled it to the door, like a tired stewardess learning she had to fly an extra leg to Cincinnati. "Bye, sweetheart," I said. "I love you more than— what was it again?" "The sun plus the moon," she answered, heading down the hall. "I'll make it up to her," I said to Cynthia. "Of course." She swept her hair over her shoulder and smiled, stepping after her. "We'll put it on your tab." I strode to the hall closet, trying to ignore the tsunami of guilt flooding through me. "Hopper called," I said to Nora over my shoulder. "We're meeting him uptown, now. He has a lead." I grabbed my keys, but Nora didn't move from the living room doorway. She was staring at me, wide-eyed. "What's the matter?" I asked. "That was bad." "What was bad?" "That." "My ex-wife? Yes, I know. Can you believe that woman used to live to karaoke on a Saturday night? In college, we called her Bangles. You couldn't pay her to stop singing Walk Like an Egyptian in public." "She's not what I'm talking about." I was helping Nora into her coat. "Then what are you talking about? And tell me quickly, because we need to get going." "You think you're subtle, but you're not." I was jostling her into the hallway, locking the door. "Subtle about what?" "That you're crazy mad in love with her." "Hey, no one's crazy or mad or in love with anyone here." She put a hand on my shoulder, a look of evident pity. "You need to move on with your life. She's happy." And with that, she took off merrily down the hall, leaving me staring after her. 32. Hopper was waiting for us on the corner by the HSBC Bank, smoking a cigarette, the serious, hollowed-out expression on his face, suggesting that he'd barely slept in the 2 days since we'd seen him. "What are we doing here?" I asked him. "Remember what Morgan DeVolt said? He thought Ashley had to play the piano every day." "Sure." "Yesterday I started thinking, if Ashley came into the city to track someone down, if she wanted to play, where would she go? Jazz clubs, Juilliard, a hotel lobby, it's hard to say. None of those places would let a stranger off the street just sit down and start playing, uninterrupted. But then I remembered, I got a friend who's big into the classical music scene. If you're really good, the showrooms on Piano Row let you come in and play, as long as you like. This afternoon I went into a bunch, asked around, and a manager in one of the shops actually recognized her. Ashley came in, twice the week before she died." "Nice work," I said. "Right now he's waiting to talk to us, but we have to hurry because they're about to close." He chucked the cigarette onto the pavement and took off down the sidewalk. I'd never heard of Piano Row. It was a splinter of 58th Street between Broadway and 7th Avenue, where delicate piano stores had tucked themselves between hulking 60s apartment buildings like a few sparrows living among hippos. We hurried past a small shop called Beethoven Pianos, posters taped in the windows, advertising Vivaldi concerts and voice lessons. Inside, identical shiny baby grands were lined up, lids open, like hefty chorus girls awaiting a cue. Hopper shuffled past the Morton Williams supermarket and crossed the street, passing a fire station, and then pausing in front of a shop with a dirty green awning that read, "Clavier House." I held the door open for Nora and we entered. Unlike Beethoven pianos, there were only 3 pianos on display. The store was empty, without a single customer or employee. It appeared in the Internet age, pianos, like physical books, were fast becoming culturally extinct. They'd probably stay that way unless Apple invented the iPiano, which fit inside your pocket and could be mastered by a text message. With the iPiano, anyone can be an iMozart. Then you could compose your own iRequiem for your own iFuneral, attended by millions of your iFriends who I-loved you. Hopper emerged from a door in the very back, with a middle-aged wisp of a man, sporting brown corduroys and a black turtleneck, a weedy patch of gray hair sprouting off his balding head. He looked like a classical music man-child. You could spot these Mahler-loving men within a 10-block radius of Carnegie Hall. They tended to wear earth tones, have on DVD all of public television's great performances series, live alone in apartments on the Upper West Side, and have potted plants they spoke to daily. "This is Peter Schmidt," Hopper said. "The manager of Clavier House," Peter added with pride. Nora and I introduced ourselves. "I understand Ashley Cordova came in here a few weeks ago," I said. "I had no idea who she was at the time," Peter said eagerly, clasping his hands together. "But based on Mr. Cole's description, yes, I believe she came to Clavier House." He was one of those people you initially believed had a foreign accent, though it turned out he was American, only spoke delicately, as if every word were something to be carefully dusted off and held up to the light. "Did the police come here to ask about her?" No. We've had no police. I had no inkling of who she was until Mr. Cole came in this afternoon. He gave me her description, and I recognized her immediately." Peter glanced at Hopper. The dark hair, the red coat with a black detailing along the sleeves, the beauty. "When exactly did she come in?" I asked. "You need the precise date? It'll be helpful." Peter hurried into the administrative alcove along the opposite wall. After fumbling down behind the counter, he produced a large leather calendar stuffed with papers. "It was almost certainly a Tuesday, because we just had our weekly concert salon," he mumbled, flipping open the cover. "Usually it's over by 10:30. On this night, around 11, I was in the back cleaning up, when suddenly I heard the most exciting interpretation of Ravel's Valse Noble et Sentimentale. I'm sure you know it." We shook our heads, which seemed to concern him. "Well, I'd forgotten to lock the door." Scrutinizing the calendar, he frowned, thoughtfully pressing a finger to his lips. "It was October 4th. Yes, that has to be it." Smiling, he slid the calendar around for us to take a look, tapping the day in question with his index finger. I hurried into the showroom, and I saw her at the piano. "Which one and where?" I asked. He pointed toward the front. "The Fazioli, there in the window." I strolled over to it, Nora following me. "Is it a good one?" I asked. Peter chuckled as if I'd made a joke, heading after us. "Faziolis are the best in the world. Many professionals find them superior to Steinways." I studied it. Even by my amateur eyes, it was a gorgeous, intimidating instrument. "Pianos are like people," Peter noted softly. "Everyone has a different personality. They take time to get to know, and they can get lonely." "What personality does this one have?" Nora asked. "Her? Oh, she's a bit of a diva. If she were in high school, she'd be the prom queen. She can be moody, imperious, take over if you're not careful, but if you show her a firm hand, she'll dazzle you. All piano soundboards are made of spruce. Well, Fazioli uses spruce from the Val di Fiemme forest in northern Italy." He awaited our amazed reaction, but we could only stare back blankly. "It's the same timber the Stradivari family used to craft their legendary violins in the 17th century. It produced an opulent, velvet sound that can't be replicated by any other manufacturer today. It's why Stradivarius violins today sell in the millions." "What did you do when you heard her?" I asked. I intended to tell her she'd have to come back tomorrow. We were closed, after all, but her playing was... He shut his eyes and shook his head. "Electrifying. I could tell she'd been trained by a European due to her take-no-prisoners, blustery articulation, perfectly balanced with profound intimacy, which brought to mind some of the greatest pianists of all time. Augureach, Pascal Roger." I couldn't bear to interrupt. Genius doesn't keep to business hours, n'est-ce pas? I didn't speak to her until she was finished. "How long was that?" I asked. "Approximately a minute and a half. She looked so familiar in a very distant way, like a tune you suddenly recall from childhood, and yet you can't remember the lyrics or really anything beyond a handful of mysterious notes." He sighed. "Now I realize it was Ashe de Rouen, all grown up. I'd heard from one of our owners, Gabor, that she used to come in here and play years ago as a teenager, but I didn't make the connection." He paused, his face pensive. "When she finished, She asked me politely if she could play the entire suite, the Assez Long, through the epilogue. The performance takes about 15 minutes. Naturally, I said yes. He smiled. If she'd have asked to play every one of Beethoven's sonatas, I'd have agreed. When she finished, she raised her head, gazing at me. She had a very piercing stare. Did she say anything? She thanked me. She had a low voice, hoarse, a sort of swan-like way of moving. Immaculate surface. No idea what's going on beneath. She sat there a moment, saying nothing. I sensed it was difficult for her to speak. I wondered if English wasn't her first language. She picked up her bag and then... His eyes drifted away from the piano, as if imagining Ashley there now, walking to the door. I tried getting her to stay, but when I asked her name, she said, "No one," and then she left. What was her demeanor? I asked. Demeanor? Did she seem depressed, mentally unwell? Apart from her hesitation with talking? No, not this time. This time she was quite satisfied when she finished, the way one might feel after a vigorous swim in the Pacific. Musicians feel that way after a good practice. He cleared his throat, turning to stare out the window at the empty street. I watched her drift down the sidewalk as if she weren't quite sure where she was going. Finally, she moved west toward Broadway and was gone. That night when I got home, I remember very distinctly I couldn't sleep, not the whole night. Yet I felt great calm. I'd been dealing with some personal issues of late, the details of which I'll certainly spare you, but her sudden appearance for me was a gift. Part of it was because only I'd seen her. She could very well have been a figment of my imagination, one of Debussy's Demoiselles. I doubted I'd ever see her again. When did she come back? I asked. He seemed saddened by the question. 3 days later. That would be October the 7th, I said, making a note of it in my BlackBerry. Do you remember the time of day? An hour after closing. 7 o'clock? Again, I was the last one here. Even our intern had disappeared. He turned, gesturing at the large antique-looking leather notebook, open on the table along the back wall. We ask everyone who comes into Klavierhaus to sign the guest book. If an artist has signed the Klavierhaus guest book, it's believed to help future recitals and technique, a sort of baptism, if you will. We've had all the legends sign it, Zimmermann, Brendel, Lang, Horowitz. When it was clear the names meant little to us, he inhaled sharply, disheartened, and pointed over his shoulder to the administration alcove. I was typing up the addresses and names when there was a knock on the glass. Technically we're closed, but when I saw who it was, of course, I let her in. As soon as I unlocked the door, however, I realized something was terribly wrong. What? Asked Hopper. Peter looked uncomfortable. I don't think she'd had a shower, perhaps hadn't even taken off that coat, since I'd last seen her. Her hair was disheveled. She reeked of dirt and sweat. The cuffs of her jeans were filthy. Mud from the country, I thought to myself. She seemed drugged. It occurred to me she must be homeless. We've had quite a few vagrants into the shop. They wander down here after sleeping on the steps of St. Thomas on Fifth. The music draws them in. He sighed. She asked if it was all right if she played. I said yes. And she sat down right there. He indicated the same lustrous Fazioli piano, gazing down at the empty brown leather seat. She ran her hands over the keys and said, I think Debussy today. He's not so mad at me. Something to that effect. And then she... Wait a minute, I interrupted. She talked about the composer as if he were an acquaintance? Sure, Peter said with a blithe nod. Isn't that a little strange? Not at all. Concert pianists get to be quite chummy with dead composers. They can't help it. Classical music isn't just music. It's a personal diary, an uncensored confession in the dead of night, a baring of the soul. Take a modern example, Florence and the Machine. In the song Cosmic Love, she catalogues the way in which the world has gone dark, disorienting her, when she, a rather intense young woman, was left bereft by a love affair. The stars, the moon, they have all been blown out. Well, it's no different with Beethoven and Ravel. Into their music, these composers poured their fiercest beings. When a pianist memorizes a piece, he or she gets to know the dead man intimately, giving rise to all the pleasures and difficulties such an intense relationship implies. You learn Mozart's trickery, his ADD attention span, Bach's yearning for acceptance, his intolerance for shortcuts, Liszt's explosive temper, Chopin's insecurity. And thus when you set out to make their music come alive in concert, on stage, in front of thousands, you very much need the dead man on your side, because you're bringing him back to life. It's a bit like Frankenstein resuscitating his monster, you understand. It can be an astonishing miracle, or it can all go horribly wrong. I glanced at Hopper. He continued to stare at Peter, the look on his face something between absorption and skepticism. Nora was spellbound. "What happened this time?" I asked. She began playing the opening parallel fifths of La Cathédrale Engloutie. "The opening parallel what?" interjected Nora, frowning. La Cathédrale Engloutie, the sunken cathedral. Peter, noting our obvious ignorance, beamed, unable to restrain his delight. Claude Debussy, the French Impressionist. It's one of my very favorite preludes. It tells the story of a cathedral submerged at the bottom of the sea. On a clear day, it rises up out of the churning waves and fog, bells chiming ecstatically, to rest for mere seconds in the air, shimmering in the sun, before sinking down again in the fathomless depths, out of sight. Debussy instructs the musician to play the final chords pianissimo, at half pedal, so it truly sounds as if there are church bells, deep underwater, notes colliding, before fading and ending, as all things do, as we all do, with a few reverberating chords, and then silence. He paused, his face darkening. She couldn't do it. Her playing, so revelatory before, such melting lyricism, such romance, was disturbing now. She tore into the music, but the notes eluded her. It was erratic, despairing. And when she looked up at me, He swallowed loudly. Her eyes were bloodshot. They actually looked to be bleeding. I was filled with such horror by her face. How it had transformed so from the time I'd seen her before. I instantly left to phone the police. I left her playing here in front, but just as I entered the back room, she stopped. There was only silence. I peeked my head out. She was sitting very still, watching me with those eyes, as if she knew what I was doing. Suddenly she grabbed her bag and left, like that. He snapped his fingers. It was what truly frightened me. Why? I asked. He wrung his hands, uneasy. She moved like an animal. An animal? Hopper repeated. Peter nodded. It was too fast. It certainly wasn't normal. Which direction did she go? I asked. I don't know. I returned to the front, but there was no sign of her. I even stepped outside to take a look. She wasn't anywhere. I locked up the shop immediately. I didn't want to be in the store alone. He lapsed into melancholic silence, staring at the floor. She never came back. I thought about her, but I hadn't told anyone until you came in. He looked at Hopper. I was relieved when you asked about her. So happy to know I hadn't dreamt her out of thin air. I've been under some pressure of late. He flushed. To say the least, it was nice to know I wasn't going crazy. His gaze returned to the piano. She was a bit like that cathedral, rising up, stunning me, decaying and then vanishing, leaving only her echo, and me so uncertain of what I'd seen. Do you have a video surveillance in the store? I asked. We have an alarm system, but no cameras. Did she mention anything else? Where she was staying? Oh, no, we didn't speak beyond what I told you. And she left nothing behind? No personal items? I'm afraid not. Nora had moved over to the small table along the wall with the open guest book, turning back the pages. That's really all. Oh, do be careful with that. Peter scurried after her. The pages are quite fragile, and it's our only copy. I'm just wondering if she signed it, said Nora, Peter looking on nervously over her shoulder. Hopper had stepped up to the Fazioli that Ashley had played, solemnly running his hand along the gleaming keys, playing a few sharp notes. I strode over to Nora. Having found the page marked October 4th, she was running her finger down the list of scribbled names and addresses. Daniel Huang, she read. Yuja Lee, Jessica Song, Kirill Luminovich, Boris Anthony. She turned the page rather roughly, and Peter touched his forehead as if he might faint. K. Glass, Victor Kozlov, Ling Ble... What did you say? I asked. Victor Kozlov. Before that, K. Glass. I stepped closer, incredulous, staring down at the page. It was scribbled in black pen, that familiar handwriting, identical, I was certain, to the note that Morgan DeVold had shown us, and maybe even the envelope mailed to Hopper. That's her, I said. 33. The streets were narrow, shriveled bodegas and faded walk-ups, packed shoulder to shoulder. Upstairs windows, filled with plants and shampoo bottles, were lit up like dirty fish tanks in electric greens and blues. Every now and then we passed someone walking alone, usually Chinese, carrying orange plastic shopping bags, or hurrying along in a down jacket. Almost everyone turned to stare in at us as if they knew, probably because we were riding in a taxi, we were trespassing. Our driver turned onto Pike Street, a wide four-lane boulevard. To our left was a low brick building. Manhattan Repair Company, read the sign. And on our right, what looked to be a public school. That's Henry Street, Hopper said suddenly, craning his neck to make out the street sign. The cab driver made the left turn. Hong Kong Supermarket, Jasmine Beauty Salon. It was after 7 o'clock, and every shop was closed. Metal grates pulled down, padlocked. There's 91, said Nora, leaning forward to survey the deserted street. 83 is coming up on the right. Ashley had written in the Clavier House guest book, and Peter Schmidt was at a loss to explain when exactly she had done so. Clavier House guest book, K. Glass, 83 Henry Street, apartment 16, NYC, 10002. K. Glass was the name of the missing friend in A Small Evil, the unseen woman who invites her new co-worker, Alexandra, and Alex's fiancé, Mitchell, to her parents' beach house for the weekend. In the opening minutes of the film, Alex and Mitch, having argued during most of the drive from the city, arrive at the house a little after midnight. They find it entirely in the dark and deserted. The friend, K. Glass, nowhere to be found. An initial search of the home, a modernist glass structure, standing at the edge of the ocean like a monument to nihilism, reveals that a horrific crime has taken place moments before their arrival, and the perpetrators, masked, dressed head to toe in black, are still there. I'd recognized the name because not only were the blackboards rife with theories and the occasional shrine to the elusive K. Glass, I'd also heard Beckman give a detailed lecture on the name and its meaning. He contended K. Glass meant chaos. Beckman further argued that the missing woman, the question of what had happened to her, was in fact a metaphor for the inescapable darkness in life. The figure was a Cordova trademark, and Beckman had named one of his cats after it, Shadow. K. Glass is the shadow that hounds us relentlessly, Beckman said. It's what we chase but never find. It's the mystery of our lives, the understanding that even when we have everything we want, it is one day to leave us. It's the something unseen, the lurking devastation, the darkness that gives our lives dimension. The fact that out of all of the potential pseudonyms, Ashley had chosen that one, a missing woman from her father's film, led to all sorts of psychological conclusions, the most obvious being that her father's stories were part of her day-to-day reality, maybe even overshadowed her sense of self. What was her response when Peter Schmidt had asked her who she was? No one, she'd said. It reminded me of the profile in the Amherst newsletter. It's wonderful to get lost in a piece of music, she'd said, to forget your name for a while. Our taxi eased down the deserted street. In front of us, the Manhattan Bridge extended at a diagonal like a massive fallen tree no one had bothered to remove. Dingy walk-ups had sprouted up around it. There, Hopper said, indicating a building on our right. The awning out front read 83 Henry Street in white letters, followed by a few Chinese characters. Metal grates had been pulled down on either side of the front entrance, a green door with a small rectangular window. I paid the driver and we climbed out. It was oddly silent and still, the only sound the faint moans of unseen cars racing across the bridge. I stepped up to the door, looking through the window. Inside, a derelict hallway, spray-painted with graffiti, extended beyond a row of mailboxes. "Look," Nora whispered, pointing at the label beside the buzzer for number 16. It read, K. Glass. "Don't press it," I said. I stepped back to the curb, staring up at the building. 5 stories, crumbling red brick, a rusted fire escape. All of the windows were dark except 2 on the 2nd floor, another on the 5th with frilly pink curtains. "Someone's coming," Hopper whispered, moving away from the door, darting around the corner where there was a parking lot. Nora lurched backward, hurrying down the sidewalk. I stepped around the trash bags piled on the curb, heading across the street. Seconds later, I heard the door open behind me, rapid footsteps. An Asian man wearing a blue jacket had exited, walking toward Pike Street. He didn't appear to have seen us, not even Hopper, who'd slipped past him and managed to catch the door before it closed. "Nice," Nora whispered excitedly, rushing inside after him. "Number 16 must be the top floor." "Hold on a minute," I said, stepping after them. But Hopper was already racing down the hall and out of sight, Nora right behind him. I held back, inspecting the mailboxes. Apart from Glass at number 16, there was only Dawkins in number 1 and Vine in number 13. I slipped down the hall, a TV babbling somewhere close by. Hopper and Nora could already be heard clanging upstairs. Because of a bright light somewhere beyond the corridor, their dark, elongated shadows were suddenly tossed against the wall in front of me, 2 long black tongues sliding down it, licking the cracked brown tiles and vanishing. I headed after them, the steps strewn with trash and ads for Asian escorts, mostly in Chinese. One flyer, wedged into a filthy window pane, read, Asian Girl Massage, and featured a naked Korean wearing rubber chaps, shyly peering over her shoulder. Meet Yumi, it read. Hopper and Nora had disappeared somewhere along the top floor. As I started up the next flight, kicking aside a Qingdao beer can, there was a sudden bang somewhere below me. I stared over the metal railing. No one was visible, yet I swore I could hear breathing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the stairwell. There was no answer. I moved up the remaining flights, pulling open the door marked 5, spotting Hopper and Nora at the end of a long, dim hallway outside number 16. As I caught up, they both turned, startled, at something behind me. A woman had just appeared at the opposite end. 34. The single neon bulb on the ceiling drenched her wide nose and forehead in sickly yellow light. She was quite fat, wearing a long green skirt and black t-shirt, straggly brown hair covering her shoulders. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked in a croaky, masculine voice. Checking on a friend, I said. She scurried toward us, hunched shoulders, flip-flops, rapidly slapping her bare feet. What friend? Ashley. Who? Kay, Nora interjected. He means Kay. The name made the woman stop short, unwilling to approach further. She had to be in her 50s, with mottled skin, also missing some teeth, giving her face the countenance of a crumbling statue. Where the hell is Kay? She demanded. You tell her she owes me 3 weeks' rent. I'm not running a free shelter here. Hopper reached into his coat pocket, unfolding a piece of paper. Is this her? He asked. It was a black and white photograph of Ashley. He must have printed it off the internet, because I'd never seen it before, unless it was from his own collection, a snapshot taken at 6 Silver Lakes. The woman didn't move to look at it, only jutted out her chin. You're cops? No, I said. We're friends of Kay's. When was the last time you saw her? Blurted Nora. The woman glared at us. I don't talk to cops. We're not cops, said Hopper, removing his wallet from his back pocket. The instant he flipped it open, the woman's small black eyes swarmed it like flies over a turd. Answer our questions, we'll make it worth your while. He held out 3 20s, which she grabbed instantly, counting them, then sticking them down the front of her T-shirt. Is this Kay? Asked Hopper again, holding out the picture. Sure looks like her. When did you last see her? I asked. Weeks ago. That's how come I came up. Heard all the creeping around. Thought she came back to get her stuff and was trying to sneak past me. Any idea when Her Highness plans to show? Not really. The news infuriated her. I could have rented this room 5 times over. Now I gotta get a locksmith up here, clean out her shit. Why a locksmith? I asked. She nodded at the door. I don't got the key to her room. She changed the locks on me. Why? Hell if I know. What was she like? Asked Nora. The woman grimaced. Had Duchess airs, if you ask me. Had a way of demanding things like she thought she was a Queen of England. Wanted me to fix the lights in the bathrooms because it was too dark for her. Then the hot and cold tap. Must have mistaken this place for a fucking Marriott. Do you know what she was doing in the city? Asked Nora. The woman squinted, as if faintly insulted. You pay me on time. What you do in the room is your business. She did do me a favor once. I had to run out and she watched my nephew a couple hours. That I did appreciate. But then she changes the locks, runs out, stiffs me on the rent. I'm running a business, not a charity. She stared resentfully at the door again. Now I gotta pay for a locksmith. How long has she been living here? I asked. About a month, but I haven't seen her for weeks. And how did she hear about it? Answered my aunt. I got flyers posted around Port Authority. How much to break the door down? Hopper asked, running his hands along it. We'll also cover whatever Kay owed you in rent. That'd be, $150, plus any damage to the door. Here's $300. He shoved a wad of bills at the woman, which she hastily grabbed. Then he strode to the end of the hall, where there was a door with a grimy pane of glass, some sort of communal bathroom, and a fire extinguisher. He pulled the extinguisher free and moved back, raising it over his head and slamming it hard against the deadbolt. He did this 5 times, the wood splintering, and then, with a laid-back ease that hinted he'd done this before, he tossed aside the canister, took a few steps back, and sidekicked it. The door flew open, cracking against the wall, and then closed, stopping so it was ajar about an inch. For a moment, no one moved. Hopper pushed the door wider. It was pitch dark inside, light from the hallway barely illuminating the scarred concrete floor, walls of flaking blue paint. There was also a noticeable stench, something rotten. I turned, intending to ask the landlord when she'd last been inside Kay's room, but she'd actually backed away. Gotta get downstairs, she mumbled, then turned, flip-flops, hammering her feet, as she hurried down the hall. "Gotta check on my nephew." She darted out and within seconds could be heard clanging back downstairs. "She's afraid of something," I said. "It's that smell," whispered Nora. 35. Hopper took a step inside. I followed, sliding my hands along the wall, trying to find a light switch. "Fuck," he said, coughing. "The smell's really bad." There was a grating screech as he accidentally tripped on something, a metal folding chair. Then, fumbling with a lamp, the room was suddenly drenched in pale light. It was small and stark, with a faded brown rug, a window with a torn shade, a sagging metal cot in a corner. Something about the way the sheets were thrown back, a green blanket dangling on the floor, a discernible dent in the pillow, seemed to suggest Ashley had just climbed out of it moments ago. In fact, the entire shabby room hinted she'd just been here, the musty air still filled with her breathing. The rank stench, a combination of sewage and burning, seemed to seep out of the walls. A brown stain covered the ceiling by the window, as if something had been slaughtered on the roof, then left to slowly bleed down into the rafters. The floor, strewn with a few plastic wrappers, was sticky from some type of dark soda that had spilled. "Didn't DeVold say Ashley was wearing white pajamas when he broke her out of Briarwood?" Hopper asked. "Yes," I said. "They're right here." Sure enough, a pair of white cotton drawstring pants and a top had been tossed in a heap on the sheets. Hopper seemed reluctant to touch them. I picked up the pants, noting with surprise not just that A. Cordova, MH 314, her room number at Briarwood, had been printed along the inner waistband, but the legs still held her form. So did the top, cut in the boxy shape of surgical scrubs, the left sleeve still twisted around her elbow. I put them back on the bed, stepping toward a small closet. There was nothing in there, just 4 wire hangers on a wooden rod. "Something's under here," Hopper said. He was looking under the bed. We grabbed the cot, carrying it to the center of the room, and then all 3 of us stared, bewildered, at what had just been exposed. None of us said a word. 36. My first thought was that it was some type of target, and if I ever found such a thing under my own bed, I probably couldn't help but wonder if the Grim Reaper had put it there, a reminder that I was due to be picked up in a matter of days, or I had enemies who wanted to scare the living daylights out of me. 4 concentric circles, made out of black ashes, had been meticulously laid out on the floor. At the center, almost directly beneath where Ashley's torso or heart would be, I noticed, if she were lying flat on the bed, was a pyramid of charcoal. It stood about 6 inches, the rocks white and crumbling, the concrete beneath it charred black. "What is it?" Nora whispered. "The ashes are what smells," said Hopper, crouching beside it. After taking photos, Nora found a sandwich bag in her purse, and turning it inside out, we collected a sample of the powder. It looked like finely chopped leaves, dirt, and bone. I sealed the bag and tucked it into my coat pocket. "Holy shit," Hopper whispered behind us. "Check this out." He was by the door, staring at something lodged above it, a cluster of sticks. They'd been carefully positioned deep in the corner, as if to deliberately escape notice. Hopper pulled them down, holding them in the light from the hallway. They looked like roots, some thick, others thin, others tightly coiled in spirals, though they all looked to be from the same plant. Each one had been knotted neatly with white string and tied to another. "Looks like some kind of occult practice," I said, carefully taking the bunch from Hopper. I'd come across some bizarre religious customs over the years. Baby tossing in India, Jain monks who walked around naked, wearing the air, tribal boys forced to wear gloves filled with bullet ants, a ritual to enter adulthood. This seemed to be something along those lines. "Why would it be over the doorway?" asked Nora. I looked at Hopper. "You remember Ashley being involved in any unusual practices or beliefs?" "No." "Let's do another walkthrough, see if there's anything we missed. Then let's get the hell out of here." Nora and Hopper nodded, glancing warily around the room. I was about to head over to the bedside table when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something green streaking past the doorway, followed by staccato slapping, flip-flops. I stuck my head out. The landlord was scampering down the hall. The old crone had been spying. "Wait a minute," I shouted, stepping after her. "I don't know nothing," she growled. "Well, you must have noticed that smell coming out of her room." She stopped dead at the end of the hallway, turning, her skin glistening with sweat. "I don't know what that girl did with herself." "Have any of the residents said anything?" She didn't respond. She had an off-putting, lizard-like way of moving, remaining stone still, as if knowing she'd be camouflaged by the grim light and cracked walls around her, then hastily scuttling away. Now she was absolutely immobile, staring at me with her head cocked. "She scared people," she grinned. "Don't know how, 'cause she's a skinny thing. And some of the numbers who take my rooms, they're usually the ones who do the scaring. But I don't make it my business. People can do what they want long as they pay me." I was halfway down the hall now, but stopped because a small boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, was peering at me through the stairwell door. After a pause, he slipped out, standing sullenly behind the woman. He was in a dirty T-shirt, cotton pants too short in the leg, and socks meant for much larger feet. "Is that your nephew?" I asked. She surveyed him coldly and turned back to me, saying nothing. "You mentioned Kay watched him once when you were out. Can he tell me anything about her?" She pointed at me. "For a friend, you don't know too much." I noticed then a shard of light was coming out of a room beside me, the door moving. Someone was eavesdropping. Before I could see who it was, there was a loud clanging. The landlord and boy had just disappeared into the stairwell. I took off after them. "Hold on! You leave us alone!" I raced down the steps, tripping on flyers, catching up on the next landing. Without thinking, I grabbed the boy's arm. He emitted a blood-curdling squeal as if I'd just branded him with an iron. Startled, I let go, yet he continued to scream as he watched something, some kind of action figure he'd just dropped, careen down through the metal railings, bouncing on the steps, skidding across the tiles on the ground floor. With a whimper, he took off after it. "Look what you done now," the woman mumbled furiously, heading after him. "Take your friends and get out of here. We don't know nothing." When I reached the ground floor, I found the two of them frantically scouring the hallway. The boy stood up, turning to the woman, his fingers working fast in the air. He was speaking in sign language. He was deaf, and I'd traumatized him. Guilty, I turned, searching the tiled floor, kicking aside flyers and wrappers. I soon found it in a rectangle of light under the stairwell. It was a tiny wood carving of a snake, 3 inches long, mouth open, tongue extended, twisted body. It felt oddly heavy. Suddenly beside me, the landlord snatched it, handing it back to the boy. She then seized his arm, hauled him toward an apartment door. I caught a glimpse of a cluttered room, a TV playing cartoons, as she shoved the boy inside, darted in after him, the door slamming. Nora and Hopper were racing downstairs, the building growling with the noise. They ran straight down the hall, Nora turning, silently beckoning me to hurry. I exited after her into the cool night, realizing I was gasping for breath, as if I'd just wrenched free of something that, without my knowledge, had been suffocating me. 37. "Did you take the roots over the door?" I asked, when I caught up with Nora and Hopper across the street. "Yep," she said, opening up her purse to show me. "Okay, let's grab a cab." "We can't. A neighbor of Ashley's is coming down to talk to us." I recalled that shard of light I'd seen outside room number 13. "While you chased the landlady, this other woman stuck her head out, upset by all the commotion. Hopper showed her Ashley's picture, and she recognized her. She's coming down to talk to us in 2 seconds." "Nice work." "Here she comes," whispered Nora, as a figure emerged from 83 Henry. The woman was tall, wearing a white zip-up sweatshirt and sneakers. She carried a black duffel bag over her shoulder, and whatever was in there, assault rifles by the shape of it, appeared to be quite heavy, making her walk stooped over. She hurried across the street toward us. "Sorry I took so long," she said breathlessly, skipping up onto the curb in a potent blast of perfume. "Couldn't find my keys. I'm off to work, so I don't have much time. What did you want to ask me?" Her face was quite pretty, fringed with bleached blonde curls. Though wearing so much makeup, it was difficult to know where she ended and her illusion began. She looked about 30, though I noticed she stood deliberately away from the streetlight and kept her hands shoved in the pockets of her hoodie, shoulders hunched, as if not entirely at ease with people getting a close look at her. "Just a few questions about your neighbor Kay." She smiled. "Oh, yeah. How's she doing? Haven't seen her." "Fine," I answered, ignoring Nora's look. "We're friends of hers and want to know about her stay here. What did she do with herself?" "Gee, I wouldn't know. We barely talked." Setting the duffel down on the sidewalk, mysterious metallic clangs, the woman removed a ball of Kleenex from her pocket and blew her nose. "Sorry, I'm just getting over a bad cold. I only saw Kay like once." "When?" I asked. "A month ago. I was just getting in from work, about 5, 6 in the morning. I went into the bathroom to take my makeup off. There's only one per floor. Everyone shares. I was in there like 45 minutes brushing my teeth, probably even talking to myself, when all of a sudden there was a splash behind me." She shuddered. "Scared the shit out of me. I screamed. Probably woke up the whole building." "Why?" I asked when she didn't go on, but paused to blow her nose again. "She was right there," she said, giggling, a high-pitched jingle bell sound. "Kay." "Where?" "In the bathtub. She'd been behind me, taking a bath the whole time." I glanced at Hopper and Nora. They seemed to be thinking what I was. The disturbing nature of the scene she just described was entirely lost on the woman. "I introduced myself," she went on, sniffing. "She told me her name, but leaned her head back against the tub, closing her eyes like she'd had a long day and didn't feel like talking. I finished putting on my wrinkle creams, said goodnight. After I heard her leave the bathroom, I went back because I'd left my toothpaste on the sink. She hadn't drained the tub, so I stuck my hand in to unplug it." She shook her head. "I don't know how she was in there without her legs and arms freezing off. It was like ice." "You never saw Kay again?" I asked. "No. I heard her, though. The walls like paper. She seemed to keep the same hours as I did." "What hours are those?" "I work nights." She said it vaguely, gazing past us at the deserted street. "You know what? There was another time. Sorry, my mind's stuffy from this cold medicine. It was my night off, so it must have been on a Saturday. I was coming back from the supermarket and passed Kay on the stairwell. She was on her way to a club. I don't remember the name." She shook her head. "It was feminine, kind of French. I think she said it was being held in an old jail on Long Island. She wanted to know if I'd ever been, but I hadn't." "An old jail?" I repeated. She shrugged. "It was a 5-second conversation. You know what? Last week I did see 2 guys outside her door. They stared at me like they wanted me to mind my own business, so I did." "What did they look like?" "Just guys. One was older, the other in his 30s. Later I heard Dot come upstairs and get rid of them. She doesn't like strangers. Dot? Yeah, you were talking to her. A little boy lives with her? Lucian. He's her nephew. How long has he been living here? Long as I've been at Henry. About a year. She sniffed and pulled back her sleeve, checking her watch. Shit, I gotta run. She grabbed the duffel, heaving it, clanging over her shoulder. You'll tell Kay I said hi? Of course. How can we get in touch if we have more questions? Asked Nora. After a slight hesitation, the woman unzipped the duffel, handing Nora a black business card. Then she smiled and took off down the sidewalk toward the Manhattan Bridge. Nora handed the business card to me without a word. Iona, it read. Bachelor Party Entertainment. 38. A nightclub on Long Island, I said. It has a French name. It might be held in an old jail or abandoned building. Ring any bells? I was on the phone with Sharon Falcone, standing outside Gitane, a temperamental little French-Moroccan cafe on Mott Street. After leaving 83 Henry, we'd taken a cab here to grab a bite and debrief. When a Google search of Club, Long Island, French, and abandoned jail elicited no breakthrough, I decided to call Sharon on the off chance she knew what the club could be. Don't tell me you're harassing me because you need help with your social life, said Falcone on the other end. I could hear phones wailing, a TV droning NY1, which meant she was still at her desk at the police station, sitting in her beat-up swivel chair, poring over the details of a case her colleagues had long given up on, glasses perched on the tip of her nose. Not quite, I said. It's a lead. I know Long Island like I know my kitchen. I understand it's there for my pleasure and enjoyment, but somehow I never managed to go there. Can't help you. Can I get back to work now? What about occult worship in the city? How prevalent is it? Does worshipping money count as a cult? I mean strange practices, rituals. How often do you come across that kind of thing at a crime scene? Would it surprise you? McGrath, I got stabbings. I got gunshot wounds. I got a rich kid who knifed his mother in the neck, a 6-month-old baby shaken to death, and a man who was castrated at the Intercontinental in Times Square. Sure, we got occultism. We got it all. There might be a Starbucks on every corner and an iPhone at every ear, but don't worry. People are still fucking crazy. Anything else? I was about to say no and apologize for bothering her when I thought of something. I might have a case for Child Protective Services. She didn't immediately respond, though I could practically see her jerking upright, unearthing a yellow legal pad out of the piles of witness testimonies and lab photos, flipping through her illegible scribbles to a blank page, grabbing a pen. I'm listening, she said. I just left a woman who's the guardian of a young deaf boy. It doesn't look right. The building's a shithole. Might be a brothel. What's the address? 83 Henry Street, between Pike and Forsyth. The woman's name is Dot. She runs the place. I'll have someone look into it. Thank you. Now, when am I taking you out for a drink? When this city gets all warm and fuzzy inside. So never? I keep hoping. A phone bleated on her end. I gotta take... She hung up. It was after 10 o'clock now, a Friday night. Groups of 20-somethings crowded the sidewalk, stumbling toward bars and hookups. Across the street, where the sloping red-brick wall surrounding St. Patrick's old cathedral cut sharply around the corner, I noticed a man in a black leather jacket talking on a cell phone, his hand cupped over the receiver. He was staring at me, and I couldn't shake the feeling it was me he was speaking about. He looked away, past the Ralph Lauren store on the corner, still muttering into his phone. I headed back into Gitane. I was just being paranoid. 39. I was just telling Hopper, said Nora as I sat down in the window seat beside her. I found a receipt in Ashley's trash can. Hopper was inspecting the small piece of yellow paper, and with a doubtful look he handed it to me. It was a handwritten receipt from Rising Dragon Tattoos, located at 51 West 14th Street. Someone, I could only assume Ashley, though no name was listed, had paid $363.24 in cash for an American flag-portrait tat on October 5, 2011 at 8:21 p.m. I knew from the coroner's photos that the tattoo Ashley had on her right foot predated this receipt. So it was a mystery what American flag/portrait tat referred to. "We'll go there tomorrow," I said. "See if someone there recognizes her picture. We'll also have to find someone who can tell us what those circles are that she put under her bed," said Nora, taking a bite of avocado toast. "We don't know she put them there," interjected Hopper. "Any kook could have planted that." "I agree," I said. "The landlord eavesdropping. She could easily have been lying about the key. There are also the two men Iona saw outside Ashley's door. I wonder if she was hiding from somebody, possibly her family. Why else would she take the room under a pseudonym and change the locks?" "It's almost like there are two Ashleys," said Nora thoughtfully. "Meaning?" I asked. She shoved her fork through the tower of couscous on her plate. "There's the pianist, the woman who was fearless and wild, the girl Hopper met at 6 Silver Lakes. Then there's this other one people keep talking about, this creature with supernatural tendencies." "Supernatural tendencies," I repeated. She nodded, her face serious. "There's what Guadalupe said at the Waldorf Towers, that she was marked." She looked at Hopper. "In the coroner's photo, we saw a black dot in her left eye, just like she said. Think of how she manipulated Morgan DeVault without saying a word. She hypnotized him. And then Peter at Clavier House, he said she moved like an animal." "She was admitted against her will to a mental hospital," said Hopper, sitting low in his seat. "Who knows what meds they gave her? I've seen people on that shit trying to come off that shit. They don't know what they're doing half the time." "One other thing I noticed," Nora continued in a subdued voice. "Ashley had some kind of weird interest in children." I was impressed. I'd noticed the same thread myself. "Ashley read Morgan DeVault's daughter a bedtime story," she went on. "She also babysat the landlord's nephew. If she came to the city hoping to meet someone at the Waldorf, and now this nightclub, why would she take the time to do that?" "Maybe she liked kids," said Hopper. "That's some serious interaction with children in the span of just a few days. Remember that doll Morgan DeVault fished out of the pool? He told us it had been missing for a few weeks." "So?" said Hopper. "That'd be around the time Ashley was at his house." "You think Ashley hid the doll in the pool?" "Maybe. Why would she put that dirt in circles under her bed or those roots over her door?" "We already established she probably didn't do that." He said it so angrily a couple of models at the table beside us stopped speaking to stare at him. He leaned in, lowering his voice. "I'm sure you love the idea that Ashley was some kind of Blair witch, cooking up stews with puppy dog tails and little kids' toes or whatever the fuck. But it's a joke. Her family's responsible. They're the whack jobs who put her in Briarwood. She wanted to get away from them. Probably died trying." He muttered these last words to himself, shoving his hair out of his eyes and stabbing his fork into his baked eggs, too irritated to eat. Nora shot me a look and mutely resumed eating. I said nothing. The way she phrased it, Ashley had some kind of weird interest in children, reminded me of my anonymous caller from 5 years ago, John. There's something he does to the children, he'd said, words that had haunted me. What did it mean? That the entire family, or at least father and daughter, had a fixation on children? Why? Simply posing such a question, the mind automatically answered with the darkest responses imaginable. This dichotomy was a major theme in Cordova's work. The malignance of adulthood, the purity of youth, and the collision of these two charges. Somewhere in an empty room, Thumbscrew, The Legacy, Love Child, all dealt in some way with it. Though in To Breathe with Kings, Cordova turned this equation on its head allotting depravity to the child character, sanctity to the adults. There was a line spoken by Marlowe Hughes in Love Child, a slight variation on a quotation by William Blake. Better to murder an innocent child and be done with it than mistreat one and give rise to a monster. I thought suddenly of Morgan DeVold's daughter, Mellie, how she'd silently tiptoed after me down the driveway and held out her hand, holding something black. Had I misread her? Had she silently been pleading for help, begging me not to leave? I was glad I'd told Sharon Falcone about that boy at 83 Henry Street. With a little more research, I wouldn't hesitate making the same call for the DeVold children. The thought was so unsettling, I found myself sending Cynthia a text, apologizing for the change in plan, telling her I was looking forward to having Sam for the weekend, while she was in Santa Barbara. "That's the third time that guy's walked by looking in at us," Hopper said, staring out the window behind me. I turned, following his gaze. It was the same man I'd noticed before. Tall, dark hair, black leather jacket. He was across the street again, a few yards from where I'd first spotted him. "He was watching me before when I was outside," I said. Hopper suddenly leapt out of his chair, jostling a waitress, who nearly dropped her tray of food as he ran past her and outside. Seeing him coming, the man darted around the corner. I stood up and took off after them. 40. Hopper was halfway down the block, running in the middle of the street. I caught up with him at the corner of Lafayette. "He just took off!" he yelled, pointing at a cab accelerating toward Houston. Hopper stepped into the traffic, trying to flag down another, and I headed after the taxi. Far ahead at the intersection, the light turned yellow, and the cab, swerving into the center lane, was flooring it. He was going to fly right through, and that would be that. But then suddenly, the taxi slammed on its brakes, coming to an abrupt halt at the red light. I had seconds. I weaved between the cars, darting along the right-hand side. I could see the man, a dark silhouette in the back seat, looking over his shoulder, probably to see if Hopper was behind him. I tried the door. He whipped around, startled. His shock quickly gave way to cold calm as he realized the doors were locked. He looked distantly familiar. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" He shook his head, shrugging as if he had no idea who I was. Did I have the wrong taxi? The cab crept forward, the man's face slipping into the shadows. Then the light turned green and the taxi shot across Houston, cars honking as they swerved around me. Just as the cab pulled away, his left hand had slipped into the light. The man was missing 3 fingers. 41. Back at Gitane, I explained to Hopper and Nora what had happened, that I was certain it was Theo Cordova who'd been watching us. "It changes everything," I said. "The family is on to us now, so we'll have to assume our every move is being watched." They responded with somber acceptance, Hopper almost immediately throwing a few crumpled bills on the table and taking off in answer to a text, Nora and I heading home. She went to bed, though I poured myself a Macallan Scotch and looked up Theo Cordova. There were at least 1,000 returns in Google Images, every one a Cordova film still. He'd played small roles in At Night All Birds Are Black and A Crack in the Window, though most of the photos were from the opening scene in Wait for Me Here, when he runs half-naked into the road. The more I scrutinized the photos, the more certain I was that it was the same man. The same long, thin nose, same pale brown eyes. I checked my notes for his birth date. Born in St. Peter's Hospital in Albany on March 12, 1977, which made him 34. There was little more about Theo on the blackboards. In the world of Cordova, it appeared the man's son was basically an afterthought. According to one source, for the past 11 years he'd been living a life of total obscurity in rural Indiana, working as a landscaper, and had changed his name to Johnson. After scrolling through a few more pages, I had an idea. I set up a simple post in the Talk to Strangers section, asking for assistance identifying and privately accessing a mysterious club on Long Island with a French name, held in a former jail or forgotten prison. Then I put the computer to sleep and headed to bed. 42. I was exhausted but couldn't sleep. I had the gnawing feeling that he was still out there somewhere, watching me. Theo Cordova. The feeling was so acute I climbed out of bed, yanked up the shade, and looked out the window. But Perry Street remained silent and solemn, packed with shadows. No movement except the trees trembling in a faint breeze. Now I was turning into some paranoid nutcase straight out of Dostoevsky. I went back to bed, pulling the sheet over my face, furiously willing sleep, shoving my pillow over to the cool side. Within seconds it was hot and clammy. The sheets were scalding, too, untucking from the mattress so they bunched around my waist, like carnivorous plants trying to strangle me. Whenever I closed my eyes, Theo's face was there, half drowned in the dark of the taxi, his dull eyes and deformed hand, pressing against the window, as if trying to tell me something, plead with me, warn me, as disturbing and elusive a presence as Ashley that night at the reservoir. Somehow around 3 in the morning I must have fallen asleep, because I was awakened by soft knocking on my door. I cracked open an eye. The clock read 3:46 a.m. "Can I come in?" whispered Nora. Without waiting for an answer, thank Christ I had on pajama bottoms, she crept inside. I couldn't see much of her in the dark, but she appeared to be wearing a white long-sleeved nightgown, which made her look like a ghost that had just wafted into my room, now hovering at the end of my bed, sizing me up, trying to decide if I was worth haunting. "I was just thinking," she began, but didn't continue. "Why are you thinking at 4 in the morning?" I asked, bunching the pillows underneath me and leaning back against the headboard. "This better be good." "It's Hopper." Before I couldn't put my finger on it, but she propped her feet on the railing of the bed, slipping the nightgown over her knees. "How did he know to go to that piano store? Out of the whole city, he found the one place she went to? It's too incredible." I agreed with her. It had been such a stroke of luck, Hopper chancing upon an eyewitness for Ashley at Clavier House. When something appeared to be a wild coincidence, 9 times out of 10 it wasn't. "And when I suggested that Ashley put that stuff under her bed, he got so mad." I noticed. She bit her thumbnail. "You think he's responsible in some way for what happened to her?" "Not sure yet, but he's definitely hiding something. I don't think he likes us either. A terrible flaw. There's also the chain-smoking, the morose scowling, the bad boy hair. It's like he thinks he's the rebel in the John Hughes movie." She giggled. "We'll pull a choice move from the McGrath playbook. The Corleone, we keep him close. Eventually he'll reveal himself. Works every time." She tucked her hair behind her ears, making the bed shake, but said nothing. "May I ask you something?" I asked. She turned to me, her face a milky blur in the dark. "Terra Hermosa. How were you allowed to live there? Surely there was some kind of age requirement." "Oh, it was legal. But I couldn't leave Eli. She raised me. The worst day of my life up till then was when she fell in the parking lot of Bonnie Lee's Fried Chicken, and the doctor said she had to go into a home." "How old were you when you moved in?" 14. "What about your parents?" She fiddled with the frilly sleeves of her nightgown. "My mom died when I was 3. She had a heart problem. My dad had been put away for 20 years by then." "What was he put away for?" "Mail fraud, wire fraud, identity theft, credit cards. He was real hard-working at being illegal. Eli used to say if my dad put half the energy he did into cutting corners into just driving around the corner, he'd be a billionaire." I nodded. I'd known such men, had investigated more than a few. "For a while I'd spend the day there, leave, then sneak back in at night. But after I got caught, I was all set to go into foster care. But Eli got together with the other seniors on her floor, and they made a big stink. The president ended up surprising everyone because she didn't want a senior uprising. She said if I stayed out of sight when the state evaluators came, I could live there till I finished high school. There was always a room coming available because someone was always dead. When Eli died of cancer, I left without saying goodbye to anyone. I figured if I didn't do it then, I never would. She paused, clearing her throat. She died in the hospital on a Sunday, and I went back to her room to collect her things. There's a waiting list, so I knew someone was going to be moving in. If the family doesn't take away the personal items, they just chuck them, and within seconds the room looks like you were never there in the first place. Just an old bed and chair, a window waiting to be stared out of by the next person. I was getting her stuff together when all of a sudden old Grubby Bill, who lived right across the hall, whistled at me through his teeth. Old Grubby Bill, you haven't mentioned him. Everyone called him Grubby Bill because he always had black dirt under his fingernails. He fought in World War II, and he bragged to everyone he was right beside Hitler's bunker when it exploded. So people used to whisper some of the debris from that bunker was still under his fingernails, which was why they were so filthy. She paused, sniffing. He whistled at me to come into his room. He was always whistling at people. I was scared to go in there. Nobody ever did because it smelled. But he dug under his bed and pulled out a Rockport shoebox. He told me he'd been saving up money for my dreams. It had $600 in it. He handed it to me and said, "Now's your chance to make something of yourself. Scram, kid." So I scrammed. I walked to the Kissimmee station and got on a bus to New York. People don't realize how easy life is to change. You just get on the bus. She fell silent. For a while, neither of us spoke, letting her story drift like a raft between us. I was lucky, she went on. Most people just get one mom and dad. I got a whole crowd. You were very lucky. She seemed pleased, tucking her hands inside the long white sleeves. It's easy to be yourself in the dark. Ever noticed that? Guess we should probably get some sleep. The bed shook as she hopped off and darted out of the room. Night, Woodward. Night, Bernstein. Vanity Fair Daily, Culture, Society, Politics. Web exclusive. The Enchanter's Daughter, October 29, 2011. Fans of reclusive cult film god Stanislaus Cordova were rocked 2 weeks ago when news broke that his 24-year-old daughter, Ashley, was found dead in a New York City warehouse, an apparent suicide. Vanity Fair's Liz Kruger tracks down Ashley's freshman roommate at Amherst College and learns that the auteur's glam, wild-spirited daughter leaves in her tragic wake as many alarming questions as her notorious father. We lived together almost the entire year, and I can't say that I knew her, says Emma Banks, Ashley's roommate freshman year at Amherst College, from 2005 to 2006. She was wild. I'm from Moline, Kansas, population 371. We didn't have girls like Ashley in my town. I mean, she had a crazy Japanese tattoo on her foot and drank whiskey while she wrote her term papers. The fact that I'm sitting in Pastis on a Wednesday morning, having croissants with a woman who actually knew Ashley Brett Cordova, feels a bit surreal. Ever since news broke of her alleged suicide in a run-down Chinatown warehouse, the first report of anything Cordova-related in years, notwithstanding the slander scandal surrounding investigative journalist Scott McGrath 5 years ago, I'd been trying to track down Ashley's friends, neighbors, people she worked with, to hear what they had to say about her, if they could explain such a tragedy, to no avail. Ashley used no social media, which in this day and age means you don't exist. Google gives rise only to her childhood music career and her role in her father's last film, To Breathe with Kings, a bootleg copy of which I can find exclusively on Craigslist for $1,950. Contacting the Spence School, where I hear she spent half a semester, and Amherst College, where she graduated, to obtain her academic transcripts proves impossible.
Her records have been sealed. So far, my wild goose chase leads me only to Emma Banks, 25, formerly of Moline, Kansas, currently of Chelsea, New York City. An economics major at Amherst, she now works as an analyst at J.P. Morgan Chase. Ashley read things like Interview and Lord Byron. Banks continues, thoughtfully pulling apart a croissant. Sometimes she stayed up all night composing music. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and see she was awake in bed with a flashlight, her pencil scratching away. The rest of us freshmen wandered around in big, awkward groups, worried about grades, who our friends would be, fitting in. She already knew who she was, and nothing scared her. When I ask what she means by this, Banks tells me about an incident halfway into the fall semester, when she and a friend attended an off-campus party. When they arrived, there was a commotion in the back room. Making her way through the crowd, Banks saw everyone was watching a strip poker drinking game, which consisted of Ashley Cordova and 8 men, all seniors. I would have been so intimidated, says Banks. They were on the lacrosse team. Economics majors, super arrogant. All of them thought they were the next George Soros. Ashley drank them under the table. 4 had to excuse themselves to go throw up all over the lawn. Soon it was just her and this rich kid named Carson. He was a third, a total asshole. You know those guys who use words like attenuate in conversation and talk about summers on the vineyard? Well, within an hour he was stripped to nothing but his tighty-whities. So wasted, he staggered out of his chair and fell to the floor unconscious. Ashley was totally sober. She had all their money, and the only thing she had to take off was her sweater. That was the moment every guy on campus fell in love with her. Banks describes another incident when she came home late one night from the library to find Ashley holding a truth or dare party in their room. Ashley refused to do truth, only dares, says Banks. The dares became more and more insane, and she wouldn't hesitate. At one point, someone dared her to put out a cigarette with her fingers. She did it on her tongue. When they were daring her to climb onto the roof, and she climbed right out, walking along the edge, we were on the top floor of Appleton. I felt sick and had to leave the room. When I came back an hour later, the party had broken up, and she was in bed reading like nothing had happened. I asked Banks if Ashley ever talked about her home life, her father in particular. No, she was private. But at a party just before Christmas break, I remember seeing her making out with this junior soccer player, Matt, who every girl on campus was obsessed with. She went off with him, I think, because she didn't come back to the room for 4 days. When she did, she was curled up on her bed, sobbing. It scared me because I'd never seen her like that. So I asked what was wrong, and she said, a demolished heart. That was so Ashley. Her heart wasn't just broken, it was demolished, She said she was in love with someone, and there was no hope. I figured Matt had blown her off. But Matt started calling all the time, trying to see her, so I don't think it had to do with him. It was something else. Someone else. I never knew who. Banks was an economics major and spent most nights in the library. Soon she had a boyfriend and rarely spent time in the room. Though when she was there, Ashley never was. I think she was taking the train all the time into Manhattan, doing her own thing as well as her schoolwork. In spite of all her running around, she made better grades than me. I remember seeing her semester average printed out on her desk, and it was all A's. She did everything to the max, blew it out of the ground, an expression she used. She hated things that were wishy-washy and weak and cautious, which was probably how she saw me. Banks knew nothing about Ashley's family, except that they called regularly like her own parents. Most times it was her mom. She had a thick French accent, very glamorous. But one time I picked up when Ashley wasn't there, and a man with a deep voice asked for her. I asked who was calling, and he said, her father. That was it. This state of affairs continued until about midway through spring semester. when Ashley abruptly disappeared from Amherst, with no word as to why. There were a series of phone calls for her, Banks tells me. I didn't recognize the voice. It was a man, though, and suddenly Ashley was gone. This Hispanic woman came a week later to pack up her stuff. I wasn't there, but people saw her. I came back to the room and it was stripped bare. The only thing left were 3 photos I found months later, when I was moving out for the summer. They'd fallen down behind her dresser. She had an old 1970s Polaroid camera, and she was always taking pictures with it. It was 3 of them. I asked Banks where she thought Ashley had gone. People whispered that she'd gotten pregnant, she tells me, or she'd done something illegal, or was into hard drugs and had to go to rehab. No one knew. But then, spring of my sophomore year, she was back. She'd gotten permission to live off campus. I'd lost contact with her, but I remember seeing her once alone in the library reading, at the end of senior year. I wanted to go up to her to say hi, but I didn't. I guess I was still intimidated. Banks says she was saddened to hear of Ashley's death. At the time of this article's publication, the NYPD have yet to release the medical examiner's official ruling, though preliminary inquiries point to suicide. Banks admits her stunning, free-spirited roommate awed her. Now she feels only regret, wishing she'd taken the time to get to know her, see what was behind Ashley's daredevil attitude and thirst for living. If I learned anything about her, it was that she lived with a vehemence most of us never have the courage for, Banks tells me. But there was something about her that precluded an ordinary existence. In some ways, I'm not surprised she's dead. A job, husband, kids, a beach house, that wasn't her. I can't explain why, except she was more like a force that whipped through life, defying logic, scaring you, even hurting you, because she was everything you wanted to be, but you knew you'd never have the guts. And then she was gone. That was my experience of Ashley Cordova. Banks falls silent, her uneaten croissant pulled to flaky tatters on her plate. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Ashley C. She smiles with embarrassment. Spring semester, after she was gone so suddenly, someone on our floor, I never found out who, wrote that on the dry erase board hanging outside our door. I left it up because it was amazing. No one would ever rewrite an Edgar Allan Poe poem for me, you know. Banks checks her watch. She pulls on her gray jacket and slings her J.P. Morgan Chase bag over her shoulder. That's all I know, she says, draining the rest of her cappuccino and gently returning the cup to the saucer. She sighs. Guess I have to get back to my life now. 43. I closed the Vanity Fair article on my BlackBerry. It was after 10 a.m., and we were in a taxi speeding down Avenue A. I was actually reassured by the piece, published on the website early this morning. The reporter hadn't made much headway in her investigation, thank Christ, and a Google search of news for Ashley Cordova revealed no other reporter had uncovered the critical lead, that Ashley had been admitted to Briarwood, which meant we were still ahead of the game, at least for now. I made quick note of one odd detail, Ashley's unexpected leave from Amherst during her freshman year. "There it is," Nora said suddenly, and the driver pulled over. We turned down East 9th Street, and Nora was indicating a narrow storefront, sunken some 5 feet down from the sidewalk, a black front gate, and a beat-up red metal awning, a single word painted across it in purple letters. Enchantments. On its website, Enchantments called itself New York City's oldest and largest witchcraft and goddess supply store. We climbed out of the cab, headed down the front steps encrusted with dead leaves and cigarette butts, stepping inside. Immediately, a tall, freckle-faced, orange-haired kid moved out from behind the cash register shouting, "Zero, come back here!" Zero being a white Persian cat that had run toward the open door,
though I closed the door before it could escape. "Thanks, man," said the kid. There was an overpowering smell of incense, the ceiling low, narrow brick walls slanting inward, like a corridor in an M.C. Escher print. They were lined with wooden shelves crammed with mystical knickknacks. In enchantments, it seemed all holy items were created equal. The store was arranged as if Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, Vishnu, plus a couple of random pagans, had gotten together to hold a garage sale. Mini witch cauldrons, in tall, grande, and venti, were brazenly stacked next to St. Francis, Mary, and a few Catholic saints. Beside them was a much paged-through paperback on display, Jewish Cabal Magic, which sat next to a Bible which was beside tarot cards, sachets of potpourri called Luck and Happiness Wanga bags, a basket of carved wax crucifixes, ceramic frogs, and plastic vials of holy water, on sale for $5.95. Apparently, many New Yorkers had given up on shrinks and yoga and thought, hell, let's try magic, because the store was crowded. Toward the back, a group of 30-something women were swarming around a tall bookcase, crammed with hundreds of colored candles, choosing them with a frantic intensity. A tired, middle-aged man in a blue button-down, he looked alarmingly like my stockbroker, was carefully reading the directions on the back of a Ouija board. I stepped around Nora and a solemn boy with stringy brown hair paging through a pamphlet. I glanced at the title over his shoulder, Guide to Planetary and Magical Significance, and walked over to the display case. Inside were silver necklaces, pendants, and charms, carved with hieroglyphics and other symbols I didn't recognize. Hanging from the ceiling above the cash register was a 5-pointed star surrounded by a circle, a pentagram, the symbol for Satanists, if I remembered correctly from my college days. Beyond that, on the back wall, were framed 8x10 black-and-white headshots of men and women who had the severe expressions and dead raisin eyes of serial killers. Legendary witches and warlocks, no doubt. A small, faded, handwritten sign was taped beside them. We do not sell black magic supplies, so don't even ask. The orange-haired kid who chased Zero to the back of the store shuffled over to us. Need some help? Yes, said Nora, setting a book she'd been leafing through, signs, symbols, and omens, back down on the stand. We were hoping someone could help us identify some herbs and roots that we found in strange patterns in our friend's room. He nodded, totally unsurprised, and pointed his thumb toward the back. Ask the witches on call, he said. They know everything. I hadn't noticed it when we entered, but in the back of the store there was a wooden counter, a young Hispanic kid sitting behind it. Nora and I made our way to him, filing around the women fussing over the colored candles. One with frizzy red hair was holding a purple, a yellow, an orange, and a green. Should I get St. Elijah and San Miguel, too? She asked her friend. Don't mess this up, Nora whispered. I know you don't believe in this stuff, but it doesn't mean you can be rude. Me? What are you talking about? She shot me a look of warning before stepping behind a young woman, quietly discussing something with a Hispanic kid. He was perched on a tall stool, industriously carving into a green candle with a large hunting knife. He didn't look like a witch, but that was probably the same dim observation as a neighbor telling the evening news old Jimmy, who lived in his mother's basement and was rarely seen in daylight, didn't look like a homicidal maniac. This male witch had shaggy black hair and was wearing an army green workman's shirt, the kind popularized by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, giving him a sort of socialist tropical authority. Cluttering the wooden counter in front of him were colored candles, sachets of herbs, bottles of oils and dark liquids, box cutters, string, switchblades. On a clipboard hanging off the side of the counter by a rope was a cluster of tattered pages. I grabbed it. Enchantment's custom-carved menu, it read, flipping through. Win at court. This candle allows you to win in all legal matters great and small. Purple wisdom, used for overcoming obstacles, known or unknown, and for prophetic decisions. It is for gaining wisdom in the ancient sciences such as astrology, hermetic magic, Kabbalism, and other magical systems. Come to me. This candle works on people who are full of sexual desire and brings them together. It is a very powerful sexual candle and should be used with caution. I should have come here years ago. The woman in front of us stepped aside and we moved to the counter. "How can I help you?" the kid asked without glancing up. Nora, in a lowered voice, tactfully explained why we were there, removing 2 Ziploc bags from her purse, one containing the dirt sample, the other with a cluster of roots tied together with white string. "We found this under our friend's bed, in a series of strange circles," she said, holding up the dirt sample. "We need help identifying what it is and why it was put there." The kid set down the knife, taking time to carefully wipe his hands on a rag before taking the bags. Without opening it, he rubbed the dirt between his fingers, inspecting it under the small desk lamp in front of him. He then opened it, sniffing, blinking from the stench. He resealed it, set it down, hopping off the stool. He grabbed a small stepladder, shoved into the corner, and set it down in front of the shelves to our right. They spanned all the way to the ceiling and were jam-packed with row upon row of giant glass jars filled with herbs, each one with a faded label. I stepped forward to read a few. Arrowroot, balm of Gilead, bladder wrack, deer's tongue, dragon's blood chunks, 5-finger grass, High John the Conqueror root, queen of the meadow, Job's tears. The kid climbed the ladder, reaching up on his tiptoes to collect a jar from the top shelf. Valerian root, read the label. He returned to the counter with it, opened the lid, using a spoon to scoop some of the dirt-like substance into his palm. He compared it to the contents in the Ziploc bag. "Same texture, same smell," he whispered to himself. "What is it?" asked Nora. "Vandal root." "What's that?" I asked. "An herb. Its magical reputation is pretty dark." "Its magical reputation?" He nodded, unperturbed by my skepticism. "Sure. Vandal is used a lot in black magic, hexing, forcing love, uncrossing. It's kind of like coming across a gimp costume in your best friend's closet. There's no explaining that shit away, know what I mean?" I wasn't sure I did, but I nodded anyway. "You said it was laid out in a specific pattern?" he asked. "Yes." I showed him the photos on my BlackBerry. "We also found these twigs tied together," added Nora, indicating the other bag on the counter. "They were hidden along the door jamb of her front door." The kid, frowning at it, reached into a box on his left, donning a pair of latex gloves, and pulled out the clump of sticks. "Where'd you find all this?" he asked uncertainly. "In a friend's room that she was renting," I answered. He squinted at the root in the light, twirling it in his fingers. "This looks like some really high-level shit, so you should talk to Cleopatra. Let me see if she's available." He yanked aside a heavy black velvet curtain in the back wall, and as he disappeared, I caught a glimpse of another room with dim red light and a few candles. "Hang on to your wallet," I said to Nora. "We've been marked as whales. We're about to be granted access to the High Rollers room. They're going to be offering us glimpses of our future, contact with the dead, and other soul-cleaning paraphernalia that's going to save us from bad vibes and set us back a couple $1,000. "Shh," she admonished, as the Hispanic kid stuck his head out. "She'll see you," he said, and held aside the curtain for us. Nora grabbed the plastic bags, eagerly stepping after him, like she'd just been granted a one-on-one with the Pope in the Vatican's inner chambers. With a silent Hail Mary, I followed. 44. It was a small back room, lit with gloomy red light, crumbling brick walls draped with black fabric, a circular wooden table with a few folding chairs, a red stained glass lamp suspended over it. A woman, Cleopatra, I could only assume, was standing in the back beside a messy counter, talking on a cordless phone, her back to us. She was tall and pudgy, wearing a black peasant blouse, jeans, old red Doc Martens. Her shoulder-length jet-black hair, streaked with chunks of purple, sat atop her shoulders like a lampshade. "Have a seat," the Hispanic kid said, pulling out the chairs for us around the table. "I'm Dexter, by the way." "Yeah, let's try that on him," Cleopatra said into the phone, her voice flat and clinical. "The juniper berries. See how he reacts. If he doesn't call you to set up the third date, we'll try something more potent." She set the phone down and turned around. She was Asian, Korean, I guessed, with a stark, chubby face, late 40s. She wore a long clip of bluebird feathers in her hair, and so many silver bracelets, cuffs, dangly skull earrings, necklaces, one pendant a 4-inch tooth from the mouth of a tiger. As she strode toward us, she rattled and clanged. "I'm Cleo," she announced flatly. "Here you found evidence of a black trick." "We don't know what it is," said Nora. Cleo, clearly having heard this many times, pulled an upholstered armchair, set against the wall, over to the table, foam crumbling out of the seat. She sat down, folding one leg under her, the other knee up, linking her arm around it, so when she was finally still, she was in a warped pose, something between an extreme-level yoga position and a dead, twisted insect one finds along a windowsill. "Get me up to speed," she asked Dex with a touch of impatience. He picked up the Ziploc bags and my BlackBerry and walked her through the evidence like an intern showing a specialist a confounding MRI. "But see this?" he murmured, pointing at something. "And here? I didn't understand the symmetry. First I thought anvil dust or maybe rabbit feces, but then that. I've never seen—" His voice trailed into doubtful silence. She grabbed the phone, narrowing her eyes as she zoomed in on one of the pictures. "I got it," she said with a glance at Dex. "You can go now." He nodded, and with a final look back at us, what appeared to be genuine worry, he darted around the curtain, back into the store. Cleo inspected the pictures for another minute, ignoring us. She picked up the herbs, sniffing them, unaffected by the rank smell, and then studied the roots, the strand of feathers clipped into her hair, rolling along her cheek as she leaned over the table. "Tell me where you found all of this," she said in a low voice. "Inside the room that a friend of ours was renting," said Nora. "The circles and the charcoal were under her cot." "Who is this friend?" "We'd like that to remain anonymous," I said. "Man or woman?" "Woman," answered Nora. "And where is she now?" "That's also something we don't care to discuss," I said. "How is she?" "Fine," I answered. "Why?" Cleo had been closely inspecting the bouquet of roots, but now she looked up at me. She had black eyes, so deeply embedded in her plump face I couldn't see the whites, only the black irises, sparking with light in spite of the dimness of the room. "Your friend has a pretty severe curse on her." She didn't elaborate, only set down the branches and sat back in the chair, patiently waiting for us to say something. I stared back at her in silence. So did Nora. Normally, I would have shrugged off such a pronouncement, thinking it was pure superstition. Yet there was something about Cleopatra, her point-blank certainty, that wasn't so easy to shrug off. First of all, the woman looked like Confucius's punk sister. She also spoke in a bland, expert neurosurgeon's monotone. "What type of curse?" I asked her. "Not sure," Cleo answered. "It wasn't a simple jinx." She grabbed my BlackBerry, holding up one of the pictures. She performed a high-level uncrossing ritual. Vandal root in a circle mixed with sulfur, salt, insect chitin, dried human bones, probably some other stuff that'll make your stomach turn. All of that encircling asafoetida burned on a perfect pyramid of charcoal. There was probably a really repulsive smell. "Yes," answered Nora quickly. "That was the devil's dung, asafoetida. It repels evil and brings harm to enemies. Another way to undo a trick is to mix it with vandal root, black hemp feathers, black arts powder,
and a strand of hair off the person who cursed you. You urinate into it, put the mixture into a glass jar, and bury it in a place you know they'll walk over again and again, like their front porch or garage. After that, they'll pretty much leave you alone for the rest of your life.
Does it work on ex-wives? I asked. If she lives in a Fifth Avenue co-op, can I just leave it with the doorman? Nora shot me a look of rebuke, but Cleopatra only cleared her throat.
If you don't have access to a location where they'll be, she went on patiently, you do what your friend did. Set up a vandal circle. Did it work? Asked Nora. Did it remove the curse from her? No idea. Spells are like really crude antibiotics. You have to try different ones to see what's responsive. Super spells can be resistant like a strain of bacteria, one that constantly morphs to stay firmly attached to and thriving on the host. Have you talked to your friend lately? How's she feeling?
Nora eyed me uncomfortably. What about these twigs we found over the door? I asked. Cleo reclined in the chair as she considered the cluster on the table.
It's devil's shoestring, a natural occurring root from the honeysuckle family. It grows in wild fields and forests. It's used for protection. In the deep American South, people make anklets out of it, or they douse them in whiskey and bury them in the ground. You can also do what your friend did. Take 9 pieces, some white string, tie a single knot around each piece, 9 roots, 9 knots, and then you stick it somewhere by your front door or under your porch. Some people bury it in their front yard.
What does it do? I asked. She stared at me for a moment before answering, her face unreadable.
It trips up the devil.
Trips him?
Stops him. Gives him pause.
I see, I said, picking up the roots. I don't know why the U.S. spends $600 billion on national defense. We should just make sure every American family has a set of these. Cleo was clearly used to and totally unfazed by skeptics and non-believers. She didn't react, only interlaced her ring-laden fingers, skulls, Egyptian ankhs, a cat's head, atop her raised knee.
Did your friend take baths before sunrise? She asked.
Yes, said Nora, in really icy water. I was about to ask Nora what she was talking about when I suddenly remembered the strange incident Iona had described. The early morning when she'd come upon Ashley bathing in the tub.
So she did cleansing rituals, said Cleo, nodding.
What are they for? I asked.
They grant purification from evil. For a time. They're not permanent. More of a temporary band-aid. Did she wash her floors?
Nora glanced at me. We don't know.
Was she cold to the touch?
No idea, I answered.
Did you notice if she had difficulty communicating, almost as if she had a mouthful of peanut butter or sand?
We wouldn't know.
What about an alarming heaviness? Meaning?
Cleo shrugged.
I've heard of some people, if they're under a particularly severe curse for an extended period of time, when they step onto an ordinary scale, they can weigh up to 300, sometimes even 400 pounds, even though visibly they've grown very, very thin.
We wouldn't know that either, I answered, though I had a sudden unnerving vision of the first and only time I'd ever seen Ashley in person, when she was wandering around the reservoir, that strange, trance-like bearing, the heavy sound of her footsteps cutting resoundingly through the rain. Cleo, suddenly struck by a new thought, grabbed my BlackBerry again, frowning as she scrolled through the pictures.
One thing I don't see here is a reversal. When you're dealing with black magic, you have to uncross but also reverse. So the curse boomerangs back onto the perpetrator.
She glanced up at us.
Spells are nothing more than energy. Think of it as charged particles that you've attracted to one concentrated place. You have to put them somewhere. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, but transferred. It's the transfer I don't see evidence of, and that's troubling. She tilted her head, thinking, twirling the tooth pendant in her fingers. Notice any reversing candles in the room? What are reversing candles? Nora asked. White wax on the bottom, black on the top. Nora shook her head. What about a cardboard box filled with objects? No. No mirror box, whispered Cleo to herself. What's a mirror box? I asked. She glanced at me. For straightforward reversals, you get a black candle, inscribe the enemy's name onto it, bury it in a graveyard with pieces of a broken mirror. Whatever negativity or evil aimed at you will reflect back onto them. She cleared her throat, raising an inky black eyebrow. Let's go back to her room. Were there any powders or chalk marks on the floor? It was dark inside, Nora said, but no, we would have noticed something like that. But the floor was sticky, I added. Cleo looked at me. Sticky? As if a soft drink had been spilled all over it, plus a couple of plastic wrappers. Cleo unwound herself from the twisted way she was sitting, leaning across the table, jutting out her chin. Did you pick up one of the wrappers? She demanded it so intensely, I caught a whiff of her breath, hot and garlicky and pungent, like she'd been drinking some strange herbal tea. She had small tobacco-stained teeth crowded together, quite a few in the back capped in gold. No, I said. Then how do you know they were plastic wrappers? That's what they sounded like. She took a deep, agitated breath. Did you go inside the room? She asked, sitting back in the chair. Of course. How do you think we found that thing under her bed? How long ago was this? Just last night. She looked underneath the table. Are those the shoes you were wearing? Yes. She stood up and strode to the back counter, returning with a pair of latex gloves and a pile of faded newspapers. She snapped the gloves onto her hands and spread the newspaper across the table's surface. Take one shoe off and slowly hand it to me, please. Glancing at Nora, she looked stricken. I pulled off one of my black leather boots, handing it to Cleo. Carefully, as if handling a rabid animal, she placed the boot on its side on the newspaper, the sole facing her. She fumbled in her jean pocket and produced a 4-inch switchblade, the handle intricately carved out of some type of animal bone. She opened the blade with her teeth and, holding down the boot with her other hand, scraped it slowly along the sole. She did this for minutes, ignoring us, and when she stopped, inspecting the blade inches from her nose, there was a thick, brownish black paste collected along the edge. It looked like dried molasses. This is the reversal, she whispered. It's a sophisticated foot-track spell. I've never seen anything like it. What's a foot-track spell? Asked Nora. Something for your enemy to walk through, a trap. But we walked through it, I said. Cleo's eyes darted from the knife to me. Does she have any reason to believe you're her enemy? She asked. No, I said, though as soon as I did, I felt an uneasy chill. I had the sudden memory of Ashley stalking me at the reservoir, her hard face staring down at me when she'd appeared abruptly by the gatehouse. Had she considered me a threat? But what had I ever done to her father, except seek the truth? Maybe that alone made me an adversary. But how could the family be so hypocritical when nearly every hero in a Cordova film was desperately searching for the same thing? Didn't that matter? Didn't the art, in some albeit small way, reflect the values of the creator's life? Not necessarily. People had an illogical, self-serving rationale when it came to interpreting the behavior of others. Whatever her reasoning, Cleo whispered, as if reading my mind, her gaze returning to the dark glue coating the knife. One thing is clear. What? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. You've been crossed. 45. You mind expounding on that? Cleo only carefully set down the knife and stood up, striding to the bookcase at the back of the room. Look,
whispered Nora, inspecting the cracked soles of her own motorcycle boots. They were spangled with the same dark blotches, like wads of black gum. She yanked off one, scrutinizing the sole in the overhead light. I could see sand and thread, maybe even fingernails mixed into the paste, glittering splinters of what looked like glass. Cleo returned with a hulking stack of encyclopedias. Hoodoo, Conjuration, Witchcraft, Root Work by Harry Middleton Hyatt read the spines. They looked ancient, with orange covers tied together with a frayed black ribbon. She sat down, picking up Volume 1 and flipping to the contents page, slipping her index finger down the entries. When she came to the end, apparently not finding what she was looking for, she slammed it shut, moving on to Volume 2. I grabbed the book she'd just put down. It reeked of mildew, the pages yellowed. It was published in 1970, and a splotch of red liquid, tomato sauce or blood, had dried along the seam of the title page. Hoodoo, Conjuration, Witchcraft, Root Work. Beliefs accepted by many Negroes and white persons, these being orally recorded among blacks and whites. General description of beliefs. Page 1. Belief in spirits, ghosts, the devil, and the like. Page 19. Timing of spells and recurrence of the effects of spells over time. Page 349. The book appeared to be an encyclopedia of spells, some of the entries short, others extensive. They were transcribed interviews with backwater Southerners with thick accents, their accounts written out phonetically. For example, on page 523, under the title heading, Mojo Hands grouped somewhat alphabetically according to their major ingredient, e.g. buckeye nuts, needles, black cat bone, was the following entry. 669. Jester, you'll see you get a snake. You can take a rattlesnake and dry his head up, pound it up, and then you can go to work and use that as gopher dust. Kill anybody. Waycross, Georgia. I found something similar, muttered Cleo, inspecting the bottom of my boot, before returning her attention to the page in front of her. I craned my neck to read what she was looking at. Volume 4. More conjure work utilizing human body parts and waste. The black bone trick, she whispered, tucking a chunk of purple hair behind her ears. Frayed hemp rope, gum arabic, and gopher dust. Your friend used a slight variation. I see some dark brown sand in here, some seaweed too. She must have picked this up somewhere exotic. You put it down on the floor in a quincunx, which is a makeshift crossroads. Your enemy unknowingly walks through it. Immediately it sticks to his shoes, and within hours it's eating away at his life. Eating away? I asked. What does that mean? She shrugged. I've heard of comas, heart attacks, abruptly losing everything you love, like your job or family, sudden paralysis from the neck down. She raised an eyebrow. Have you felt any strange sensation in your legs? I woke up with my foot asleep this morning, said Nora worriedly. Cleo nodded as if expecting this bad news. She then tilted her head, grabbing that tiger-tooth pendant around her neck, rolling it in her fingers. One thing that troubles me is something you said before, the plastic wrappers all over the floor. I don't think they were plastic wrappers. What were they? Probably snakeskins. If they were filled with graveyard dirt, she combined all of this with a killing curse. And that's, like it sounds, it'll kill you. The Surgeon General says the same thing about cigarettes. She only stared at me. With cigarettes, death takes decades. With this, you could be dead within weeks. Nora looked stricken. Anyone ever told you your witch-side manner was a little harsh? I asked. There's no point sugarcoating black magic. I tried smiling at Nora for reassurance, but she ignored me, staring at the curse-riddled sole of her shoe as if it were a cluster of malignant tumors. Graveyard dirt, I said. That means our friend collected dirt from a graveyard? Yeah, and it's not easy to get. You'll have to do it at a certain time of night, under a certain moon. You have to know whose grave you're taking it from, how the person died. Some witches believe the best dirt to use comes from either a murderer, a baby less than 6 months old, or someone who loved you beyond all reason. You also have to know where you're digging in relation to the body, if it's above the head, heart, or feet. You have to leave something behind, too, as a token of appreciation. Money or whiskey usually works. You mix the dirt into the snake sheds and gopher dust.
What's gopher dust?
Asked Nora. The H-bomb of spell materials. When you gopher someone, you're spiritually poisoning them. It comes from the Congo, the word kufwa, which means to die. The powder's usually a yellowish color, but you mix in the graveyard dirt so it's dark and can't be spotted. It's really powerful because it eats away at your mind without you even realizing it, poisoning your reasoning and your love. It pulls apart the closest friends, isolates you, pits you against the world, so you're driven to the margins, the periphery of life. It'll drive you mad, which in some ways is worse than death. So our friend had something like a PhD in witchcraft, I said. She had a major proficiency in dark magic, absolutely. And what is dark magic? Voodoo? Hoodoo? It can mean any number of things. It's a blanket term for all magic that's used for evil purposes. I'm not an expert. My training is in earth goddess, fertility spells, spiritual cleansing, that kind of thing. A lot of the black stuff's underground, passed down through generations. Secret meetings in the middle of the night, old leather-bound journals filled with spells written backward. Attics stockpiled with the really obscure ingredients, like deer fetuses, lizard feces, baby blood. This stuff is not for people with queasy stomachs, but it works. Does your friend come from a family of occultists? It's possible, I said. Well, she thought she was cursed. She tried hard to stop it, reverse it back onto the executioner. She wanted to kill him. That's what it looks like to me. So maybe she didn't expect you to walk through it, but someone else. Maybe someone who put the curse on her. I suggest tracking your friend down and asking her. Nora shot me a wary look. Here's what I can't tell you, Cleo went on, clearing her throat. Scrape the trick off with a knife or razor blade. Make sure it doesn't touch your skin. Wrap it in newspaper and throw the materials away at a crossroads or a freshwater river. Guess that rules out the Hudson. I'll also give you some reversing candles. She headed to the back again, crouching beside a cabinet, digging through shelves. Again, I really don't have experience with this. You should consult a witch doctor with a specialty in black magic. Where do we find one of those? Disney World? Google it. Some names will come up, but all the really legit ones are in the Louisiana bayou. Cleo returned to the table, handing Nora 2 candles, black by the wick, white at the base. How much are those setting us back? $200? No charge. It's unethical to charge people who come in suffering from dark magic. Kind of like someone coming into the emergency room with a fatal gunshot wound. You do what you can to save their life. Money's irrelevant. Thoughtfully rolling her tiger's tooth pendant between her fingers, Cleo watched us pull on our shoes. Nora, collecting the candles, explained that it had actually been 3 of us who'd been inside the room, so Cleo dug out a 3rd reversing candle and then escorted us back through the store. It was even more crowded. A dapper elderly couple inspected the skull candles. 4 teenage girls browsed incense. A young man with the desperately preppy look of an unemployed Wall Street analyst perused a pamphlet, Enchantment's Fall Class Schedule. Magic was all fun and games until you had the H-bomb of spell materials on the bottom of your shoes. Dexter must have given the orange-haired kid at the register the lowdown, because they stared in fascination as we filed past them. Cleo opened the door for us, shooing away the Persian cat. Good luck, she said. Thanks, said Nora bleakly, stepping outside. I paused. What if I don't buy any of this? I was raised Catholic. Cleo stared at me blankly, though for a moment I swore I caught an amused gleam in her black eyes. Then I guess you have nothing to worry about. She slammed the door closed with a preoccupied expression and darted through the milling crowd, doubtless racing to her red light lair at the back of the shop. 46. You think we're going to die? Asked Nora nervously as we moved up the enchantment steps. Everyone tends to. In the next few days? That goofer stuff she was talking about. She said it can kill you without you even realizing. Well, ex-wives do the exact same thing. The most interesting thing she said was the knowledge of dark magic passed from generation to generation. You think that's what the Cordovas are hiding? That they're all witches or something? I said nothing, the notion sounding absurd. But then, Cordova was a creative eccentric holed up in an isolated estate, basically a petri dish for cultivating the weird and outlandish. Cleo had testified that Ashley was quite proficient in spells. She'd learned how to assemble those materials from someone. But for whom had she intended this black-bone killing curse? Me? Had she laid it knowing I'd investigate her death and eventually show up at Henry Street? What about Hopper? He'd been sent that stuffed monkey and had somehow known she'd frequented Clavier House. Or did she intend it for someone else entirely? Iona, if she could be believed, claimed she'd seen two men outside Ashley's door. One might have been Theo Cordova. Maybe it was her family Ashley considered the enemy, and she'd put down the killing curse for them. Hopper's inclination was to hold them accountable. Maybe they'd been chasing her, trying to find her, fearing she was on the verge of exposing them. She had, after all, been following me, which doubtless would have made the family quite nervous. Nora was thinking it over, nibbling her thumbnail. It could be why Ashley took her life. She couldn't handle the guilt of what the family had done for years, practicing black magic. She wrinkled her nose. Maybe that's what the housekeeper at the Waldorf noticed when she saw that mark in her eye. Maybe she could tell Ashley practiced black magic. At this point, it's all conjecture. Closing the metal gate behind us, I realized my phone was buzzing. I assumed it was Hopper, but instead it was an email notification from the blackboards, indicating someone had answered my post, though to read the response I needed my laptop with a Tor browser. You might think this magic stuff is hogwash, but I don't, Nora said, scraping the soles of her boots on the curb. This curse is like cement. We need to go back to the apartment. I stepped onto the street, hailing an approaching cab. What about going to Rising Dragon Tattoos and asking about that receipt? We'll do it later. Someone on the blackboards answered my post. Blackboards, talk to strangers, help. Posted by Gaetana Stevens, 2991, 10/29/11, 2:11 a.m. Views, 9,332. I need assistance identifying and privately accessing a mysterious private club on Long Island. I'm told it has a French name and is held in a former jail or forgotten prison. Any direction offered much appreciated. Thanks. Reply to Help, Oubliette. Posted by Special Agent Fox, 10/29/11, 10:24 a.m. Views, 189. It's called Oubliette, the party you seek. The butterflies that swarm there make decent men weep. Women are verboten in this cellar of sickness. The sentences carried out, no good girl should witness. If you were a member, such a question you wouldn't bother to pose. My guess is you're a fraud. The lost way in I'll now disclose. Drive midnight tonight to Montauk. Walk east down the shore. When you spot Duchamp's staircase, proceed to the door. Oubliette is a madhouse, a hell, an attack. Partaking or gawking, you must watch your back. If you're exposed or you're weak, you'll be lost from the day, and all those who love you will be left to pray. 47. Oubliette. There was no mention of it as a private nightclub on the Internet. Nothing to verify the claims of Special Agent Fox. According to Wikipedia, the word derived from the French verb oublier and meant forgotten place. Historically, an oubliette was the most claustrophobic and hidden section of a castle dungeon, where there was only an iron trapdoor in the ceiling and no light. A cell so minuscule it was often impossible for the prisoner to turn around or even move. A casket for the alive but damned. It was reserved for the most reviled prisoners, those the captors wanted to forget. My guess was it was some type of sex club. It didn't appear to make for a particularly fun-filled Saturday night, but Iona had claimed Ashley was going to the club, so it was certainly worth a shot to try and find someone there who'd encountered her. At 8 o'clock that night, the October weather chilly and overcast, Nora and I left Perry Street to pick up Hopper. He'd finally responded to our messages and wanted to join, which was fine by me. With that coup he'd produced with Clavierhouse, he was proving to be an unexpected asset to the investigation. He told us to pick him up at the corner of Bowery and Stanton. We waited more than 20 minutes, and just when I was thinking we'd have to leave without him, it was a 3-hour drive to Montauk, the easternmost town of the Hamptons on Long Island. Hopper emerged from the Sunshine Hotel. It was an infamous place, one of the city's last flop houses, where rooms, more like stalls suited for barnyard mules, went for $4.50 a night. I could only assume Hopper had been doing business there, dropping off candy for quite a few customers with a sweet tooth, because the men around the entrance smiled with jittery appreciation as he ambled past them. "How's the Sunshine?" I asked as he sank into the back seat. Not bothering to acknowledge us, he took out a wad of crumpled bills, counted them, and then tucked them inside his coat pocket. "Awesome," he muttered. Within minutes, we were speeding down the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, Nora breathlessly filling Hopper in on everything we'd learned at Enchantments, including the black-bone killing curse we'd stepped on, thanks to Ashley. She pointed out the splotches on Hopper's own Converse sneakers. He had a sizable black wad on his left heel. His reaction was little more than cynical disbelief. "What about that tattoo parlor?" he asked her. "Rising Dragon." "We didn't make it there yet," she said. "When we saw we'd gotten a response on the blackboards about Oubliette, we headed straight back to Perry Street." Hopper said nothing, squinting thoughtfully out the window. 3 hours later, Hopper was passed out cold in the back seat, and Nora was scanning satellite radio. I was doing 80 on Route 27, the empty highway, like a great tear ripping through the salt marshes and brackish meadows. I'd been out here quite a few times back in my married days, but never at 5 after midnight on a mission like this. "I want to come," said Nora. "We went over this," I said. "But Ashley went?" "I can easily pass for a boy. I brought pants to change into and a baseball cap." "This isn't Boys Don't Cry, and after your performance at Briarwood, we've established you're no Hilary Swank." Within minutes we were driving through Montauk, so dark and still it looked like an evacuated fairground, the brightly lit sidewalks strewn with sand and empty plastic bottles, deserted. Shingled beach cottages, so cheerful in the summer, now hunched sullenly on the hill, dark and dour, bracing themselves for the winter. Even the locals were nowhere to be found. I made a right onto South Emery Street and a left onto Emerson, accelerating past darkened shops and inns, Ocean Resort, Born Free Motel, signs reading, "See you next year," and then the Sea Haven Diner, its blue 24-hour neon sign bright in the window, a few cars parked in the lot out front. I sped past it and turned onto Whalers Way, edging past a cluster of beach condos and pulling up behind a dented pickup. When I cut the engine, I could hear the roar of the ocean somewhere in the dark in front of us. "Okay, troops," I said, "let's move." We climbed out, Hopper yawning and stretching.
I locked the car and handed the keys to Nora as we headed back to Emerson Street. "You want Hopper to go in with you?" I asked her. "I can handle it," she said, incensed. Slinging her gray purse onto her shoulder, she spun on her heel and shuffled away. We watched her go, her footsteps crunching down the sidewalk, the hem of her dress flashing green as she passed under the streetlight. She was dressed like Lily Munster meets Cinderella by way of punk in a pea-green velvet dress, black crocheted tights, Moe's motorcycle boots, and black fingerless gloves. "Maybe you should catch up with her," I said. "Make sure she's okay waiting in there." Hopper shrugged. "She'll be fine." Glad to know Chivalry's not dead. He only squinted after her. Nora pulled open the door to the diner, disappearing inside. When she didn't emerge, I zipped up my jacket. "Let's get going," I said. 48. We walked down Whaler's Way, along the wood fence to the beach, beyond the reach of the street lamps. I took out my pocket flashlight. We trudged through the sand and up the sloping hill, a freezing headland wind hitting us hard, slicing right through my clothes. Not knowing Oubliette's dress code, I was wearing all black, leather jacket, slacks, button-down, hoping the Russian vor look, vor being Russian slang for crime lord, would be enough for people to sense I should be left alone. The wind grew stronger, the rumbles of the Atlantic deafening as we crested the knoll. The beach looked deserted. The ocean was rough, choppy with whitecaps, the waves crashing along the shore violently, their white explosions the only interruption in the dome of darkness surrounding us. Staring eastward, far ahead of us down the coast, were condos and houses. All of them looked dark, boarded up for the winter, and beyond the streetlights of town, Montauk's steep cliffs rising along the shore. Duchamp's staircase. It was an ambiguous clue, to say the least. I knew the modernist cubist painting of 1912 it seemed to refer to. Marcel Duchamp's nude descending a staircase, number 2. Nora and I had Googled the work before leaving Perry Street, though how I was going to associate that with something on this beach, I had no idea. I turned to Hopper, but he'd wandered down to the water, standing there, immobile, his coat whiplashing behind him, seawater frothing inches from his feet. He looked so dark and melancholy, contemplating the thundering waves. I wondered if he was considering walking right into them, letting them swallow him. "It's this way!" I shouted, my voice scarcely audible above the wind. He must have heard me because he turned and started after me. The walk was slow going. The sand was littered with debris after a recent storm, tangled ropes of seaweed, smashed shells, bottles and rocks, long bony arms of driftwood reaching out of the sand. The wind picked up as we trudged on, trying to shove us back, the salty air abrasive and biting. We hiked past blocks of boxy condos with empty porches and parking lots, motels with dark welcome signs. I scrutinized every battered flight of stairs leading down to the beach, looking for some sign of life, but there was nothing. We were alone out here. After 20 minutes, we'd walked beyond the town of Montauk and had reached Ditch Plains, the surfing beach. It was empty, nothing but a surfboard's lost ankle strap half buried in the sand. As I scaled some rocks, I didn't move out of the way in time as a wave crashed ashore, and I got soaked up to my shins in icy water. I could forget about a Russian vor. I was going to look like Tom Hanks in goddamn Castaway by the time I arrived. If I arrived. Here the beach narrowed considerably, the massive cliffs like muscular knotted shoulders bulging down the coast. Ahead, there were only multi-million-dollar beachfront estates, and it certainly wasn't a stretch to imagine that a secret party took place at one. But looking far ahead, my eyes watering in the fierce wind, I could see black silhouettes of beach houses perched high on the bluffs, but not a single light. Oubliette, the forgotten place.
Maybe that meant they partied in the dark. Hopper had moved ahead of me. He'd been silently striding along with dogged resolve, staring at the sand, unaware, it seemed, of the cold or the tide drenching his Converse sneakers, the hem of his coat now soaked. I picked up my pace to catch up, my flashlight whipping over the rocks, empty crab shells, the chains of seaweed. I could see he'd stopped and was waiting for me beside a flight of wooden steps. They stretched from the sand up the cliff to a house, hidden high above us, over the precipice. "Think this is it?" he shouted. There was nothing about those stairs that reminded me of the painting. I shook my head. "Let's keep going!" We moved on, and within 10 minutes we reached the next flight, this one half demolished. Though at first glance I saw nothing here either that brought to mind Duchamp, I inspected it with the beam of the flashlight and saw with surprise that the steps above actually did look cubist. Pieces of splintered driftwood had been nailed crudely together, zigzagging randomly up the sheer rock face and disappearing over the top. It wasn't so much stairs as a rickety ladder barely attached to the rock. It was, however, the second staircase we'd passed, and the title of the painting included number 2. "This might be it," I shouted. Hopper nodded and leapt up onto the first step. It was 5 feet off the ground, the lowest stairs, including part of the railing, strewn in mangled pieces across the sand. The structure shuddered dangerously under his weight as he climbed farther up, eventually reaching a part where the handrail was intact, so he could use that to balance himself. I stepped up onto the first platform and, making a mental note not to look down, took off after him. Every wooden plank felt damp and rotten, sagging under my feet. At one point, a plank Hopper stepped onto snapped in half, his leg going through 2 more rotten planks below that, so he hung by the railings, and I had to duck so the wood didn't nail me in the face as it careened past, crashing onto the beach below. He managed to scramble onto the next step, which held his weight, and took off climbing up again. Within minutes, Hopper had vanished over the top. When I made it, it was a white-knuckle pull-up, as the last few steps were completely out. I stood up in tall beach grass, switching off the flashlight. We were in someone's backyard. Beyond manicured grass, a covered swimming pool, and clusters of black cherry trees, sat a massive, cedar-shingled mansion, entirely dark and still. I checked my watch. It was after 1. "Maybe we're too late," I whispered. Hopper eyed me. "Sounds like you need to get out more." He took off deliberately through the shad bush onto the path, making his way toward the house. I followed him, though when we were some 20 yards from the back patio, without warning, a door opened. Dense, throbbing music filled the air. Pale white light flooded the flagstones. Hopper and I froze, pressing our backs into the hedge along the path. A lanky kid, sporting a black bar apron, emerged, dragging numerous garbage bags. He hauled them across the patio, tossing each one against a low wall stretching around the side of the house, the sound of shattering glass bottles exploding through the night. After he tossed the last bag, he retreated back into the mansion, slamming the door hard. Silence again engulfed the house. Hopper and I waited for a minute, the only noise the wind, the faint roar of the ocean far below. With a nod to each other, we sprinted the final distance to the patio and up the steps. Hopper tried the door. It opened easily, and we slipped inside. 49. It was some kind of backroom storage area. The overhead lights had been switched off, and it was freezing inside. We appeared to be alone. Stacked all around us were large wooden crates and boxes, a 2-wheeled cart propped against the wall. I stepped over to the crates and read the labels: Remy Martin, Diva Vodka, Chateau Lafite, Ray and Nephew Limited Jamaican Rum. not too shabby. Spanning the wall was a row of oversized steel refrigerators, and beyond that, in an alcove, hanging from a line of hooks, black pants and shirts, some type of waiter's uniform. There was a long wooden table at the center of the room cluttered with supplies, and I stepped over. Piled across it were cellophane-wrapped blocks of what had to be cocaine, each one about a kilo. There were at least 100, plus 4 padlocked cash boxes chained by a metal cable to the table legs. "It's an airport duty-free shop in Cartagena," I muttered. Hopper stepped beside me, raising his eyebrows. "Or some billionaire's outfitted his bunker really nicely for the end of the world." He grabbed one of the bricks of coke, tossed it into the air like it was a football, he a seasoned quarterback. He caught it and stuffed it into his coat pocket. "Are you nuts?" "What?" "Put it back." He shrugged, wandering over to the refrigerators. "It's market research." He wrenched open one of the steel fridge doors, the shelves packed with foam cartons and trays. "I've crashed parties like this before." He rummaged through the containers. "It's underwritten by a Saudi prince, maybe a Russian. All this shit for them is like Bud Light and pretzels to us. Would you give a shit if a couple bags of Fritos go missing?" I picked up a box of Cuban cigars, Cohiba Bajiques. Hopper, scrutinizing a black glass jar, returned it to the shelf. "There's more caviar here than the Black Sea." "Help yourself. I'm getting out of here before the Saudi prince needs a pick-me-up." I stepped over to the door on the opposite side of the room. I could hear house music throbbing like the gears of the earth as it turned, shimmering, relentless. I opened the door a crack and peered out. It took a moment of adjustment to understand what I was seeing. It was a party, and yet the floor, black and white geometric inlaid tiles, rippled like a sea. It spanned an immense circular atrium, ringed with Corinthian pillars. Yet there was no ceiling, just a bright blue cloud-filled sky. How the hell was it a perfect summer day in here? In the distance, beyond stone arches covered in ivy and dark doorways leading down dirt paths, there was a luscious, bloom-filled garden where stone Greek statues reclined in the sun. An egret waded in a shining stream. Red and green parrots soared through the jungle, sunlight filtering divinely through the canopy. As my eyes madly searched for some semblance of reality, my mind short-circuited, both entranced and trying to form some rational conclusion as to what the hell it was. A biosphere, a staged play, an adult Disney World, a portal to another planet. And then I caught a flaw in the tropical paradise. Along the floor, about a foot from where I stood, there was a light socket. All of it was painted, a photorealist trompe-l'oeil of such detail and beauty. In the dimmed amber light, it was all somehow alive, thriving. At the sunken center of the room, seated on the leather couches, standing around the marble tables, was a dense crowd. They were real, I was certain. They were middle-aged men, most with the battered, gargoyle faces of self-made tycoons, a few with the flabby demeanors of those who'd inherited their wealth. Most of them Caucasian, a few Japanese. Women drifted among them, dripping in gowns and jewels, though due to the liquid floor, they seemed to float in a pool of water, snagging on a group of men like scraps of paper, caught on a branch, before spinning across the room on another mysterious current. There was a strict dress code, which the person who'd answered my post on the blackboards had failed to mention. The men were in suits and ties. Hopper and I were certainly going to stick out, not to mention the fact that I had chalky rings of salt water on my pants. Hopper moved behind me, and I stepped aside so he could take a look. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "It's got to be some kind of cult. Anyone offers you Kool-Aid or a hot shower, say no. And don't forget the reason why we're here. Find someone who saw Ashley. He turned to me and extended his hand. See you on the other side. We shook hands and I exited the storage room. 50. A black marble bar spanned the far wall. A handful of men seated there. One vacant red stool on the farthest right side. That would be the perfect vantage point for me to wait until I understood just what I was dealing with. So I strode casually toward it around the atrium, passing the columns, those were real, feeling slight vertigo from the shifting floors and the teeming landscape surrounding me. The ceiling was high as a cathedral's, and the mural of the sky, so realistically painted, it looked infinite, glaringly blue. Staring up made me light-headed, and I nearly collided with a short, fat man with thinning black hair who'd abruptly crossed in front of me. He expressly avoided eye contact, making a beeline toward the stone garden wall. He pushed a moss-covered urn atop a post, and it smoothly opened into a door. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a black-and-white tiled bathroom, a male attendant in a black uniform, standing beside the sinks, hands clasped, eyes discreetly on the ground, before it all vanished again into that empty garden. I slid onto the vacant stool at the very end of the bar, relieved to feel it was sturdy and real, and turned to observe the scene. Waiters in black slacks and Asian tunics moved among the marble tables, balancing drinks on silver trays. There was a DJ up high in a bell tower. He was wearing a purple T-shirt, headphones around his neck, his hair in dreads that reached to his waist. He looked relatively normal, straight from Brooklyn or the Bay Area, though I noticed he kept his eyes averted from the crowd below as he expertly worked the controls on a synthesizer and 2 MacBooks. He must have been told not to stare at the guests. I returned my attention to the crowd. The women were stunning. They were all different races, many of them dark-skinned and exotic. Their unifying attributes a height of about 6 feet and a thinness that made them resemble insects swarming, feeding insatiably on the dark suits and balding heads. They looked young. As one turned, her blonde hair so pale it seemed to float like a gleaming white halo around her face. She tipped her head back, smiling, and I caught sight of a prominent Adam's apple. Christ, she was a man. Ignoring an irrational feeling of alarm, I scrutinized another wandering through the crowd in a blue sequined dress. After speaking with a group of men, she, or he, touched one on the shoulder. She had long fingernails painted black, her arms laden with jewelry. Very slowly, as if to move suddenly in this place was prohibited, would puncture the dream, they detached from the group. She took him by the wrist, led him up the steps along a crumbling stone wall, the Aegean stretching beyond it. They slipped through an arched doorway and down a dirt path, vanishing. There were at least 12 identical entrances around the room. They led to, what? A crying game. It had to be a high-end bondage club. Never underestimate the desire for wildly successful men to torture themselves for fun. May I bring you something, Mr. I turned to see the bartender standing across from me. Though he was dressed in a slick gray suit like everyone else, a double-windsored blue silk tie, he was muscular, with a crew cut, craggy features, and an iron-rod posture that made me guess he was ex-military. "Scotch, straight up," I said. He didn't move, the friendliness draining from his face. I was doing something wrong, revealing myself as a sham. I didn't react. Neither did he. He was so brawny from anabolic steroids he looked like an action figure, as if his arms might not bend at the elbows and his head could pop off from heavy play. "Any preference of scotch?" he asked. "Your choice." He grabbed the bottle of Glenfiddich from the shelves. As he poured my drink, a hidden door opened beside the bar, a pastoral scene of a Tuscan landscape, and the young kid I'd seen outside hauling trash slipped in carrying a crate of glasses. His head lowered. He, too, seemed to have been told not to make eye contact. He began stacking them on the mirrored shelves. The bartender returned with my drink and stood there expectantly. "Your card?" he prompted. "Which one?" I made a production of fumbling for my wallet. "Membership." "Yeah, I don't have one of those. I'm a guest." "Who's guest?" "Harry, can I have a glass of water quick? I feel dizzy." I couldn't have timed it better. One of the women, or boys, if that's what they were, had slunk up beside me. She had a pouting doll profile, long blonde hair, a purple silk dress, so tight it looked like it had been poured over her. The bartender, Harry, he looked more like Biff, shot her a furious look, indicating she was breaching serious protocol by asking such a thing. "Try downstairs," he said with a tight smile. "I can't. I just need some water and I'll be fine." He glared at her, and with a hard look at me, "I'm not done with you yet," he stepped away. "He's fun," I said, turning to her. She eyed me uncertainly. Her hands, they too had those long black painted fingernails, tightly holding the edge of the bar as if to keep herself moored there. Otherwise, so skinny she'd waft to the ceiling like a helium balloon. Her blue eyes, heavily made up, looked watery, the pupils dilated. She'd done something to her mouth to make it puffy, injected it with something, which made it exaggerated and sad, like a clown's. "What's your name?" I asked. That prompted an immediate game over. She cast me an icy look. I was sure she was going to move away, but instead she tilted her head. "You're a friend of Fadil's," she said. "Where is Fadil? Haven't seen him." "Back in France, isn't he?" Harry banged the glass of water onto the bar. She grabbed it, gulping it down, a drop of water trickling out the edge of her red mouth, sliding down her chin. She set the empty glass down, wobbling unsteadily on her heels, and the bartender wordlessly moved away to refill it. He'd been through this drill with her before. She wiped her mouth with the back of her fingers. "Sure you're all right?" I asked in a low voice. She didn't answer me. Instead, inspected the plunging V neckline of her dress, her puffy mouth in a clown-like frown as she straightened the fabric. "You should eat something, or go home. Get a decent night's sleep." She glanced at me in drowsy confusion, as if I'd again said something off-putting. Harry shoved the second glass in front of her, and without a word she guzzled it. I cleared my throat, smiling at him. "As I was saying, I'm a friend of Fadil's." The name, Arabic, meant something to him. He nodded grudgingly and moved to the other end of the bar, where a short, fat man signaled to him. I leaned in toward the woman. "Maybe you can help me." But her attention was on the young busboy stacking glasses under the bar in front of us. With shaggy brown hair, freckles, he looked no older than 16, like he'd just popped out of a Norman Rockwell painting. "Hey," she whispered, "do me a favor, get me a vodka cranberry." He ignored her. "Oh, fuck, don't worry about Harry. He's a pussycat. I'm dying." Her pleading, threatening to get shrill, caused the boy to look up at her reluctantly, then down to the other end of the bar, where Harry was busy fixing another drink. The kid must have felt sorry for her because he turned, grabbing a bottle of Smirnoff. "You're an angel, boy," she whispered. He added the juice, set it in front of her, and resumed stacking the glasses. "Any chance I can get some ice?" I asked, sliding my drink forward. He nodded. When he brought it back, I slid a folded $100 bill into his hand. He glanced at me, startled. "Don't react," I said, glancing down the bar at Harry. "I need some information." I took out the photo of Ashley from my pocket, slipping it across the bar. "You recognize her?" He kept his head lowered, stacking the glasses. "Take it off the bar," he whispered. "They got cameras." I stuck it back into my wallet. If someone was watching, I hoped they'd assume I'd just shown the kid a picture of my daughter, Or, given the clientele here, my jail-bait Eastern European girlfriend who spoke no English. "Can you help me out?" I asked. The boy squinted off to his right and scratched his cheek. Yeah. She was the breach." "The what?" He resumed arranging the glasses. "She was the security breach from a few weeks ago. They got a picture posted downstairs." "What happened?" "I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'll be up Schitt's Creek if—" "This is life or death." The kid eyed me nervously. He looked better suited for a paper route, leading a band of Boy Scouts than working in this place. I reached into my pocket for another $100 bill, leaned over the bar to grab a black drink stir, and dropped it at his feet. He bent down and picked it up, then set about ordering the stacks of red cocktail napkins, emblazoned with a single black O. Though the more I stared at the letter, I realized it was an open mouth, a screaming mouth. "She attacked a guest," the kid said under his breath. "Attacked?" "She, went after him. That's what I heard." "How?" He didn't seem to want to elaborate, or didn't know. "Which guest?" He looked apprehensively at Harry and picked up a towel, wiping down the bar. "He's called the Spider." "What?" He shrugged. "That's his nickname." The words had an odd effect on the girl. She'd been sucking down her drink, ignoring us, but now she swiveled around on the stool, trying to focus her bleary eyes on me. I turned back to the kid, now replenishing with a pair of silver tongs the crystal jar of maraschino cherries on the bar. The cherries, I noticed with surprise, were entirely black, including the stems, and every one was a connected twin, one tied to another. "What's his real name?" I asked, casually sipping my drink. The kid shook his head. He didn't know. "Is he here tonight? Can you point him out to me?" He nervously licked his lips, was on the verge of answering me, but then spotted something over my shoulder. He turned, grabbing the empty crate on the counter, and scooted out the door with it, eyes averted, vanishing into that Italian countryside. I looked to see what made him bolt. A middle-aged man with spiky silver hair was striding through the crowd, his eyes glued to the woman beside me. He stepped right behind her and whispered in her ear. She jerked upright in shock. He then grabbed her bare arm and wrenched her off the stool so hard she spilled her drink, leaving an ugly dark wound down the front of her dress. She sullenly mumbled something in a foreign language, the music too loud to hear what it was. Then she sprang away, lurching into the main lounge, fighting through the crowd and up the steps, fleeing down one of the dark pathways. I turned back to the bar, sipping my scotch, ignoring the man, still standing behind me, his attention now squarely on me. "I don't think we've met," he said. 51. "You think right," I answered. "Let's remedy that." "I'm a guest of Fadil's." He hesitated, taken aback. He had to be the manager of the place. He wore an expensive suit, an earpiece, and had the overinflated posture of all short, insecure men in positions of power. I sensed he was about to leave me alone, but then, looking me over, frowned at the saltwater ring on my pants. "How are you acquainted with Mr. Bourdage?" he asked. "Ask him." "Come with me, please." "I'd like to finish my drink." "Come with me or we're going to have a serious problem." I studied him with bored indignation. "You sure?" "Do I look like it?" I shrugged, taking time to down the rest of my scotch, and stood up. "It's your funeral," I said. If this unnerved him even a little, the man gave no indication. He stepped stiffly to the steps leading down into the main lounge, waiting for me to follow. This isn't going to end well. I headed after him, and as we moved down into the crowd, I felt another unnerving surge of vertigo. It was like sinking into another dimension, hitting a snag in reality. The trompe-l'oeil murals must have been painted to be viewed from this central vantage point, because every one came into greater focus. Coastal towns bustled. Sunflower fields rippled in the wind, a flock of crows exploding over them, yet unable to fly away. Jungle bromeliads shook, a dark animal stalking through them. A snake writhed over a wall. Even the pulsing music seemed to converge onto me. I could actually feel the sun beating down on my neck. As we jostled our way through the crowd, the suits and ties, the girls, boys in those dresses, which down here looked to be made not of fabric but fish scales, I caught snippets of conversations over the music. Be here, sometimes, I agree, water ski. I had to stay calm and make an exit. Pronto. We appeared to be heading toward one of those dark passageways, and I'd be damned if I was going to follow him down there and get my legs broken, maybe worse. My eyes scanned the atrium's periphery for the door back into the storage room, but it was lost in the glinting scenes around me. The manager was a few feet ahead, glaring as he waited for me to catch up. But suddenly a tall, blond man tapped him on the shoulder, greeting him, shaking his hand. I held back a few seconds. This was probably my chance. The man introduced a friend beside him. The manager turned, and I hastily did a 180, barging away from him through a large group, accidentally ramming the back of a waiter. A cocktail slid out of his hands, exploding onto the floor. I picked up my pace, my eyes averted. The women were wearing stilettos, and their toenails were painted black, filed into points, like bizarre thorns. Abruptly, I spotted something out of place. Dirty white Converse sneakers. A waiter was wearing them. Hopper. He'd actually put on one of the uniforms from the storage room. He was wielding a silver tray, wandering among the guests like he owned the place. I slipped beside him. I need to get the fuck out of here. I've been caught. He nodded. Follow me. We cut sharply left, elbowing through the crowd, skipping up the marble steps, Hopper striding deliberately toward the crumbling stone wall that ringed the entire plaza. There was no visible door, but he extended his hand, pressing the face of a reclining stone statue of a woman covered in moss. Nothing happened. Frowning, he ran his hands over it, pressing the weathered statue's arms, legs, bare feet, trying to find whatever the hell opened the door. I glanced over my shoulder. 2 guests, sitting in the lounge, were watching us, alarmed. One of them turned around, signaling to a waiter. And then I saw the manager. He was pushing aggressively through the crowd, whispering into his earpiece, scanning the atrium's perimeter. He was seconds from spotting me. Any chance we can speed this up? I muttered. I swear I just walked out of here. I stepped beside him, sliding my hands over the wall, and Hopper moved left toward another reclining statue. He pressed her hands, face, breasts, eyes, and thank Christ, she unexpectedly gave way into a regular rectangular door, which led into a long corridor with white walls and orange linoleum. We sprinted down it, 2 stainless steel doors visible at the end. And you thought I was getting our asses kicked, Hopper said over his shoulder. Fallout from obtaining vital information. Oh yeah, what's that? Ashley crashed this party a few weeks ago. She went after a member known as the Spider. That's what you call skills. The Spider? What's his real name? Didn't get it. We charged through the swinging doors, into an industrial kitchen. It was lively with cooks in uniform, bubbling pots, smells of roasted meat and garlic. A few glanced up curiously as Hopper and I raced around the counters, the stoves with sizzling pans, wheeled carts, dessert trays. We flew out of a second swinging door onto another empty corridor. Hopper stopped, panting, pointing. Take it all the way to the end. Make a right. The door leads outside. I took off, turning around when he didn't follow. You're staying? He was heading back into the kitchen. Just getting started. Be careful, and thanks for saving my ass. He smiled. It's not saved yet. 52. I reached the end of the hall, followed it right, running toward the emergency exit door at the end. An alarm began to sound from an intercom. The manager must have alerted a security breach. I shoved it open, sprinting outside. It was a brightly lit loading area, the driveway packed with supply trucks, 2 black Escalades. A lone waiter sat on a crate, smoking a cigarette. He smiled as I walked casually past and jogged down some steps, then along a stone pathway winding around the side of the house. It had to be the eastern side. Rounding the corner, I stopped dead. In front of me was the mansion's entrance, an elaborate columned porte-cochere crowded with security guards dressed in black. A silver Range Rover was parked out front, the back seat window unrolled. Whoever sat there clearly being checked on a guest list. The driveway curved left through dense trees, probably heading north toward Old Montauk Highway, the way out of here. Visible farther to my left, beyond the foliage, was a lawn, quite a few cars parked there. I couldn't make it out this way. The guards had obviously been alerted because they were fanning out, heading inside. One turned in my direction, motioned to another, taking off toward me. I backtracked and broke into a sprint, dashing past the loading dock again and the lone waiter. He stood up, shouting something as I raced past, veering around the next rambling wing of the mansion, the windows dark. Though for a split second, maybe it was the wind through the brush, I swore I heard a man's dull, prolonged moan. Christ. I kept going, racing toward the backyard through flower beds and shrubs, rounding the corner. I froze. The back lawn was flooded with light. Guards were milling around the patio and pool, 2 of them far across the lawn, inspecting the stairs where Hopper and I had climbed up. I whipped around, checking behind me. I could hear the guards' footsteps getting closer. I scrambled past the piles of garbage bags, up onto the stone wall, racing across the strip of grass into a tall hedge, forcing my way through, the branches so dense it was like fighting through a tightly woven net. I crouched down, breaking the limbs with my hands, crawling through head first. There was shouting behind me, cutting through the rumbles of the ocean. I tore free on the other side and stumbled to my feet. I wasn't in another backyard as I'd hoped, but in an empty expanse of moorland. No house or lawn, only darkness and tangled shrubbery, shoulder high, impossible to walk through. I slipped along the hedge I'd just crawled out of, where the understory wasn't as thick, fighting through what felt like holly or rose bushes, heading in the direction of the ocean. I had to find another flight of stairs down to the beach. I reached the bluff, squalls of wind barreling off the Atlantic. I headed unsteadily along it, but could see within minutes there were no stairs. This had to be a wildlife preserve. I was trapped. There wouldn't be another flight of steps or a house for miles. I checked behind me. The hedge was shaking, black forms emerging through the branches, flashlight beams sweeping the gnarled thickets, heading in my direction. They were still coming. The manager had probably declared a fatwa on my ass. I scrambled to the edge of the cliff. It wasn't a sheer drop to the water, but a slight incline, jagged with shrubs. Grabbing a plant to brace myself, I began to slide down it feet first, creating an avalanche of loose rocks and sand. Flashlights were already inspecting the vegetation directly above me, the men's shouts barely audible over the waves. I pressed my back against the rocks, waiting until they moved farther down, then hurriedly continued on, many of the shrubs pulling out in my fists, so I dropped in a free fall until I managed to seize a root that held my weight. I reached a rock promontory jutting out over the beach. The tide had come in. There was no beach, only 5-foot waves which receded for a few seething seconds, exposing spiky crags along the cliff's base, before they somersaulted aggressively forward, erupting in wild explosions against the rocks. I waited, checking above me for movement. I was safe. No one would be idiotic enough to follow me down here. Yet the instant I figured this, I could see two dark figures bending down, clamoring after me. I groped my way down a few more feet, reaching some boulders. I began crawling between them, heading westward, moving quickly when the waves receded. After a few minutes, I could make out the spindly skeleton of what had to be Duchamp's staircase, far ahead, rising out of the waves. I edged toward it. Flashlights suddenly appeared at the top of the cliff, searching the shoreline, the beams sliding along the rocks just a few feet from where I was crouched. They were waiting. The light slipped right over me. Shouting cut through the waves. I took off again, faster, half expecting a ricochet of bullets clattering against the rocks around me. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I wedged my boots between two rocks to steady myself and looked up. A guard was actually attempting to climb down, the whole structure trembling under his weight. I seized the most rotten of the beams, and after a few attempts, managed to wrench it loose, a large section of the railing detaching with it. I threw it into the water behind me and took off across the rocks, drenched by another onslaught of waves. After another few yards, I quickly checked behind me. The guard on the staircase had fallen through a section of stairs above what I dismantled, and was clinging to the cliff face, seemingly awaiting help. I moved on, scaling a precarious section of the cliffs, where there wasn't much to hold on to, and had just started to let myself think that I might be home free, when a massive wave suddenly lobbed itself against the rocks. I lost my grip. I fell backward, my ears filled with deafening thunder as I was tossed upside down, choking on salt water. I managed to fight my way to the surface, gasping for air, but within seconds, another wave surged forward, pulling me back before throwing me toward the cliffs. Kicking as hard as I could, I was shoved against another boulder and managed to sling myself up onto it, coughing up salt water. I lifted my head, my eyes burning. I was alone in a narrow inlet. I sat crouched on the rock, waiting for one of the guards to appear. No one came. When the sky was turning a silvered gray, I saw as I squinted down the beach a ribbon of sand. I dropped down onto it, breaking into a jog, trekking past silent condos and along the wooden fence bordering Whalers Way, the deserted alley coming into washed-out focus in the pale morning. I stopped, staring at the empty parking space. My car was gone. Bewildered, I headed to Emerson Street and the Sea Haven Diner, scanning the parking lot. There was no sign of my car, only a silver pickup and a Subaru. Entering, I saw the place was empty, apart from an old man in a back booth, and a red-headed waitress slumped over the counter, reading a magazine. "You look shipwrecked," she said as I approached. "I'm looking for a young woman. Blonde, green dress. Was she here?" She smiled in recognition. "You mean Nora?" "Exactly." "Sure, she was here." "Well, where the hell is she?" "Beats me. Got up and left about an hour ago." I slid onto one of the counter stools, pulling off my leather jacket, still drooling salt water. "I'll have some coffee, 3 eggs easy, bacon, toast, orange juice." The waitress disappeared through the swinging doors. When she returned with my coffee, she sighed heavily, crossing her arms. "She got a call from some guy. Ran out of here real excited." I glanced at her, taking a sip. "A call on her cell?" "No, cell service sucks out here. Just one bar. He called the diner, asked for her by name. You're her dad, I take it, coming to pick her up?" She didn't wait for my response, only nodded knowingly. "Don't know how you dads put up with it. Girls always going after the bad boys. Then there's the internet, which makes it 10 times worse with the stalkers and the sex predators." My breakfast came quickly. thank Christ. A few locals wandered in, but there was no sign of Hopper or Nora. After I ate, I tried calling them. I was surprised to see my cell still worked. But the waitress was right, no service. I used the phone at the cash register, but for both of them it rang and went to voicemail. When I boarded the 9:45 a.m. Long Island Railroad train, taking me back to civilization, if you can call Manhattan that, I conked out cold before we left the station. 53. When I arrived in the city, it was afternoon. There was still no word from Hopper or Nora. I took a cab back to Perry Street. Nora had a spare set of keys, so I wondered if she'd somehow been unable to get in touch and had beaten me home. But the apartment was empty, no messages on my home phone. I took a shower, considered going back to bed, but felt too strung out, too uneasy, too annoyed. They'd left the general for dead on the battlefield. Or had something happened? I didn't have time to worry about it, because my cell buzzed, reminding me that Peg Martin, one of the actors in Isolate 3, would be in the Washington Square Park dog run tonight at 6 p.m. It was the lead Beckman had given me almost a week ago. I headed into my office, feeding Septimus some birdseed, and pulled Peg Martin's 1995 sneak interview out of my box of notes. After Cordova's 1977 Rolling Stone piece, it was the only time anyone who'd worked with him had spoken candidly about the experience. Sneak magazine, fresh face of the moment, Peg Martin. Sneak sits down with the 18-year-old star of HBO's first-ever original drama series, New Found Glory, to talk about her character and address the swirling rumors that her first role was in a Cordova picture. We heard a rumor that you got your first big break in Cordova's latest film, Isolate 3, which can only be seen underground and is said to be so frightening to watch it is like passing through hell. We are dying to ask, is any of this true? PM. I don't want to say too much about it, but yeah, I was Vivian Jean in Isolate 3. How did you get to be in a Cordova film? PM. I was working after school at a Baskin-Robbins in Vienna, New Jersey, when a woman came up to me and said she liked my look. I spoke to Cordova once on the phone. A day later he called and told me I got the part. That's a modern version of Lana Turner getting discovered at Schwab's drugstore in Hollywood. What was it like to work with him? PM. I had a tiny role. My 3 scenes were shot in 2 days in a warehouse in upstate New York. I played a cleaning lady and an abused wife. My left arm was meant to be broken and in a cast. The costume department put a real cast on my arm so I would get used to being handicapped. My boyfriend, William Bassfender, had a much larger role, though. He's the criminal trapped in the isolate trying to get out. He shot for 3 months but won't talk about it. Why will no one talk about Cordova? PM. When you work with him, you sign a intense non-disclosure agreement. Which reminds me, I don't have anything else to say about this, or I'll probably be whacked by a hitman or something. Why the secrecy? PM. I don't know. There are so many rumors about Cordova, that he isn't one man but many different men. Others say he's actually a woman. What do you say? PM. He's one man. But then he never talked directly to me. He gave me scene directions through his assistant, Inez Gallo. You never actually saw him up close? PM. No. Where can we score a copy of Isolate 3? PM. It's impossible. Copies are pretty well guarded. I haven't even seen it. You haven't seen your own film? PM. No, I don't like to be scared. Where does Cordova live? At his estate, the Peak? PM. Can we talk about my drama series on HBO? That's what I'm supposed to be promoting. Sure, but one last question about Cordova. What is he working on? PM. My final line in Isolate 3 is, scientists look for aliens in the universe, but they're here. Aliens
who pass for men. They've already invaded. For our own safety, we should leave them be. That kind of says it all.
She was 17 when she'd appeared in Cordova's film, which today would make her 35. I Googled her name and a few stills from Isolate 3 appeared. She had only 3 scenes in the film, a grainy version of one of them posted on YouTube. Peg played Vivian Jean, one of the maids who worked all night cleaning the Midtown offices of the law firm, Milton, Bowers and Reed, ends up disappearing into a back stairwell and is never seen again. Moments before she vanishes, she says, "Scientists look for aliens in the universe, but they're here, aliens who pass for men. They've already invaded." She was talking about her abusive husband, how monstrous the people you loved could be. I'd always found interesting the fact that Martin in the interview used that line to describe Cordova. According to IMDb, after appearing in HBO's New Found Glory, a modern remake of It Happened One Night, cancelled after 1 season, Peg Martin appeared in the ABC TV western Dust Up, co-starring Jeff Goldblum. After 1996, she had no more credits. There was no current information about her, and no indication of what she'd done with her life. Though I did recall Beckman had mentioned she'd been a heroin addict, probably the reason she'd had such a brief film career. I checked my watch. It was almost 5. I needed to get going. But a lone man wandering a public park, being friendly, asking too many questions, it would set off all kinds of alarm bells. I needed a decoy. 54. "Mrs. Quincy called to alert me you'd be here," announced Dorothy, surveying me skeptically over the rim of her glasses. "But not a half hour early. Samantha's in the midst of her Nutcracker audition." Dorothy was the gray-haired Tsarina who ruled the Manhattan Ballet School with an iron fist. I'd encountered her before, and every time she treated me like I was an escapee from a Siberian gulag. "Okay, but we have a reservation at the plaza for a father-daughter tea. If you pull her out now, she won't be in the running for getting a doll from Herr Dosselmeyer. She might not even make it to the party scene." "Come on, Dorothy. Sam has to make the party scene. She is the party scene." Dorothy sighed, relenting. "Go ahead." Winking at her, I turned, striding down the hall to the ballroom where they held the classes, the wood floors creaking under my feet. I called Cynthia to ask if I might spend a few quality hours with Sam this evening, to make up for my postponing her visit, and miraculously she'd agreed to it. I didn't exactly go into detail as to what we'd be doing during these quality hours, but no matter what happened with Peg Martin, Sam would enjoy the dog run, and afterward I'd treat her to a dinner and a hot fudge sundae at Serendipity 3. I found Sam at the end of the hall in a sunlit studio blaring Tchaikovsky. She was dancing in a flock of 5-year-olds. They were all holding their arms over their heads, jumping. Sam looked ready for the Bolshoi. Leotard firebird red, white tights, slippers, and a white tutu. She was right in front, watching the ballet mistress demonstrate the steps. I knocked on the glass door. The children froze. The mistress craned her long neck, surveying me imperiously. "Yes, sir. May I help you?" I stepped inside. "I'm here for Samantha." 55. Even though it was getting dark, Washington Square Park was crowded with students and skateboarders, doting couples, a breakdancer with an 80s boombox who'd attracted a crowd. Most of the women stopped mid-conversation to beam, dazed and enchanted, as Sam nimbly plodded past them, tightly holding my hand. Though she'd agreed to put on her black coat and pink Rapunzel backpack, she'd refused to take off her tutu tights or ballet slippers. "She's a very nice woman," I said. "We're going to chat with her and visit her dog for a few minutes, okay?" Sam nodded, brushing her gold curls out of her face. "What's wrong with your hand?" she asked. After my cliffside escape from Oubliette, my hands were cut up badly. Don't have to worry. Your dad's tough. Now, give me the 411 on Mommy. Is she still working at the gallery? Sam thought it over. Mommy has a problem with Sue, she answered. The manager, they've always butted heads. What about your stepdad? Bruce? She clarified. Good, he was still a proper noun like me. Thank Christ he wasn't Dad. Yes, Bruce. Has the SEC investigated him yet? Any arrests for insider trading I should know about? She squinted at me. Bruce has a spare tire. Mommy said that? Sam nodded, hanging heavily on my arm. Mommy makes him drink green juice, and Bruce goes to bed hungry. So, old man Quincy had put on a couple of pounds and was suffering through one of Cynthia's infamous juice cleanses. Suddenly I felt fantastic. Does Mommy ever mention me? Sam considered this for a minute and then nodded. Oh yeah? What does she say? You need serious help. She even mimicked Cynthia's self-righteous inflection. And you're off the rail, and you're acting out a teenage fousey. Gone off the rails, shacking up with a teenage floozy. I should have stopped asking questions after the spare tire. I bent down, scooping Sam into my arms because we'd reached the dog run, a fenced-in area along the south perimeter of the park. It was packed with romping dogs and their mute owners, who hovered around the periphery like overbearing stage parents, nervously watching, armed and at the ready with leashes, balls, pooper-scoopers, and treats. Okay, Toots. We're looking for a big black dog and a lady with red hair, mid-30s. When you spot them, keep it on the down low. No pointing, no screaming. Be cool. You got it? Sam nodded, looking. Then suddenly she squeaked shrilly and kicked me. She made a face, pointing, but only with her pinky. You see them? She nodded again. Sure enough, in the remotest section of the dog run, there was a gaunt woman with red hair and an old black lab hunched on the bench beside her. Stellar surveillance work, honey. They could use you at Homeland Security. I took a moment to glance behind us, making sure there was no one watching. I had been keeping a vigilant eye out ever since I'd been back in the city, in case there was further sign of Theo Cordova. But I'd noticed nothing out of the ordinary. I unlatched the gate, and we stepped inside. 56. I watched Sam carry out her orders with precision and poise. The girl would make one hell of a Green Beret. She actually made the whole thing look random. First, on her way around to Peg Martin, she stopped and crouched next to a white teacup chihuahua decked in more lame than a Newark hooker. She said hello to that dog for a minute before stepping over to the black lab. Cynthia had clearly drilled into her that she must ask permission before she touched any strange animal, because I heard her politely ask both Peg Martin and then the dog himself if they minded her petting him. Both must have said no, because very gently and respectfully, Sam began to touch the top of the dog's old grayed head, his eyes weary and unblinking. She started with just her pinky, petting the quarter-inch right between the dog's eyebrows. I strolled past the other owners standing round the fence and moved toward them. Is it all right if she pets him? I asked, approaching Peg Martin. Of course, she answered, glancing at me. He doesn't bite? Her attention was back on the dogs in front of her. No. It was Peg Martin, all right. Her hair was thinner, dyed a synthetic shade of red, something between dying autumn leaves and beets. She'd been such a vibrant, kooky presence in Isolate 3. All these years later, she appeared muted and washed out, with an exhaustion that seeped from her bones. What's your name? Sam asked the dog, though he didn't respond. What's his name? I asked Peg. She looked irritated to be addressed again. Leopold. Leopold, said Sam. She was petting the top of his head with her hand rigidly flat like a spatula. She might have been carefully spreading icing. "You look familiar," I said, glancing at Peg. "You don't teach Sunday school at St. Thomas, do you?" She looked flustered. No, that definitely wouldn't be me. My mistake." She smiled thinly, returning her attention to the dogs. I took a minute to watch them, too, so as not to appear forward. A hyper-Dalmatian was the leader of the pack. That white Hoochie Mama Chihuahua was making her rounds, yipping, desperate for a John. But every dog was besotted with a soggy tennis ball. "Okay," I said, "this is a long shot, and you're probably going to think I'm crazy." She glanced at me, wary. "Isolate 3. The maid with the broken arm. It was you, wasn't it?" She blinked in surprise. She was never recognized. I was certain I overplayed it, sounding a little too amazed, but she nodded. "That's right. You were great in it. The only thing that kept me from losing my mind." She smiled, her face flushing. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no actor ever tires of hearing they were brilliant in a role. "I have to ask, what was he like, Cordova?" Her smile vanished like a match blown out. Glancing at her watch, she grabbed the strap of her backpack, pulling it into the crook of her arm, about to leave. But then, to my relief, Sam had managed to fully woo Leopold. He was wagging his tail. It moved like a windshield wiper. Seeing this, and Sam quietly discussing something of great importance with the dog, she hesitated. "It's tragic what happened to his daughter," I noted. Peg scratched her nose. "But then I'm not surprised," I went on. "To create a body of work that twisted and visceral, the man has to be horrifying in his personal life. You have to be. Look at Picasso, O'Neill, Tennessee Williams, Capote. Were these shiny, happy people spreading sunshine? No, only the greatest of personal demons can force you to do powerful work." I figured if I steamrolled the woman with words, she might not get up and leave. She was sitting back against the bench, studying me with an absorbed expression. "Maybe," she said. "You can never tell how a family is from the outside. But I just—" She fell silent because that goddamn tennis ball had just rolled exactly behind her feet. She bent down, grabbing it, the dogs freezing in incredulity, mouths closed, ears perked. She threw it, sitting back again as they took off in a stampede across the gravel. "You just—" I prompted quietly. Good God, let her speak and calm down, for Christ's sake. "When they first started shooting Isolate," she said, glancing at me, "he invited my boyfriend to spend the afternoon with his family up at the house, the Peak. He never did things like that. He was private. At least that's what I'd heard. But his wife was organizing a picnic. They did it all the time in the summer. Billy was invited, so I got to tag along." He was private. She actually meant Cordova. And Billy, it had to be William Bassfender, the boyfriend she'd mentioned in the sneak interview. He was the muscular, tattooed Scottish man who'd played the prisoner in The Isolate, Specimen 12. If I remembered correctly, after Isolate 3, Bassfender went on to do a play in London's West End, and had been about to appear in Oliver Stone's Nixon, when he was killed in a car accident in Germany. I turned my gaze back to the dog so she wouldn't realize I was hanging on her every word. It was surreal. Granted, any family that was together, not shouting or stumbling down drunk, would have been surreal to me. But even now I think there was more love and joy in that family than I've ever seen before or since. She shook her head in disbelief. They had their own language. I stared. What? Cordova's son, Theo, invented a language for the family. They spoke it to each other, telling jokes and laughing, which made them even more intimidating. I remember Astrid explaining it to me like it was yesterday. The Russians have 16 words for love. Our language has 20. She brought out all of these notebooks Theo had done. He'd written his own dictionary, thick as a Bible, filled with grammar rules and conjugations of irregular verbs he'd made up. Astrid taught me some of the words. I've never forgotten them. One was terulia, It meant deep-diving love, a love that excavates you. It's something you have to have before you die in order to have lived. I remember being shocked a teenage boy came up with this stuff. But that's how they all were. They mopped life up with themselves. None of them were encumbered by anything. There were no limits. She fell silent, wistful, maybe even slightly jealous of this family she was describing. She crossed her arms, frowning out at the dogs again. A picnic, I repeated, a prompt for her to keep talking. It was a bright day. Once you turned onto the property, you continued along a long drive through woods. And at the end, the house rose up, an enormous manor commanding the hill, like a castle out of a fairy tale. It was deserted. Billy and I pounded on the door and wandered around the house and the gardens. There was no sign of anyone. Finally, after 20 minutes, the massive front door opened, and a Japanese man stood there. He'd just woken up and didn't speak any English. He was wearing green silk pajamas and a sword around his waist, and he wandered out, rubbing his eyes, yawning, saying something in Japanese as he beckoned for us to follow him. He led us down to the lake. That's where everyone was. A group sitting on white blankets under white umbrellas. Everyone was there except Cordova. He was working that day, at least that's what they said. She took a deep breath. It was like wandering into a painting, a dream sequence. There were movie stars, Jack Nicholson and Dennis Hopper. But they weren't the star attraction. There were astronauts talking about deep space. A former member of the CIA living off the grid who kept in his wallet the New York Times article reporting his death. A famous playwright, a local priest who'd wandered the world for 15 years and come home. Cordova's son Theo was there. He was 16 and gorgeous, photographing everything with an old Leica camera, standing waist-deep in the marshes to capture shots of warring dragonflies. He was having a very intense love affair with a woman named Rachel, 10 years older than he. She was there too. I remember someone saying she'd been in one of Cordova's films. Which one? I don't remember. She smiled wistfully. Cordova's set designer had built the family a fleet of brightly colored sailboats. Pirate ships, everyone called them, to sail around the lake. There was a pack of dogs, half-wolf. One of the guests told a story of how the Cordovas had rescued them in the middle of the night from a farmer who'd been breeding them for dogfights. These were the true stories they were telling. Cordova's mother was there. She didn't speak English, was dying of cancer. They were so gentle with her, folding her into a deck chair so she could sit under an umbrella, drinking limoncello. I swore to myself, if I ever was so lucky to have a family, I wanted it to be like that. It was the living experience of a fantasy. I spent most of the afternoon with a philosopher from France and Astrid, who was teaching everyone to oil paint. We all had our easels along the lake's edge, standing in the wind, painting. When Billy and I left, the sun was going down, and I felt a terrible sense of mourning, as if I'd spent the afternoon on an island paradise, and now the ocean was pulling me out to sea, and I'd never be able to make my way back. Sounds like Shangri-La, I said, when she didn't go on. She glanced at me distractedly, saying nothing, and I regretted speaking, for fear I'd punctured the spell she'd been under, recounting that day. The words had sputtered, then, to my immense surprise, blasted out of her like a fountain, one that had been dry for years. Now she seemed sorry that she'd said anything at all. What year was this? I asked nonchalantly. The year of Isolate production, spring of 93, I think. Ashley's birthday was December 30th, 1986. If this was the spring before, then she was 6 years old at the time. Did you meet Ashley? I asked. Peg nodded, reluctant to go on. But then it seemed she couldn't leave such a vibrant question dangling in the air. She was beautiful. Short, dark hair, almost black, like a sprite. Pale, gray eyes. She smiled, suddenly animated. I was 17.
wasn't into kids at all, but totally out of the blue, Ashley took my hand and brought me down to a deserted part of the lake where there was a willow tree and tall grass, the water emerald green. She asked me if I could see the trolls. I still remember the names, Elfried and Vanderlei. By the time she let go of my hand and took off across the field, chasing a butterfly that was huge, bright red and orange, like this property had their own insects, I believed in trolls. I still do. She fell silent, seemingly embarrassed by her zeal. Sam, I noticed, was staring at Peg, listening intently. It was dark now in the park, the strangers standing along the fence, faceless. The giant elm trees with their outstretched limbs were sinking deeper into the darkness, slipping away. The pack of dogs was still going strong, a white and brown, blurry squall of panting and flying gravel. I've held on to that day, Peg continued in a thin voice, like some faded postcard, something you put in a scrapbook to remind yourself of perfect happiness, that it does exist, for one moment, like a sudden streak of lightning through the sky. When I read what happened to Ashley, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know her at all, but it seems so sudden and wrong. If you have a family like that, and you still can't withstand this world, what hope is there for the rest of us? She smiled sadly, looking away. What was he like to work with? Silently, I cringed at the probing question. Thankfully, she just shrugged. I had such a small part, I was only on the set for 2 days. I understood nothing that was going on, really, because the crew was Mexican, and Cordova's assistant gave them all their directions in Spanish. His assistant, you're talking about Inez Gallo? Yeah, but the crew all called her Coyote. Coyote? Why? No idea, she answered. Do you still keep in touch with Cordova, or anyone from that time? Peg shook her head. After he'd gotten your performance, extracted what he wanted, like a surgeon harvesting organs, he was done with you. After my 2 days of shooting, that was it. She turned away from me to unzip her backpack, taking out a dog's leash, clipping it to Leopold's collar. I actually have to get going. She was seconds from walking away. I wanted more time, was tempted to throw caution to the wind and keep riddling the woman with questions. Anything to get her to keep talking, to tell me more. Yet I sensed her candor was fleeting, the moment already gone. She stood up, stooping over to help her dog off the bench. He moved like an old man with arthritis. She actually picked up his back legs for him, placing them on the ground, and turned to me with a perfunctory smile. Take care. You too, I said. And then she and Leopold were walking away. 2 slow-moving figures, impervious to the pack of dogs charging past them. Is she a nice lady? Sam asked me, wiping her curls out of her eyes. Very nice. Sam climbed up onto the bench beside me, sitting close, staring fixedly up at my face. Is she sad? She asked. No, honey. She's lived in. Sam seemed to accept this. It was one of the things I loved about her. I could make some ambiguous observation about human beings, about their failings or hypocrisies, their deep-seated pain, and she took in a comment like an old diamond dealer handed a raw stone, turning it over in her palm, then pocketing the gem to be examined and cut later, moving on. Sam scratched her cheek and interlaced her fingers in her lap, copying the way my fingers were interlaced, and we watched them go in silence. Leopold waited at the gate as Peg unlatched it, and he ambled through. The dog then paused, turning his head to watch as Peg locked the gate behind them, shoving her hands into her pockets. All of it a slow, choreographed movement, only the most long-time of couples could do, only after years. They strolled out into the park, and the farther they went, the more they had nothing discernible about them except the fact that they were together. And even at the greatest of distances, when they were just 2 dark shapes moving away, side by side, you could still see they were a remarkable pair. 57.
"Miss Quincy is coming down," said the doorman, hanging up the phone. I bent down to Sam. Her ballet slippers were scruffy, and her tutu was slightly crushed, but otherwise she looked all right. "I'm proud of you, Toots," I told her. The elevator doors opened, Cynthia emerging in a crisp white blouse, jeans, dazzling swish of gold hair, Todd's suede driving loafers. I could see from her smiling face that she was furious. "Hi, love," she said to Sam. "Go wait for Mommy by the elevators." Sam blinked up at her and padded obediently across the marble lobby. Cynthia turned to me. "I said 6. I know. She was auditioning for the Nutcracker. I worked it out with Dorothy. She's going to make the party scene." She sighed, heading back across the lobby. "Just don't forget Thursday," she added over her shoulder. "Thursday?" She turned. "Bruce and I are going to Santa Barbara?" "Right, Sam is staying with me for the weekend." Shooting me a warning look, "Don't mess this up," she took Sam's hand and they stepped into the elevators. I held up a hand, waving, and Sam smiled, just as the doors closed. 58. The afternoon Peg Martin had described at the Peak sounded almost too idyllic to be real. But she'd been only 17 at the time, doubtlessly insecure and impressionable, so it was possible she'd taken creative liberties with the memory without even realizing it. Given Cordova's terrifying subject matter, for his home and workplace to be such a blissful paradise seemed unlikely. How close was an artist's real life to his work? Doctoral students wrote dissertations on the subject. Yet when Peg had described Ashley leading her down to the lake where the trolls lived, there was something undeniably honest about the episode. Also when she described Cordova as a surgeon harvesting organs, leaving his actors for dead. Within every elaborate lie, a kernel of truth. I let myself into my apartment, noticing music coming from the living room. I threw my coat on the chair, striding into the living room, finding Nora curled up in the leather club chair. Septimus, the parakeet, perched on her knee. Hopper was slouched on the couch, looking over some papers. The 3 reversing candles Cleo had given us at Enchantments were burning on the coffee table in front of him beside a pizza box. "You're home," Nora announced brightly. "Don't tell me," I said. "You both lost your cell phones, and gale-force winds uprooted every landline on the East Coast." "We're sorry, but we had a good reason to go MIA. She looked meaningfully at Hopper, and he smiled, some shared excitement between them. He held out the papers, and I took them. It was 15 pages, about 2,000 names. Many were LLCs or bizarre aliases like Marquis de Roche. "It's the Oubliette membership list," said Nora excitedly. "I can see that. How did you get this?" "It wasn't easy," said Hopper proudly, stretching his hands behind his head. "The place turned into the Gaza Strip after you took off. But I was in the waiter uniform, so no one glanced at me twice. I talked to one of the girls, at least I think she was a girl. She told me how to get down to the basement where the offices are. I found one empty, got on the computer, searched the hard drive for membership. Some Excel files came up. I logged onto my email, sent the files to myself, cleared the cache, and got out. Only they'd apparently reviewed the security footage and saw me saving your ass, so 2 guards chased me outside, onto a neighbor's property. I had to break into the house, call Nora to come pick me up. I managed to describe to her where the hell I was. It was a real getaway, Nora chimed in. Tires screeching. I felt like Thelma and Louise. I thought you were Bernstein, I said. Nora pulled up, headlights off, Hopper went on. I climbed out a window, booked it across the yard, and we got the fuck out of there. What time was this? Nora glanced at Hopper uncertainly. 4? I waited at the diner until 9. What did you do for 5 hours? We went back to Oubliette because I wanted to look, she blurted. We hid next door, hoping to talk to some of the guests when they left, asked them if they recognized Ashley. But we couldn't approach any of them.
They all looked exhausted, shuttled away by housekeepers in expensive cars and limos. One guy in a wheelchair looked dead. There were too many guards anyway.
You didn't think to call? You abandoned the boss, El Jefe, in the field without a single communication? Hopper stood up, yawning and stretching. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow.
Bright and early? I asked.
Nora nodded.
Tomorrow we're posting missing person signs for Ashley around 83 Henry Street.
She handed me a flyer with a scanned photo of Ashley that Nora had found at Briarwood. Have you seen this girl? Serious reward offered for real information. Please call ASAP. We'll weed through the phony reports by asking what color coat Ashley was wearing. Hopper took off, and I headed into my office, leaving Nora scribbling in her notebook. Hopper obtaining a copy of the guest list was stellar investigative work, much better than anything I'd come up with lately. Not that I was going to admit this. I spent the next few hours cross-referencing the oubliette guest list with a list of Cordova's actors, anyone associated with his world, in the off chance one name appeared on both, to no avail. But it did rule out one possibility. The person Ashley had gone to oubliette to find, this spider, was probably not associated with her father's work. Was he a friend of hers? A stranger? Someone connected to her death? I switched out the lamp, rubbing my eyes, heading back down the hall. The apartment was quiet. Nora had blown out the reversing candles before going upstairs, but oddly enough, I noticed the wicks were still smoldering orange, as if they refused to be extinguished, 3 orange pinpricks in the dark. I grabbed them and dumped them in the kitchen sink, running the tap until I was certain they were out, then headed to bed. 59. Hopper promised to be here, said Nora, squinting down the empty block. Posting the flyers was his idea. It was 9 a.m. and we were back at 83 Henry Street, armed with 100 missing person flyers. We decided to split up. I covered the blocks west of the Manhattan Bridge up to East Broadway and the Bowery, while Nora handled everything east of the bridge. The neighborhood was predominantly Chinese, so I doubted our English-language flyer would get us very far. Posting leaflets, as if Ashley were a lost cat, wasn't exactly my style, but it couldn't hurt. With Theo Cordova following us, I could no longer hope to keep the investigation quiet. So why not go in the opposite direction, brazenly carpet-bombing the neighborhood with Ashley's picture, and see where that got us? I taped the flyer to lampposts and phone booths, mailboxes, learning annex stands. A Chinese woman on a bike, orange shopping bags swinging from the handlebars, braked to see what I was doing, scowled at me, and rode on. Quite a few men in bodegas refused to let me post the missing poster after they saw what it was, shaking their heads, shooing me out of the store. When this happened for the 6th time, I wondered if they were worried a missing Caucasian woman would bring them bad luck, or if they'd seen something in Ashley's photo they didn't like. Or perhaps there was an even more disturbing reason. I looked like I worked for Immigration and Customs. It was the opposite reaction at Howe Hair Salon on Madison Street. The teenage receptionist, the female manager, 2 stylists, and a client, pink robe, hair in tinfoil, surrounded me smiling and speaking in excited Cantonese. They took great care taping Ashley's flyer to the window beside a faded poster for eyebrow threading, and when I left, they waved as if I were a beloved relative they wouldn't see for 40 years. And yet the longer I walked the streets, past Chinese restaurants, gift stores, unisex hair salons, orange and white koi drifting in pet store windows, I had the sense I was being watched. But every time I checked behind me, once even popping into a laundromat and looking out, I noticed nothing suspicious. I wondered if the feeling came from the strength of Ashley's stare, so alive and insistent, gazing out from the white page. All missing flyers were unsettling. The lost person, smiling out from some candid photo taken at a birthday party or happy hour, so ignorant of their fate. Yet Ashley, alone on that picnic table at Briarwood, had a gravity, an understanding even, as if she knew what awaited her within weeks. As I walked on, however, I realized I was absolutely right. I was being watched by the entire neighborhood. Harper's idea to post these flyers wasn't so simplistic, because if I stood out this much, attracted this many hostile looks and slow drive-bys, once I looked up at an old walk-up and saw an old woman had pulled aside her lace curtains to stare down at me. Ashley was noticed, too. They all must have seen her, watched her, wondered about her, as she wandered their sidewalks in her red coat. Now all we needed was one of them having the courage to call. 60. Tomei! The guy at the front desk bellowed in a thick New York accent, turning toward the dozen tattoo artists at work behind him. These guys got a question for you. Rising Dragon was a fluorescent, spacious tattoo studio on the second floor of a walk-up on West 14th Street. It was cheerful inside, without the aggressive, easy rider feel of some of the other tattoo parlors in the city, where the handle-jawed thugs wielding the tattoo guns looked like ink was just a side job, their main work, contract killings. The light was clean and clinical, walls decorated with tracing paper, and framed stencils of full-body tattoos, skulls, Buddhas, and warriors, Maori tribal patterns, shelves cluttered with bottles of colored ink and iodine. Nirvana's heart-shaped box blared loudly from speakers. Ask them if they're cops. The answering male voice sliced through the wasp buzz of the tattoo guns. Yet every artist remained bent over a client. I had no clue who'd just spoken. Are you cops? The guy asked us, wincing at the awful thought. He had peroxide white blonde hair and the permanently stunned face of a Malibu surfer facing an unexpectedly large wave. Wolf tattoos snarled all over his biceps. No, I said. The kid took this in a moment before turning around again. They're not cops. Tell them to come over. The kid, bobbing his head to the music, pointed to an alcove in the farthest corner. You can go talk to Tommy, the manager. Tommy appeared to be a large, middle-aged man wearing black latex gloves. He was bent over, working intently, though at this distance it looked like he was doing an autopsy on a sperm whale. His client was face down on a black massage table and was at least 300 pounds, bald, naked, whiter than a slice of sunbeam. As I stepped through the shop toward them, Nora right behind me, I saw the tattoo in progress was a massive lotus tree, a gnarled trunk growing out of the guy's ass crack, up his spine, flourishing all over his back, twisted branches reaching around his chest, a couple of birds, not yet colored in, alighting on his forearms. What can I do you for? Asked Tommy without looking up. Do you recognize her? I asked, holding out the picture of Ashley. She came into your shop a few weeks ago. He ignored me until he'd finished coloring in a pink lotus blossom. Grown men with baby names. Bobby, Johnny, Freddie. There had to be some unspoken law that they looked meaner than the rest of us. He had a wide, thuggish face, salt and pepper hair. Unidentifiable tattoos peeked out of the neck and sleeves of his skin-tight silver polyester shirt. He had an easy confidence, as if he were used to people filing through the store to get to his station in the very back, tattoo parlor equivalent of the chairman's corner office in the sky, asking for his take on things as we were now. He dully looked us over, then the photo, and bent back over his client. Sure, she came in a few weeks back. What color coat was she wearing? Nora asked. Red coat, black on the sleeves. Nora shot me an astonished look. Did she come in for a tattoo? I asked him. Nah, she wanted her after picture. Her after picture? What's that? Tommy stopped working to stare up at me. After we finish your tat, we take your fucking picture. He gestured toward a far wall covered with photographs of smiling people showing off with their completed tattoos. She had a tight twofold of a Kieran on her ankle. He went on, resuming his work. She wanted to know if we still had the after. A twofold? One tat on two people. When they're apart, it don't look like much. But together, when their arms are around each other, hand in hand, lovesick and shit, it turns into something. A very Jerry Maguire, you complete me kind of thing. Of course. Ashley's tattoo on her ankle featured only half of the animal, the head and front legs. You said her tattoo was of a Kieran? I asked. It's popular with Jap tat fanatics, a mystical beast. Did she say who had the other half? Asked Nora. Nah, but it's big with lovers, newlyweds, prom dates, couples about to be split up, like one's got to serve time. I did one last week. Couple in their 70s. They drove up here from Fort Myers for their 50th wedding anniversary. I got the after picture somewhere. Turning off the ink gun, he spun in his swivel chair to search the messy desk behind him, the black latex gloves making his every gesture faintly dramatic, like a cat burglar or mime. He found the photo, handed it to Nora, turning on the gun again, but bent over to inspect his client's face under the massage table. How you doing down there, Mel? I'm cool. Mel didn't look cool. He was drooling on the floor. Nora handed me the photograph. It featured two grinning retirees, their arms around each other, wearing matching yellow polo shirts and khaki Bermuda shorts. On the top of her right foot and his left was a tattoo of a red heart with wings. With their feet side by side, it was a hole. It was a bit schmaltzy for my taste, but Nora was enraptured. I tell all my clients who come in here wanting a twofold, Tommy went on cheerfully. Be 1,000% sure. Can't tell you how many times girls come in crying a month later, want the work redone, 'cause their true love ran off with their best friend. At first I thought that's what your friend wanted. He nodded at the photo of Ashley, but she just wanted the picture. Did she say why? I asked. Nah. And did she get it? Asked Nora. She had the art done a while ago, 2004, when I was at my old location at the Chelsea Hotel. With the move, things got lost. I let her go through our files in the back. She stayed a couple hours looking, but she couldn't find it. We have a receipt stating that she bought something, I said, removing it from my coat pocket. He didn't bother looking up. There was a young soldier in here, on leave. Wanted a portrait of his wife over his heart. She was also a soldier and got killed in Afghanistan. He was a mess, but what he wanted was a real job. Didn't have the cash. We decided on just her name. But your friend took care of it. Didn't make a big deal. Nora looked at me astonished. Did she behave strangely? I asked him. Apart from not talking much? Not really. Did she look unwell? A little pale? Do you know who did her tattoo back in 2004? One of my old employees, Larry. I could tell from the work. And where can we find Larry? Tommy chuckled. Somewhere between heaven and hell. He wiped the finished blossom with a tissue, closely inspecting it, and moved on to the next. 1 minute Larry was slinging ink, next minute he's passed out on my floor, blood shooting out of his nose, like the Bellagio fountains in Vegas. Died in the ambulance, aneurysm. He frowned, bending to survey his client. Sure you're all right, Mel? You're a cadaver down there. I'm listening, said Mel. Tommy frowned, tilting his head up at us and sighing. So, this is the thing. I go home tonight after your friend came in, and I think back to what happened to Larry a couple weeks before he died. This is back like summer of '04. Now, for you to understand what I'm about to tell you, you got to understand Larry. He was a big motherfucker, bigger than a fridge, bigger than a Barca lounger, I swear on a stack of Bibles. Bigger than me? Asked Mel in a muffled voice from under the table. Not bigger than you, but close. Tommy resumed his work. He was a hell of an artist. Studied in Yokohama under a Horiyoshi. Guy could pound skin, grind with the best of them. He could do a mean tabori, horimono, irozumi, you name it, which was how come I had him in the shop. Because he was an asshole. I'm not saying nothing I wouldn't say to his face. He embraced his assholeness. Hated kids, called them larvae, had 4 girlfriends, none of them knew about each other. His whole life was like that. Bunch of lies and dodges, unreturned calls and letdowns. So one day I come in and the shop's quiet. All the lights are off and Larry's just sitting in the dark by himself, like he felt sick or something. I ask him what's the matter, and he's all down and shit, tells me his life's crap. He's a coward, he tells me. He's a cheat, says he's made so many mistakes. He says he's going to change his priorities. First time I ever heard him use a 4-syllable word, so I humor him, ask him what the hell brought on this salvation. He said he'd just done a Japanese twofold for 2 teenagers. They just left the shop 10 minutes before. He said they were in love, and it was like an electric current, like that lightning that comes out of the blue when there's not even a storm going on, just a crazy crack in the sky. With something like that right in front of you, you can't help but feel there's new possibilities out there. He started going on about life and love and promise. Tommy glanced up at us, grimacing. Suddenly, he was Shakespeare. I'm not paying attention. I'm pissed as hell because he did an illegal tattoo on 2 kids, which means I could get my license revoked. And anyways, this is Larry we're talking about. He'll go back to being an asshole in a few days, guaranteed. A week later, I come into the shop. Tommy shook his head, rubbing his chin. And there's a kid in here. I don't allow kids in here, but there's a kid in here. She's real weird looking, big. Arms and legs so long they got tangled when she walked. Braces, frizzy hair out to here. He gestured a foot off his head. Freckles everywhere, like something exploded on her. I asked who she belongs to. She's Larry's. Turns out she's the daughter he skipped out on a couple years before when he was slinging ink in Kentucky. He tells me he's going to be a real dad now. Grinning, Tommy shook his head, returning to the tattoo. A real dad. It was a couple of days before he croaked. Who knows if those 2 teenagers actually turned him around? I like to think they did. I like to think it was forever. Why not? Sometimes people can surprise the hell out of you. Sometimes they can tear your heart out and turn it to putty, can't they? He asked this so adamantly his voice cracked. He fell silent for a moment, faltering, clearing his throat, and bending over his work again, began to ink the last pink blossom. That night after your friend came in, I went home, thought about it. I wondered if she was one of those kids Larry talked about, one of the runaways, 'cause that's what he called them. They were going somewhere together. Where? I don't know. Probably Timbuktu. Tommy stopped working and stared up at us, a surprisingly tender expression on his face. So, who was she? He asked. Kirin. The Japanese Kirin is believed to be the most powerful creature that has ever lived, mightier than dragons, the Minotaur, the Phoenix, and even man. While physically powerful, the Kirin's true supremacy lies in its kindness, for it uses its strength only to defend the innocent. The Kirin is a guardian and protector, the champion of all that is good. It is so kind that it doesn't hunt, but thrives on the wind and the rain, and when it walks, it does so without disturbing the grass under its feet. In the face of malevolence and deceit, however, the Kirin unleashes a devastation that knows no bounds. It lights the sky on fire, creating the reddest of sunsets, and leaping into the air, amidst a roar so deafening, birds go hoarse, oceans freeze. The ground has been known to shake for a year. In repose, the Kirin is quiet, allowing itself to be seen only by the pure of heart. Those who have had a Kirin sighting claim it is a lightning-quick creature with a dragon's head and horse's body, often covered in the luminescent scales of a fish. By all accounts, it is an incredible creature to behold, for in whatever spot on earth it has just left, observers swear that the clouds are always parting, revealing golden sky and sun. They have the head of a dragon, the body of a deer, the scales of a fish, the legs of a horse, and the tail of a bull. They usually have antlers or a single horn. The Kirin is often depicted with fire all over its body. 61. I handed the printed page back to Nora. Why would Ashley go back to Rising Dragon for the photo? Nora asked. She was sitting on the couch, Septimus fluttering along the armrest. Maybe the photo had a clue in it, I said. Something to help her track down the spider. The spider might have the missing half of the tattoo. I leaned forward, scanning the timeline of Ashley's movements I'd typed on my laptop. DeVold broke Ashley out of Briarwood on September 30th. She turned up at Clavier House and played a Fazioli piano on October 4th. Rising Dragon tattoos on the 5th. 2 days later, on the 7th, she reappeared at Clavier House. According to the manager, Peter Schmidt, she looked unkempt and behaved strangely. On the 10th, she mailed Hopper the package, visited the Four Seasons bar, and hours later fell or jumped or was pushed to her death that night. Somewhere within this 11-day time frame, she checked into 83 Henry Street and appeared at Oubliette and the Waldorf Towers. And last but not least, she went to the reservoir. It's almost as if she was visiting important places a final time, Nora said, tying up loose ends, taking a last look around just before she was unable to finish the thought. Before she killed herself, I finished. She nodded reluctantly. Or before someone she was hiding from, or chasing, caught up to her. Someone like the spider, Nora said. There had to be some hidden reason that would give perfect logic to Ashley's wanderings, a reason that wasn't a resolve to commit suicide. What had Peg Martin said about the family? They mopped life up with themselves. None of them were encumbered by anything. There were no limits. A desire to die at 24 wasn't in keeping with that or anything we learned about Ashley. And if the Cordovas weren't afraid of what I might uncover, Theo Cordova wouldn't have been following me. I grabbed my phone, buzzing with an incoming email. To Scott B. McGrath, from Stu. Forward, your client, 31 October 2011, 13:59. McGrath, this morning I received an interesting request. See below. Fondly, Stu. P.S. Are you alive? 2. Stuart Lawton, from Assistant. Subject, your client. Dear Mr. Lawton, Mrs. Olivia Endicott DuPont would like to speak with your client, the investigative reporter Scott McGrath. Could you forward this email to him so he might get in touch? Ms. DuPont has a matter of the utmost importance she would like to discuss with him. Very truly yours, Louise Byrne, personal assistant to Mrs. Olivia E. DuPont, 212-555-9290. I hadn't heard from my attorney, Stu Lawton, since I was marooned at that charity cocktail party weeks ago. He'd sent me a text alerting me to the news of Ashley's death, asking me to call him. I hadn't. Stu was a British aristocrat and inveterate gossip, and if I gave him the slightest hint that I might be returning to my investigation of Cordova, everyone from here to McMurdo Station, Antarctica, would know. I dialed his office. His assistant answered. After putting me on hold, she informed me, Mr. Lawton is in a meeting, which meant Stu was sitting at his desk, eating an egg salad sandwich, playing computer solitaire, and would call me back when he was in the mood. To my surprise, it was just 2 minutes later. 62. You talked, I said. Haven't said a word, insisted Stu on the other end. You must have mentioned my name in connection with Cordova at one of your power lunches, because nothing else explains this. You'll find it difficult to fathom, McGrath, but I have other clients, and I don't always discuss you at every hour of every day. Though I admit it's terribly tricky to pull off, you're so damn captivating. It was always a mental adjustment talking to Stu. As a posh Englishman, he was so well educated, with such an expansive vocabulary, his briefest conversations peppered with irony and wit and deep knowledge of current events. It was like communicating with Jeeves if he ever anchored the BBC. How do you explain it, then? I asked. Damned if I know. If, by some miracle of God, Olivia Endicott wants you to ghostwrite her autobiography, take the job. To quote Captain Smith, grab what you can and fight your way to a lifeboat. Everyone associated with the slow-printed word is fast becoming the great crested newt of the culture. First it was the poets, the playwrights, then the novelists. Veteran newspapermen are next. Is that supposed to make me nervous? Grab the work when it comes, my man. Your competition is now a 14-year-old in pajamas with the username TruthNinja12, who believes fact-checking a story is reading his subject's Twitter feed. Be afraid. Assuring Stu I'd call Endicott, I hung up. A means to track down Marlowe Hughes just fell into our lap, I said to Nora, rearing back my desk chair. The timing can't be a coincidence. Someone's been talking. Someone we've talked to or bribed. Nora looked bewildered. Olivia Endicott DuPont wants to meet with me. Nora frowned. Who's Olivia Endicott DuPont? 63. They were sisters. They were actors, and they loathed each other. This was how Beckman always began his favorite true Hollywood story. The tale of the warring Endicott sisters. Intoning that last sentence with such Old Testament severity, you could practically feel the sky turning gray, clouds turning inside out, and a black mist of locusts swarming the horizon. I'd heard Beckman recount the story at least 5 times, always after 3 a.m. after a dinner party at his apartment with his students, when he was amped up on vodka and rapt attention, his black hair falling into his face, glistening with sweat. I was always game to hear the Endicott story for 2 reasons. One, feuding sisters fueled the imagination. As Beckman liked to say, Marlowe and Olivia Endicott make Cain and Abel look like the Farrelly brothers. Unlike the infamous feuds between Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, Liz Taylor and Debbie Reynolds, Olivia de Havilland and Joan Fontaine, Angie and Jennifer, the Endicott sisters' bad blood was kept entirely out of the press, apart from a few blind items in Bill Dakota's Hollywood Confidential Star magazine, a dead silence that only emphasized its evident ferocity. Second, for all of Beckman's flair for dramatics, his propensity to act out all of the parts as if he were on stage at the Nederlander, on each occasion, every detail remained exactly the same, without any new aspect or embellishment. The story was like a precious jeweled necklace. Every time Beckman brought it out, each gleaming detail was cut and meticulously set in the exact same pattern it always had been. I'd fact-checked it myself when I was first researching Cordova 5 years ago, and by association, Marlowe Hughes. She was his leading lady and former wife of 3 months, star of Cordova's harrowing love child. Every name, date, and location Beckman mentioned flawlessly corroborated with public record, so I'd come to believe that this tale of fighting sisters, however wild it sounded, must be true. Born in April 1948, Olivia Endicott was Marlowe Hughes's older sister by just 10 months. Naturally, Marlowe Hughes wasn't born Marlowe Hughes. She was born Jean Louise J.L. Endicott on February 1, 1949 in Tokyo. Most people enter the world looking like red, shriveled trolls. J.L. resembled an angel. When the nurses spanked her, so she'd take her first breath, rather than squealing like a monkey, J.L. sighed, smiled, and fell asleep. From the moment she was brought home from the hospital, it was as if Olivia had become a piece of furniture.
Olivia wasn't ugly, Beckman said. Far from it. With dark hair, a sweet face, she was pretty. And yet, from the time she was 10 months old, she might as well have been chintz curtains when her sister was in the room.
They were army brats. Their mother was a nurse, their father a medical doctor at Iruma Air Base. In 1950, the family left Japan for Pasadena, California, though within a few months their father, John, deserted the family, leaving them in deep debt and forcing their mother to take on work cleaning rooms at a motor hotel and washing dishes. Years later, Marla would hire a detective to find her father, learning he'd moved to Argentina with a male retired Army colonel with whom he still lived. Neither sister would speak of their father ever again. The rivalry was there even in grade school. Olivia cut up J.L.'s clothes and peed on J.L.'s toothbrush. For retaliation, J.L. would only have to show up anywhere Olivia was, at ballet school, at choir, in order to render her a tiny tear in the wallpaper, as Beckman put it. Because J.L. could dance, too, and sing. And while Olivia was shy, uptight, and nervous in temperament, J.L. cracked dirty sailor jokes and laughed with her head back. She was a blonde Ava Gardner, green eyes, faint cleft chin, as if God, wanting to sign this particular work, had proudly pressed his thumb in there. A face like a heart. The reaction was always the same, from the ballet teacher to the choir director, to Olivia's own friends. Besotted. Olivia secretly referred to her sister as Jail Endicott, a verbal smearing of her initials. They attended different middle and high schools, their mother's attempt to diffuse the tension, but any boy Olivia brought by the house was unfailingly smitten by J.L. Was she doing it on purpose? Were her looks her fault? According to Beckman, it couldn't be helped.
If you're given a free Aston Martin, you're going to take it for a wild ride to test how fast it goes. Naturally, as a teenager, Marlowe overdid it. If Olivia had done something to her, like steal her math homework or put mayonnaise in her Pond's cold cream, J.L. would drape herself on the couch and watch the Ford television theater wearing shorts and a halter top right in front of Olivia's boyfriend. When Olivia suggested they move into another room, the poor delirious kid wouldn't even hear her.
Olivia resolved to keep friends away from the house, but to keep her sister out of sight was like trying to keep the sun down.
So what could Olivia do, a mere mortal chained by way of genetics to a goddess?
She ran away from home. In 1964, at 16, Olivia moved to West Hollywood with 2 girlfriends from Miss Dina's ballet school. Within 3 months, Olivia had an agent and a small walk-on role in the 1965 film Beach Blanket Bingo. She was hard-working, diligent, rehearsing more than anyone else. Olivia had finally found her voice and her calling, landing roles in television including Run for Your Life and Death Valley Days.
For the first time in her life, she felt she existed,
Beckman said. At that point, acting wasn't even on J.L.'s radar. She discovered sex, having lost her virginity to a science teacher. But when Olivia was the focus of a short write-up in Variety called Rising Stars, for the hell of it, J.L. cut school and went to an open call for the television series Combat. The casting director fell in love with her, but knew she needed a better name than the thorny mouthful J.L. Endicott. He happened to be reading Raymond Chandler's The Big Sleep at the time, featuring the famous detective Philip Marlowe. There was also a 10-cent Los Angeles scandal tabloid in front of him. Confidential, uncensored and off the record, open to an article about Howard Hughes's rumored narcotic addiction. He stitched together a name fit for a movie queen, Marlowe Hughes. Marla received her big break in 1966 as Woman in the Appaloosa, starring Marlon Brando, having a brief affair with Brando himself, while Olivia languished in bad TV, appearing in bit parts on The Andy Griffith Show and Hawk. By 1969, Marlowe was a star, appearing in 4 films, her name emblazoned across billboards over Sunset Boulevard. Olivia retreated to New York to try the stage. In 1978, at Warren Beatty's bungalow party at the Beverly Hills Hotel, Marlowe was introduced to the dashing Michael Knight Winthrop DuPont, a Princeton-educated football player, war hero, one of the heirs to the DuPont fortune, and the basis for Beatty's dashing millionaire character Leo Farnsworth in Heaven Can Wait. Everyone called him Knightley due to his perfect looks and old-fashioned charm. Within 3 months, Marlowe and Knightley were engaged. As Marlowe's life burned so bright one needed shades, Olivia's dimmed into non-existence. Her only booked job was as an understudy in the 1972 Broadway production of Ring Around the Bathtub, which closed the very night it opened. The sisters had allegedly not spoken in over 13 years, but it seemed with one on the West Coast, the other on the East, at last there was enough space between them. And then, on October 25th, 1979, a fateful accident. While Marlowe was horseback riding with friends in Montecito, a lawnmower spooked her horse. It reared and bolted, leaping over a fence and onto Highway 101, throwing Marlowe from the saddle. Miraculously, she sustained only multiple fractures to her left leg, though it was so severe, doctors ordered her to stay at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Traction for 2 months. Every afternoon, Knightley came to her bedside to read to her. When the months were finished, doctors decided she needed another few weeks. Knightley continued his visits, until one day he was late, and the next day later, and on the 3rd day he didn't show up at all. After a 10-day absence, during which Marlowe heard nothing from him, he finally appeared at the hospital. He announced their engagement was off. Apologizing, sobbing out of his own sadness and guilt, he presented Marlowe Hughes with a black pearl ring, the platinum band inscribed with 4 words, "Fly on, beautiful child." Marlowe was devastated. Nurses claimed she tried to throw herself out of the window in her room. 4 weeks later, 2 days after she was released from the hospital, the New York Times made the stunning announcement, DuPont heir Knightley marries Olivia Endicott, actress. It was a private ceremony at the family's estate in the Hudson River Valley. No one, not even Beckman, had any idea how Olivia had pulled it off, where she'd met Knightley, or how she'd transferred his affection for Marlowe, one of the most beautiful women in the world, onto her, an ordinary woman. Some suggested it was hypnosis, even a deal with the devil, starting with the fateful horseback riding accident. Or was it simply an unfortunate coincidence? Marlowe never spoke publicly of the incident, though years later, when she was asked about her sister in an interview, she said, "I wouldn't piss on Olivia if she were on fire." She did fly on, or at least tried to. Marlowe married 3 times, to a set designer in 1981, to Cordova in 1985, their union lasting just 3 months, though he was able to extract a stunning performance from her in Love Child. She married a veterinarian in 1994. They divorced just 4 years later. She had no children. In her 40s, Ms. Hughes found herself sliding down that character arc of so many movie goddesses before her. She became mortal. She aged. Roles stopped coming. There was plastic surgery, whispers of a painkiller addiction, and after an embarrassing appearance in Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, in which her makeup looked like it had been applied with crayons, a quick cane-tug exit from the public stage. Olivia remained married to Knightley. They had 3 sons. For the past 27 years, she sat on the board of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the most socially exalted position in the city, and still does. Marlowe got the fame, Olivia the prince, Beckman would intone in a low voice, his eyes sparking in the firelight. But who won at life? The consensus was Olivia.
Perhaps, Beckman would say, but who knows what jealousies have eaten away her insides like acid on old pipes.
There was one final detail. It concerned Cordova. Even after she was married to Knightley, Olivia Endicott continued to work here and there on Broadway throughout the 80s, though she gave up the stage in order to fulfill her role as a mother, wife, and philanthropist. Yet she remained a rabid Cordova fan. According to Beckman, Olivia wrote the director letter after letter, hounding him with mad persistence. She begged to work with him, audition for him, take even a silent walk-on role. At the very least, she hoped to meet him. Cordova appeared to be the last thing she required, the final pie piece to wholly vanquish her sister.
And to Olivia's every letter, Cordova responded with the same typewritten sentence,
Beckman said. At this point in the story, Beckman stood up, steadying himself on his Persian ottoman. Then he'd shuffle over to the dark, dank corner of his living room, where he'd brutally jerk open a desk drawer, stuffed with papers, receipts, Broadway playbills, rooting around the contents. A minute later, when he staggered back to the gathering, he'd be holding a pristine, cream-colored envelope in his hands. Slowly, he'd present it to the nearest student, who would nervously open it, pulling out a letter, silently reading it before blinking in awe, and passing it to the kid next to him. Beckman claimed he'd found the copy randomly at an estate sale.
November 11, 1988.
My dear DuPont, if all of the people on earth were dead but you would still not appear in my picture. Cordova. 64. Relaying the tale to Nora, I was nowhere near as theatrical in the telling as Beckman.
"Fly on, beautiful child," she repeated. "That's the saddest goodbye in the world. Do you think it's all true?"
I do.
"Call Olivia. Immediately."
I dialed the number. "Of course, Mr. McGrath," said the secretary on the other end. "Are you available tomorrow? Ms. DuPont is off to St. Moritz the following day. She was hoping you'd forgive her for the late notice and squeeze her into your busy schedule, as she won't be back for 4 months." I agreed to meet Olivia at her apartment at noon the following day. The address was about as close to an American Buckingham Palace as you could get, 740 Park Avenue. It had been the childhood home of Jackie Kennedy and countless other legendary heirs and heiresses, and was pure old rich New York, staunch, graying at the temples, secretive, and snooty as hell. As I hung up, I realized that my cell phone was buzzing. I didn't recognize the number. Golden Way Market, Inc.
"Who is it?" asked Nora.
"I suspect it's the first person calling about Ashley's missing person flyer." 65. Golden Way was a Chinese grocery that ignored the English language so aggressively, standing in one of the narrow aisles, pungent with smells of fish and sesame. I could convince myself I was in China's Chongqing province. There were shriveled whole chickens strung up by their talons, trillions of noodles, black teas, and lethal-looking produce, red chilies that had numbed your tongue for a year, green so spiky they looked like they'd slit your throat as you swallowed them. Outside, the store looked like an underworld heavy lurking on the sidewalk, a dirty red awning pulled low over its cruddy windows, and stands of bruised fruit. I headed after Nora, who'd disappeared in the back, finding her alone in front of a table piled with what appeared to be packets of potato chips, until I read the label, "Roast dried squid shavings." She shrugged, puzzled. "I just spoke to a man, but he disappeared through there." She pointed at a set of steel doors beside a few fish tanks, gray fish drifting inside. When I'd answered the call, a man who barely spoke English announced he had informations, though he was unable to explain what exactly it was. Finally, a woman came on the line to bark an address. 11 Market Street. The address was near East Broadway, only a block and a half from 83 Henry, so it was certainly feasible Ashley had come in. At this moment, a slight, middle-aged Chinese man emerged, followed by what had to be his entire extended family, his wife, his daughter of about 8, and a grandmother who looked to date back to the days of Mao Zedong. Hell, maybe it was Mao. She had his long forehead, his tired face, and gray workman's pants, the flip-flops on her bare feet, which resembled 2 dry, chipped bricks that had fallen off the Great Wall. The family all smiled eagerly at us, and set about getting a stool for the old woman, helping her sit. The wife then handed her a piece of crumpled paper, which I recognized as the missing person flyer. "We have information," the little girl announced in perfect English. "About the girl on the poster?" I clarified. "Did you meet her?" Nora asked. "Yes," said the little girl. "She came here." "What was she wearing?" I asked. The family conferred heatedly in Cantonese. "A bright orange coat." That was close enough. "And what did she do when she was here?" I asked. "She talked with my grandmother." The little girl indicated Mao, who was carefully inspecting the flyer as if it were a speech she was about to present in class. "In English?" The little girl giggled as if I'd made a joke. "My grandmother doesn't speak English." "She spoke to her in Chinese?" The girl nodded. Ashley spoke Chinese. That was unexpected. "What did they talk about?" I asked. For the next few minutes there was so much wild Cantonese flying back and forth. Nora and I could do nothing but watch. Finally, the entire family hushed quickly because Mao had at last spoken, her parched voice scarcely audible. "She asked my grandmother where she was born," explained the girl, "if she missed her home. She bought chewing gum, and then she talked to a taxi driver who comes in here for dinner. He said he'd take her where she wanted to go. My grandmother liked her very much, but your friend was very tired." "Tired in what way?" I asked. The girl conferred with Grandmother Mao. "She was sleepy," she answered. "This taxi driver, do you know who he is?" She nodded. "He comes in here to eat dinner." "What time?" This resulted in more debate, during which the girl's mother did most of the talking. 9 o'clock. "Will he come tonight?" asked Nora. "Sometimes he comes, sometimes he doesn't." I checked my watch. It was 8. "Might as well wait," I said to Nora, "see if he shows." I explained this to the girl, who relayed it to her family. I thanked them, and, smiling, the whole family came forward to shake our hands, moving aside so we could shake Mao's hand, too. Removing my wallet, I thanked the father and tried to give him $100, but he refused to take it. This back and forth went on for a good 10 minutes, though I noticed his wife's eyes were glued to the money. I had to get the guy to take it. If I didn't, judging from the look on his wife's face, he wouldn't survive the night. He finally relented, and I turned back to Grandmother Mao, with the intention of asking her a few more questions. Yet the old woman had silently moved off the stool, disappearing through the doors and into the back of the store. 66. "Fuck, man," said the taxi driver. "You scared the shit out of me. I thought you were here to deport me." He cackled with laughter, revealing a set of blinding white teeth, a few capped in gold. He scratched his red and yellow Rasta cap as he studied Ashley's picture. "Yeah, sure, I did pick her up here." "When?" I asked. "Couple of weeks ago." "What color coat was she wearing?" interjected Nora. He thought it over, rubbing the gray stubble on his chin. "Greenish-brown, but I'm colorblind, man." He called himself Zeb. He was black, from Jamaica, I guessed, from his slight accent. 6'6", lean yet disheveled and slouched, like a palm tree after a mild hurricane. During the past hour, as Nora and I waited, we'd managed to stitch together some basic information. He came to Golden Wave 5 nights a week for dinner. He ate outside, leaning against the hood of his cab, playing loud music with the windows unrolled, and then took off, doubtlessly resuming his all-night driving shift, which ended at 7 a.m. "When I got here," Zeb went on, scratching his head, "she was in the back talking to the old lady. I got my dinner, she followed me outside. And you drove her somewhere? Yeah. Do you remember where? He thought it over. Some big-ass house on the Upper East. Could you take us there now? Oh, no. He held up a hand. The stops and starts all bleed together when you drive. We'll pay you, blurted Nora. He perked up. You'll pay the meter? Nora nodded. Okay, sure, we can do that. Grinning as if he couldn't believe his luck, Zeb cheerfully grabbed a foam container and began to load it with noodles, egg rolls, sesame chicken, if it was chicken. The gray meat looked like the shopao, or cat, in a steamed bun I'd once eaten by accident in Hong Kong. Astonishing how quickly money jogged a man's memory. Nora and I headed outside to wait. This is going to be expensive, I muttered, squinting farther down Market Street, where a lone man was shuffling toward us. Instantly I recognized the gray wool coat and the cigarette. Look who decided to make an appearance. Nora, unabashedly worried, grilled him on why he'd stood us up this morning. We waited for you. I almost called the police. I had things to do, Hopper said unconvincingly. He looked like he'd been up all night. I was beginning to realize the key to his behavior could be found in his own description of Morgan DeVold. He's coming back. He has to. He's dying to talk about her. Nora eagerly filled him in on the latest. In no time, the three of us were tearing up Park Avenue, crammed into the back seat of a taxi with a steering wheel covered in blue shag and a rear-view mirror wearing more gold chains than Mr. T. I leaned forward to study Zeb's picture ID. His full name was Zebulania Akpunku, noticing a worn-out paperback, stepping into the good life on the passenger seat beside him. Did you notice anything unusual about the girl? I asked Zeb through the bulletproof window. He shrugged. She was a white girl. They all kind of look alike. He guffawed happily, quieting only to take a bite of his food. Did she talk to you? Anything you can tell us about her? Nah way, man. I got one rule as a driver. What's that? Never look in the rearview mirror. Never? We drifted into the left-hand lane, cutting off a cab. It's not healthy to keep a watch on what you're leaving behind. 10 minutes later, we were weaving our way up and down every street in the East 60s between Madison and Lexington. The meter ticked from $20 to $30, $40. Oh, yeah, this is right, Zeb would say, leaning forward to scrutinize the quiet rows of townhouses until he'd reached the end of the block. Shit, I got it wrong. He'd sigh in apparent frustration, then cheerfully help himself to more sesame chicken. No worries, man, it's the next block. But the same thing happened on the next block, and the next. After another 15 minutes, the meter was $60.25. Nora was gnawing her fingernails, and Hopper hadn't said a word the entire ride, slumped against the seat, staring out the window. I was about to call it off when, as we were cruising down East 71st, Zeb abruptly slammed on the brakes. That's it. He was indicating a building on our left. It sat entirely in the dark, a massive townhouse that looked more like an embassy than a residence. Pale gray limestone, 25 feet wide. It was weathered and run down, dead leaves strewn across the front steps, the double doors littered with takeout menus, a sure indication no one had been there for weeks. We already drove down here, I said. I'm telling you, that's the house. All right. I opened the door and we climbed out. I handed Zeb $80. Peace out, brother. Zeb happily tucked the money into his shirt pocket, alongside what looked to be a gigantic, half-smoked joint. He turned up the Rolling Stones, and though there was a yellow light at the intersection, yellow lights to Zeb were cues to floor it and pray, he barreled out into Park Avenue in a noisy clanging of loose parts and stuttering transmission, the trunk thudding as he blasted over a pothole and swerved south, leaving us on the quiet street. 67. We crossed the street to get a better view. It was dim on that side, with just a street lamp and a high-rise apartment building, its entrance around the corner on Park, so it afforded some privacy to watch the townhouse. It was after 11 o'clock, the neighborhood deserted. New York might be the city that never slept, but the well-heeled residents of the Upper East Side got tucked into their bespoke sheets around 10. Doesn't look like anyone's lived there for years, I noted. I noticed Hopper was staring intently at the place, the expression on his face unreadable, though I sensed a sort of deep-seated hostility, as if within its hulking grandeur he saw something he detested. It was unapologetic in its opulence. 5 stories, a garden on the roof. Tree branches could be seen reaching over the top cornice. Every window was dark, a few adorned with heavy curtains, the panes dirty. A narrow covered balcony extended outside the windows on the second floor, detailed with an oxidized copper roof, black iron lattice work along the sides and railing. And yet, in spite of its lavishness, or because of it, the townhouse had a cold, lonely demeanor. "Are we going to knock?" whispered Nora. "You two stay here," I said. I headed across the street and skipped up the marble steps strewn with leaves and bits of trash, a deli napkin, a cigarette butt. I rang the bell, noting the black bubble of a security camera above the intercom. I heard it ring inside, a strident clanging straight out of 19th century England, but there was no response. I pulled out the papers wedged through the mail slot, a Burger Heaven menu and 2 ads for a 24-hour locksmith. They were faded, warped from the rain. They'd been there for months. "Some loaded European probably owns it," I said, moving back to Hopper and Nora. "He uses it 2 days a year." "Only one way to find out," said Hopper. He took a last drag of his cigarette, chucked it to the ground, and pulling up the collar of his coat, crossed the street. "What's he doing?" whispered Nora. Hopper stepped right up to the townhouse, grabbed the black iron grating over the arched window on the ground floor, and began to climb. Within seconds, Hopper was 12 feet off the ground. He paused for a minute, looking down, then stepped on top of one of the old lanterns flanking the front doors, and straddling about 5 feet of space, grabbed a hold of the concrete ledge of the second-floor balcony. He hoisted himself higher, dangling there for a few seconds, his gray coat floating around him like a cape. He hooked his right leg over the railing and fell sideways onto the balcony. Immediately he scrambled to his feet and, with another furtive glance down at the sidewalk, crept along the narrow veranda to the window on the farthest right. Crouching, he shielded his eyes to look through the glass, then fumbled inside his coat for what appeared to be his wallet. He cracked the casement, probably using a credit card, slid the window open, and without the slightest hesitation, he crawled inside. There was a moment of stillness. He reappeared as a silhouette, slid the window closed, and disappeared. I was stunned, expecting at any moment now a maid's blood-curdling scream or sirens. But the street remained silent. "What the hell?" whispered Nora, clamping a hand over her chest. "What do we do?" "Nothing. We wait." As it turned out, we didn't have to wait long. Hopper had been inside not 10 minutes, when a lone taxi coasted down the street toward us, slowing and stopping directly in front of the townhouse. "Oh, no," whispered Nora. The back seat door opened, and a heavy-set woman emerged. "Text Hopper," I said. "Tell him to get the hell out of there." As Nora fumbled for her phone, I slipped between the parked cars, aiming for the woman who was moving up the townhouse steps, digging through her purse, trying to find her keys. 68. "Excuse me." She didn't turn. She jammed the key in the lock, pushing open one of the doors. "Ma'am, I'm looking for the nearest subway." She darted inside, switching on a light. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a white entryway, a black and white checked floor, and as she whisked around, the woman herself, before she slammed the door hard. A deadbolt clicked, followed by the 7-digit beep of an alarm. I froze in shock. I knew her. Suddenly the lamps over the entrance switched on, bathing me in bright light. She wanted a good look at me in the security camera. I moved up the steps and rang the doorbell. There was no response. I rang it a second time, then a third. Not that I expected her to open the door. It was to alert Hopper. It would signal to him to get the hell out. I jogged swiftly down the steps, heading toward Park. At the corner, I crossed north, finding Nora where I'd left her. "He's still inside," she whispered. "I texted him but haven't heard back." "You're not going to believe this. That was Inez Gallo, Cordova's assistant for years. The Cordovas must own this place." It was stupefying. Not just that Hopper had broken in, but he was now trapped inside a personal residence of Cordova's. Nora, amazed, turned back to the townhouse, where a bright light had just illuminated the second floor, revealing a dark, wood-paneled library, the shelves lined with books. "Now he has no way out," Nora whispered. "Should we call 911? "Not yet." "But we have to do something. She might shoot him." "We need to give him time to look around." "How long?" Distant wails of sirens answered her question. They grew louder, and suddenly 3 police cars came barreling down the street, screeching to a halt in front of the townhouse. 4 policemen jumped out, hastening up the steps, Gallo opening the door, and they disappeared inside. 2 cops remained on the front steps, staring suspiciously down the street. "Time to get the hell out of here," I said. "But we have to make sure he's okay." "We'll be more help to him out of jail." But suddenly there were loud voices, and the cops reemerged, leading Hopper down the steps. He was handcuffed, and his gray coat had been confiscated. But otherwise, in his faded blue T-shirt and jeans, he looked rather undaunted by the proceedings. His eyes purposefully avoided our direction, though I swore I caught a faint smile on his face as they shoved his head down and pushed him roughly into the back seat. 69. At home I called an old friend, a criminal defense attorney named Leonard Blumenstein. I'd never needed him, not yet anyway, but he'd pulled plenty of people I knew out of rocks and hard places. Apparently you could call Blumenstein a couple of hours after killing your wife, and in a voice silkier than an Hermes scarf, he'd assure you it was all going to be fine. Then he'd give you a directive, as if the issue were simply that you'd lost your passport. I left a message with his answering service. Someone assisting me with some research had gotten carried away and broken into a private residence, though he'd been unarmed and stole nothing, and was now in police custody. The woman assured me she'd have Blumenstein call me back. Nora and I then moved into my office to research Inez Gallo. "What do we know about her?" asked Nora, curling up on the couch beside the box of research. "Not much," I said. "She was supposedly Cordova's longtime assistant." After digging through the papers, I pulled out Inez Gallo's wedding photo. The picture always turned up whenever her name appeared in the press. In it, she looked like every other beaming newlywed, which only made it tragic. Years later, she'd abandoned this very husband and her 2 children to go work alongside Cordova. "We also found that page on the blackboards," noted Nora, "the one that contends she and Cordova are the same person. They both have a tiny wheel tattoo on their left hands. Are you sure it was a woman?" "Positive." We dug around YouTube and found the grainy film clip of Gallo's infamous acceptance speech on behalf of Cordova at the 1980 Oscars. It began with co-presenters Goldie Hawn and Steven Spielberg announcing, "And the Oscar goes to Stanislas Cordova for Thumbscrew." The audience gasped because it was a startling upset. Best Director was believed to be a shoo-in for Robert Benton, the director of Kramer vs. Kramer, In fact, Benton was so convinced he was going to win, he actually got out of his seat, making his way to the stage before his wife jumped up and physically restrained him. There was a long, confused pause during which the audience, disconcerted, was whispering, looking around, wondering if it was a mistake, if Cordova had actually showed. Then the cameras focused on Inez Gallo, who was quickly making her way down the narrow side aisle of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. They had her sitting in the back, away from the real stars, Jack Lemmon, Bo Derek, Sally Field, and Dudley Moore. Gallo was black-haired and heavy-set, with strong, brawny features, undeniably similar to Cordova's in his early photographs, dressed in a black T-shirt and combat boots. Later, people in the audience would profess to thinking she was crashing the event, like the 1974 streaker, Robert Opel, who jogged across the stage naked when David Niven was about to introduce Elizabeth Taylor, or when Marlon Brando, at the 1973 ceremony, sent Sacheen Littlefeather to turn down his Best Actor award for The Godfather on behalf of exploited Native Americans. Awkwardly, Inez Gallo took the Oscar from Spielberg and said into the mic, 2 feet too tall for her, "This is a summons to those watching to break out of your locked room, real or imagined." She then ran off stage, and the network cut to a commercial. We watched the speech a few times, then logged on to the blackboards. Most of the discussion of Inez Gallo concerned rumors about the exact nature of her relationship to Cordova, that she was his sister, his puppeteer and Svengali, his female doppelganger, an obsessive caretaker and enabler, who catered to Cordova's every need and desire, a custodian who cleaned up his every mess. Combing through one rumor after the next, Nora's eyes were closing, so she headed to bed, though I stayed up a few more hours reading. Maybe it was simply my shock at encountering her, but there had been something unaccountably bizarre about Gallo's wide, chiseled face, the hard features, the embittered voice. Maybe the key to all this was exactly what Cleo had said at Enchantments. Dark magic passed from generation to generation. I searched on the blackboards for mention of it, witchcraft, and Inez Gallo, or another reference to the wheel tattoo that both she and Cordova supposedly had on their left hands. But other than a brief mention of her being from Puebla, Mexico, and her selfless devotion to the director being the stuff of legend, "There's nothing Gallo won't do to protect him," claimed one poster. There was nothing else there. 70. Woodward. I cracked open an eye. The clock read 4:21 a.m. Are you asleep? Yes. Can you talk? Sure. Nora opened the door, slipping through the darkness. She was again wearing that ghostly nightgown, a pale blur perched on the end of my bed. What's the matter? I asked, propping myself up on the pillows. She said nothing. She seemed nervous. She had a way of being quite talkative, then suddenly growing silent and still, so you studied her face like some hard blue desert sky, waiting for some sign of life, however distant, a hawk, an insect. You're going to have to give me more to go on, I said, after a moment. I'm a guy. I'm illiterate when it comes to reading between lines. Well, she sighed as if it were the end of the conversation rather than the beginning. This meant, because she was a woman, she'd probably already had this discussion umpteen times in her head. Is it about Hopper? I asked. Are you worried about him spending the night in jail? Because he'll be fine. The bed jerked. Did you nod? It's too dark to see in here. It's nothing to do with him. It's something I said that I feel bad about. What? That I wouldn't sleep with you. No need to clarify it. It goes unsaid. And it's nothing I haven't heard before. I did not know where Bernstein was going with this, but I had a bad feeling. It was crucial to get the girl out of my room, back to her own bed, stat. Adding sex to investigative reporting was as inspired an idea as Ford unveiling the Pinto. What was meant to be fun, sexy, and practical was actually a nightmare, causing great personal injury on all sides.
"You're handsome," Nora said. "If you were at Terra Hermosa, the ladies would die."
Isn't that what they do anyway?
I didn't want any professional lines to be crossed.
You were right. I can't tell you how many women I've crossed all kinds of lines with and afterward felt terrible.
Really?
Like I'd just been given a prognosis of a few weeks left to live. She giggled. Starting my very first time when I was 15, Lorna Doonberry. Talk about lines. She played bridge with my mother. I got carried away. She fell into a shower curtain. You know that little soap holder in bathtubs?
Sure.
Her face hit it. She lost 2 teeth, blood everywhere. Lorna went from a perfectly attractive 40-something divorcee to a lead character in Night of the Living Dead.
My first time was Tim Bailey.
I waited for more information. None came. Don't tell me he was a resident at Terra Hermosa.
Oh, no. He worked at Premier Pool Services. He cleaned the pool every Friday.
How old was he?
29.
How old were you?
16, but an old 16. He had a wife and 2 kids. I felt awful about it. It's a terrible thing to lie. It's a field you keep seeding and watering and plowing, but nothing will ever grow on it.
She wrapped her arms around her knees, fidgeting her shoulders.
I tried to end it a couple times, but Tim and I would go out behind the kitchen when everyone was at wine and cheese, and he'd dance with me to the country music coming through the kitchen window. He was a good dancer, but he was sad. He dreamed of just taking off and starting over, pretending his life never happened in the first place.
Did he?
Don't know. Can I tell you something?
Of course.
You won't make a big deal out of it?
I promise.
When I first got to New York at Port Authority, it was 3 a.m. Septimus got stolen. She paused, clasping her hands between her knees. One of the people on the bus did it. I knew who it was. He got on at Daytona Beach, and he sat behind me and Septimus the whole way. He smelled like alcohol, and he tried hard to make conversation during the ride, but I just put on my headphones and pretended to be asleep. Something was wrong with him, mentally, you know? But when we got to Port Authority, I let my guard down when we were all getting off. This lady needed help getting one of her kids into a stroller. I helped her, then went to the underneath part to get my bag, and when I went back to the curb, Septimus wasn't there. His cage was gone. I went crazy. I told the driver, and he told me to report it to the main office, but all I could think was that I was going to die. I was going to die without Septimus. I couldn't think. By then, all the other passengers had left. I exited the lot into the part where all the shops are, and it was quiet. The next thing I knew, the same man was walking behind me. He whispered he had my bird. He said he wanted to give him back. All I had to do was give him a blowjob in the bathroom.
I stared at her. I felt as if the wind had been kicked out of me. So sudden was this confession. I was careful not to do anything at all, not even to move. I said I didn't believe him, so he brought me behind a Villa Pizza and into the women's bathroom. Septimus's cage was there on the floor, but it was empty. And then I saw that the man had stuck him in one of those silver containers in the stalls. You know, where you throw stuff away? He was fluttering around in there, going crazy, because he hates the dark, always has. You're supposed to put a sheet over the cage to calm a bird, but Septimus doesn't like it. He has to see. The man said all I had to do was that, and he'd let him go. I got into the stall with him. There was actually a lady getting dressed in the back, but she didn't say anything when I called out to her. He unzipped his pants and leaned back with his fist clamped hard on the lid of the silver thing. So I did it. I thought of trying to get Septimus out, fighting the man, but there wasn't the chance. When I stopped, the man punched me in the face. He kept calling me Nancy over and over. Nancy, Nancy. When it was done, he smiled and took out Septimus, holding him really tight in his fist, squeezing him like toothpaste. I screamed and screamed, and when I couldn't take it any more, he laughed and threw him out of the stall. I didn't know where he was at first, but then I found him on the floor under the radiator. I got his cage in my bag, and I ran as fast as I could. The place was deserted, with closed-up shops. Only a few people staring at nothing like a bunch of ghosts. I took the escalator up to the street. I went over to the taxi stand, climbed in, and I asked the driver to take me to the center of everything. Madonna did it when she first came to New York. She asked the cab driver to take her to the center of everything. She looked over at me as if asking a question. He didn't know where that was. I said Times Square. He took me right there. There were people everywhere, lights like it was the middle of the afternoon. And I knew I was going to be fine, because I was right where I was supposed to be. I'd spent my whole life feeling like I was waiting to be someplace else. For the first time, I didn't. Nora turned to me, her hands clasped over her knees. I never told anybody. I'm glad you told me, I said. It took a moment to hear it all. The story seemed like a toxic vapor wafting through the room that needed time to dissolve. I felt at once sick to my stomach, and an overwhelming need to make sure she was all right, to extract the memory of such a thing from her head. It was never the act itself, but our own understanding of it that defeated us, over and over again. You didn't want to go to the police? She shook her head. I didn't want to waste another minute on it. My life was meant to begin. The bad things that happen to you don't have to mean anything at all. And anyway, he'll answer to God for what he did. She announced this with great certainty. For a girl with nothing to her name but a parakeet, to have such unwavering belief in the reckoning of evil in the world, a belief I could never bring myself to have, having seen, time and time again, depravity go unchecked. It awed me, and it was some time before I could bring myself to speak. Outside a car cruised down Perry Street, and the night stillness made it sound drowsy and relaxed. It might have been a rowboat wafting by. You are a magnificent and powerful person, I said. I hadn't intended to say that exactly. It had never been my strong suit, whipping out the right words to mend that ever-present wound in a woman's heart. But it made Nora smile. She slipped toward me, mattress creaking, kissed me on the cheek, and hopped off the bed. A blurred, bluish figure floating through the dark. I'm a fan, I added, and that's an unconditional lifetime warranty. I'm like Victorinox luggage and darn tough socks. She laughed sleepily, slipping out of the room. Night, Woodward, she whispered over her shoulder. Thanks for listening. I don't know how long I sat there staring into the darkness, the hardened shadows thawing as the minutes passed, the only sounds, night shivers of the city outside. After a while, when I was half asleep, her presence lingered as if some wild creature had been inside my room, a fawn, or iridescent bird, or maybe a Kirin. 71. He was held overnight in the Tombs. Blumenstein informed me over the phone. I sent a junior associate downtown to get him out. They dropped burglary in the second degree, but he's facing criminal trespass. Bail will be around $5,000. Why so high? I asked, wedging the phone against my ear as I pulled my coat out of the closet and pulled it on. He has 3 priors: assault of a police officer in Beaufort, Georgia, petty theft in Fritz Creek, Alaska. Alaska? And 2 years ago, possession of a controlled substance for the intent of sale. This was in Los Angeles. What was the substance? Marijuana and MDMA. He served 2 months, did 100 hours community service. I told Blumenstein I'd cover the bail, then, hanging up, quickly relayed the conversation to Nora as we prepared to leave for the meeting with Olivia Endicott. I'd made Nora an omelet this morning, but as soon as she saw it, she announced she wasn't hungry, her face red. I chalked this up to that bizarre black box of feminine behavior that defied explanation, until I realized, cursing my stupidity, it was because of what she'd told me last night. She didn't want me to treat her with kid gloves, didn't want to be handled like some fragile thing with a crack through it. So I brutally chucked out the omelet and announced that Mo Gulizar's black sequined leggings and Captain Sparrow blouse didn't suit a meeting with one of New York's most elegant swans. I ordered her to change her clothes, which made her smile with relief as she raced upstairs to do so. Within minutes we were out the door, hurrying down Perry Street. It was a gray day, the sky threatening rain. We headed for the subway because we were already late. And if there was one thing I knew about New York's wealthiest, they love to keep you waiting, not the other way round. 72. Mr. McGrath, welcome. The woman who greeted us at the door of apartment 17D was in her 50s, dressed in a dust-gray suit. She had the dimmed bulb face of someone who'd lived a life in servitude. Her eyes moved inquiringly to Nora. "This is my assistant. I hope it's all right if she joins us." "Certainly." Smiling, the woman ushered us into the foyer, where an old codger wearing a rumpled burgundy jacket appeared, seemingly from the walls to take our coats. Wordlessly, he drifted with them back down another dim hall. "Right this way." She led us in the other direction, down a dark gallery. The wine-colored walls were plastered with paintings, the way scaffolding downtown was covered with ads for concerts. Only these happened to be Matisse's and Sheila's, Clemente's, the odd Magritte, each painting sporting its own bronze lamp like a miner's helmet. Between these masterpieces were dark open doorways, and I slowed to glance inside. Every room looked like a grotto, dank and stalactited with brocade curtains and Louis XIV chairs, vases and Tiffany lamps, busts in marble, ebony sculpture, books. We passed a formal dining room, the walls celery green, a crystal chandelier like a frozen jellyfish floating midair. The woman led us briskly into a large sitting room. The windows framed a northwestern view, turning the city into a serene concrete still life with gray sky. A helicopter hovered over the Hudson like an errant fly. The woman gestured for us to sit on the yellow chintz couch in front of a coffee table, covered in miniatures, porcelain schnauzers, sheep herders, finger bowls. Fresh yellow and red tulips exploded out of a Chinese vase. They matched the yellow walls and the red jackets of the riders in the giant fox hunt oil painting looming behind us. Nora sat down stiffly beside me, folding her hands in her lap. She looked nervous. "May I offer you some tea while you wait? Mrs. DuPont is finishing up a telephone call." "Tea would be nice," I said. "Thank you." The woman slipped out of the room.
"This is what you call jumbo rich," I whispered to Nora. "These people are their own strange breed. Don't try to understand them." "Did you see the shining armor on the way in? Real shining armor, just standing there, waiting for a night. The 2% of the world's richest people have over half of the world's wealth. I think it's all in this apartment."
Nora, biting her lip, pointed at the small end table on my right, where there was a black-and-white photograph in an antique silver frame. It was Olivia standing with her husband, Knightley, probably some 20 years ago. They had their arms around each other, posing beside an antique Bentley, in front of a colossal country manor. They looked happy, but of course that didn't say much. Everyone smiles for a photograph. Abruptly, Nora sat up. A woman was entering the room. I stood up immediately, Nora following my lead, fidgeting to straighten her skirt. It was Olivia. She didn't walk so much as float. 3 Pekingese dogs shuffling alongside her feet. The room had obviously been designed with her in mind, or vice versa. Her chin-length brown hair, streaked with silver, worn in a rich candy swirl around her face, matched the Persian rug, the carved lion-paw legs of the table, even the silver cigarette case with the elegant initials engraved on the lid, OPE, the fine lettering like tangled strands of hair clogging a shower drain. I wasn't sure what I'd expected, some grand dame blistering with jewelry, but she was surprisingly light and airy, devoid of ornamentation. She wore a simple gray and black dress, plump pearls roped twice around her neck. Her oval face was attractive and soft, neatly made up, long splinters of eyebrows framing her bright brown eyes, an elegant neck, like a stalk on a flower just starting to wilt. How many times had Marlowe Hughes dreamed of wringing that thing? As Olivia moved toward us, smiling, I realized her right arm hung limply in a sling, fashioned out of a black and red floral scarf. The hand hung there like a broken wing, but she seemed resolved to pull off this handicap gamely. The fingernails on that withered hand were perfectly painted tomato red. On the ring finger of her functioning hand, which she now extended to us, was a pale blue diamond, at least 12 carats. It stared out, unblinking, like a mesmerized eye. "Olivia DuPont, I'm so pleased you could come, Mr. McGrath." "My pleasure." After shaking her hand, we all sat down, including her 3 Pekingese, which resembled fat girls stuffed into fur suits. Olivia settled into the white couch opposite, extending an arm over the white throw draped across the back, and the dogs piled around her as if to form some sort of fluffy stronghold, then stared at us expectantly as if we were meant to entertain. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's quite mad around here with a move." "You're leaving the city?" I asked. "Just for the season. We spend the winter in Switzerland. The whole family comes out. My grandchildren love to ski and hike, though Mike and I tend to just laze around. We really sit down in front of the fire and don't budge for 4 months." She laughed, a crisp, elegant sound, bringing to mind a spoon tapping a crystal glass before some dignitary made a toast. Boy, had the apple fallen far from the tree. It was astounding how a woman, when she struck marital gold, procured not just a new wardrobe and new friends, but a new voice straight out of a 1930s gramophone, brittle, mono stereo, and a vocabulary that reliably included laze, season, and terribly sorry. I had to actively remind myself Olivia was an army brat who'd grown up so impoverished her mother had a third job cleaning the bathrooms of the very public high school she attended. Now Olivia probably had 6 estates and a yacht as big as a city block. "My grandson, Charlie, is a huge fan of yours, Mr. McGrath." "Scott, please." "Charlie's in 8th grade at Trinity. He read your first book, MasterCard Nation, over the summer. He was quite impressed. Now he's reading Cocaine Carnivals and wants to be an investigative reporter." I assumed she was about to ask if I would please read some marvelous story he'd posted on his blog, or else she wanted me to give him a job, thus coming to the reason behind this invitation. "I never doubted you, you know," Olivia said, arching an eyebrow. "That hoopla a few years back about you in Cordova, your fictitious chauffeur, the outrageous assertions you made on television, I knew exactly what was going on." "Did you?" "Because it was a mystery to me." "You'd done something to provoke him." She smiled at my look of surprise. "Surely you've noticed that the space around Cordova distorts. The closer you get to him, the speed of light slackens, information gets scrambled, rational minds grow illogical, hysterical. It's warped space-time, like the mass of a giant sun, bending the area surrounding it. You reach out to seize something so close to find it was never actually there. I've witnessed it firsthand myself." She fell silent, pensive, just as her 3 uniformed maids entered with the tea. They set about arranging it before us on the coffee table, fine china, a 5-tiered silver tower laden with cakes, petit fours, mini cupcakes and triangular sandwiches. Olivia slipped off her velvet heels, from Stubbs and Wooten, I noticed, the billionaire's Nike, curling her black stocking feet underneath her. As the maids poured the tea, I noticed Nora was blinking in shock at the elaborate setup. "Thank you, Charlotte." Charlotte and the other girls nodded demurely and darted away, their shoes silent on the carpet. "You must be wondering why on earth you're here," said Olivia, sipping her tea. "You've resumed work on your investigation of Cordova, have you not?" Her eyes met mine as she set down the teacup. They were bright as a schoolgirl's. "How did you hear that?" "Alan Cunningham." The name rang a bell. "The director of Briarwood Hospital? I've done some charity work for them. He told me he caught you digging rather shamelessly around the grounds last week, posing as a potential guest." Of course. Cunningham had hauled me into the security center and threatened to have me arrested. "How is the investigation going?" she asked. It hasn't been easy getting people to talk. Returning the teacup to the saucer, she sat back, staring at me. "I'll talk," she announced. I couldn't help but smile, amused by her directness. "About?" "What I know. It's quite a lot, believe me." "Because of your sister?" Her smile faltered. That was unexpected. I'd have assumed she'd gotten over Marlowe long ago, had put her away in some safe deposit box of childhood and locked it, tossing the key. But the mention of her sister visibly irked her. "I haven't spoken to Marlowe in 47 years. I don't know what she thought of Stanislas or what her experiences were. I had my own encounters, and I've never wanted to speak about them. Until now." "Why the change of heart?" "Ashley." She said it matter-of-factly. Nora was leaning forward, nervously eyeing the petit four, as if worried they'd scurry away if she went for one. "Police think it was suicide," I said. Olivia nodded. "Perhaps, but there's more to it." "How do you know?" "I met her once." She paused to sip her tea, and when she set the teacup down, she looked at me, her eyes piercing. "Do you believe in the supernatural world, Mr. McGrath? Ghosts and the paranormal? Unexplained forces we can't see, yet nonetheless affect us?" "No, not really. But I do believe in the human mind's ability to make something like that seem very real." "Stanislas and his third wife, Astrid, have an estate in the Adirondacks near Lowe's Lake?" "Yes, I know. The Peak." She arched an eyebrow. "You've been?" "I tried, stopping by to pay my respects 5 years ago. Never got past the security gate." Olivia smiled knowingly, sitting back against the couch. "I went there the first week of June in 1977. I was a struggling actress, 29 years old. Cordova was preparing his next film, Thumbscrew. His assistant, Inez Gallo, wrote to my agent and said Cordova had seen me in St. Valentine's Day Massacre and was very impressed by my work." She smiled with visible embarrassment. "I had a rather pitiful walk-on role, my back to the camera the entire time, so it seemed a cruel joke. But the assistant insisted he loved my look and was considering me for a very unusual part, which he'd written specifically with me in mind. He invited me to stay for the weekend at the Peak, so we might discuss the role. I lived in the East Village then. I borrowed money from a girlfriend to rent a Packard station wagon, and I drove all the way up there, all by myself. I hadn't booked a job in over a year. I was desperate. As I drove, I made a pact with myself that I'd do anything, absolutely anything for the role." She paused for a moment, her hand idly stroking one of the dogs. "The drive-in was quite beautiful. When you're past the woods and the security gate, it becomes a leisurely drive through oak trees and undulating hills. There wasn't a soul around. It was bright, hot. The sun was out, and yet I remember feeling so nervous. It soon slipped into terror, as if I were entering a graveyard in the dead of night. Every now and then I could hear a flock of birds,
crows screeching overhead. But when I slowed the car and looked up, there was nothing in the sky or the trees. Nothing. She sipped her tea. When I arrived at the house, a dark, colossal mansion straight out of, I don't know, a Poe short story, I parked by the other cars. There were quite a few, as if other actresses had been summoned as well. Yet I found myself unable to get out of my car. It was a terrible feeling, but I wanted that part. I needed it. To be in a Cordova picture was really the ultimate, you see. I'd heard it could not just make your career, but your life. She paused to smile ironically at this last comment. I climbed out and knocked on the front entrance, and immediately found myself greeted by a stunning Italian woman who acted oddly withdrawn. Without saying a thing to me, she beckoned me to lunch, already underway outside on a loggia draped with wisteria. There was a large group eating there, no one I recognized. Cordova's groupies, I imagined. But there was no sign of the man himself. Not that I had a clear picture of what he looked like. I asked someone where he was, and was duly informed he was working. They pulled up a chair for me to sit at the table. They were all talking about this object someone had just purchased at a private auction. They were passing this object around. Eventually it came to me, and for some reason when I had it, everyone went very silent, and they asked me what I thought it was. It was odd. It looked like a sort of dagger. The bronze handle was intricately carved, the blade narrow, about 5 inches long, with a strange loop in the middle of it. A young blond man in clerical garb, sitting at the very end of the table, he was beautiful, like an Adonis, suggested that I should stick it in my wrist to see what happened, and they all erupted in loud laughter. The only person who didn't laugh was the gorgeous Italian woman who'd answered the door. I came to understand that she was Cordova's wife, Ginevra. She only stared back at me with a haunted look, like a prisoner too terrified to speak. I felt so emotional and upset. For a moment I thought I'd burst into tears, but then someone snatched it from me and the lunch was finished. Later I looked it up and discovered what it was. "What was it?" I asked when she didn't immediately go on. She looked at me, her face somber. "A pricking needle. They were used in European witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries. They're made of precious metals, artfully engraved. The pricker would use it to stab the accused woman, usually stripped naked, all over her body. When he at last found a spot that didn't bleed or cause pain, he'd found the witch's mark. If he found such a place, it was, of course, because she could no longer scream. She'd been stabbed by this needle some 300 times and was unconscious, slowly bleeding to death. These things, archaic instruments of torture, have a vibrant market today for certain willing collectors." Nora was so captivated, she'd forgotten to chew the rather large piece of cake in her mouth. A crumb fell from her lips, which she hastily collected from the hem of her sweater. She swallowed with a loud gulp. But I soon put the bizarre lunch out of my head because someone, a masculine-looking hausfrau with a sweaty face and gleaming black eyes, announced that Cordova was ready to meet with me. I was escorted through various corridors into a large room filled with filing cabinets and a long dining-room table. A man sat at the very end. He was like a king on a throne, stacks of papers and photographs of locations, costumes, scene notes piled all around him. He was fat, but not grotesque in the way Orson Welles became, or Hitchcock, or even Brando. His massiveness was somehow distinguished. He had a round face with thick black hair, and he wore glasses, the lenses round and black as ink. He was handsome, at least I think he was. He had one of those faces that captivated you, and yet you couldn't remember it a minute later, as if your brain just couldn't memorize the features, the way it can't memorize an infinite number. Possibly this was due to the glasses, the lack of eyes. For a moment I thought he was blind, but he wasn't, because he stared at me without saying a word, and then informed me I had parsley on my lip. I did, much to my chagrin. And then he asked if I wanted to be in his picture. Obviously, I eagerly said, yes, oh yes, I've been a huge fan since Figures. He smiled. Then he began to ask me a series of pointed questions, all of which became increasingly personal and unsettling. He asked if I had a family, a boyfriend, if I was sexually active, how regularly did I go to the doctor, who was my next of kin, was I healthy, was I easily spooked. That was quite a preoccupation. He wanted to know what I was afraid of. Heights, spiders, drowning, the sea. How much physical pain had I ever endured? What was my worst nightmare? I began to suspect the underlying purpose of the questions wasn't so much to know me or see if I was right for the part, but to learn how isolated a person I was. Who would notice if I ever vanished or changed in some way? I kept asking what the part was. I very much wanted to see the script. He greeted such requests with only silence and a knowing smile. Finally, another person came in, a woman, and escorted me out. It felt like I'd been grilled for over an hour. It was only 15 minutes. Olivia took a deep breath and poured us more tea with her functioning hand. When she grabbed the tongs for a sugar cube and dropped it into her cup, I noticed with surprise her fingers were trembling. She was nervous. It became clear, she went on, that there would be further discussion of Thumbscrew after supper. I agreed. A maid brought me to my room. It was an enormous house, and my room was a suite. A wall of windows with gauzy curtains, like long bridal veils, and a view of a lake far down the hill. I'd never seen such a beautiful room. I lay down on the bed, intending to shut my eyes for just a moment, but fell into a deep sleep. I must have been more exhausted from the drive than I realized. 3 hours later I woke up very suddenly in the dark, gasping for air, my throat hurting as if someone had been strangling me. My wrists and arms felt as if they'd somehow been pinned down. They ached. But there was no one, no sign of any restraints. And then I saw with horror my suitcase was empty. All of my clothes had been neatly hung up in the closet. Even my underwear had been folded into meticulous piles in the dresser drawer. A dress of mine that I was seemingly meant to wear down for dinner was laid out for me, including earrings and a silver comb for my hair. The windows were open, too, the curtains blowing every which way. They had been closed when I fell asleep. Every hair on my arms was standing up, as if I were about to be struck by lightning. I had only one thought. I had to escape. Dinner was starting at 8 o'clock, and there were more guests arriving. I didn't care. I threw my clothes into the suitcase and hurried out, managing to find a back staircase, running outside into the night. My car was exactly where I'd left it, and I drove out without turning on my headlights. At first I was sure someone was following me. There were headlights a few turns in the road behind me, but they were gone by the time I reached the gate. It was closed. I got out, unlocked it myself, and frantically drove away. I didn't stop for 6 hours. But that feeling, a weight, a suffocation, as if my entire body had been put in some sort of vice. It didn't go away for 4 days. I came very close to checking myself into a hospital. Olivia paused to take 2 orange petit fours from the tea stand, feeding one to herself, the other to a Pekingese. When she looked back at us, she smiled ruefully. Of course, the more time that went by, when I thought back to that incident, I felt humiliated. Time leaches most horror and pain from our memories. All that so-called terror I'd felt, I reasoned it had been my youth and overwrought imagination. distortion. His picture about teenagers' contagious insanity. It had made a deep impression on me. I'd gotten mixed up. I'd confused the art with the life. I wrote Cordova 3 notes of apology shortly after the episode, and heard nothing back from him except a very churlish response. What was it? Something to the effect of, if I was the last person on earth, he'd never cast me in one of his pictures. I suppose that invitation to the Peak was my audition, and I'd blown it. I couldn't help but smile. What she said corroborated seamlessly with Beckman's letter from Cordova to Endicott, the one he passed around to his students. She shrugged dismissively. It was fine by me. 2 years later, I was a married woman. I had a family, real love, a real life. I'd long given up my actress dreams of fame, which I understood was nothing more than consigning oneself to a cheap carnival where one lives forever in a cage, applauded and ridiculed by equal measure. Then in 1999 I received an invitation quite out of the blue. It was from Cordova. He was inviting me to a private dinner at his home, this time in the city. This was a few years after his final film, To Breathe with Kings, long after he'd buried himself underground, when he was more secretive and chilling a figure than ever before. I was hesitant to accept, but then again, it was Cordova. I was still a fan. I'd gone to considerable lengths to obtain copies of his contraband work. To me, he was more of a magician, a hypnotist, in the vein of Rasputin, not a filmmaker. All these years later, I still felt unrequited about him. It gnawed at me ever so slightly. This question about him I needed answered. The location of the dinner was almost next door, just across Park Avenue on 71st Street. If I felt uncomfortable, I could leave at any time and simply walk home. I glanced at Nora, and she nodded imperceptibly, making the same connection I was. The townhouse Hopper had broken into last night was on East 71st. Olivia had to be referring to that very house. I also recognized the sentiments she described. The unrequited feeling about Cordova, the need for a resolution, for an end, how it nibbled at you over the years. I had it myself. By then I was 50 years old, no longer the skittish ingenue. I'd been married for 20 years, had raised 3 boys. It would take a hell of a lot more to terrify me. She leaned forward, taking another cake. The 3 Pekinese eyes were glued to it. To their evident heartbreak, she placed it in her own mouth, chewing. It was a beautiful dinner, but oddly enough, Cordova wasn't even there. There was only his wife, Astrid, who explained her husband had gotten waylaid working in the country and wouldn't be able to make it. I was thrown by this. I suspected something was wrong, as if it were a trap. And yet it was a wonderful mix of people, 2 of whom I knew from my old theatre days. Whatever reservations I had about being there soon dissipated. A Russian opera star, a Danish scientist, a French actress known for her immense beauty. And yet the unmistakable center of attention was Cordova's daughter, Ashley. She was cultivating a rather stellar piano career at the time. She was 12, the most beautiful child I'd ever seen, eyes almost clear. She played for us, Schubert, a Bach concerto, a movement from Stravinsky's Petrushka, and then she joined us for dinner. Oddly enough, she chose to sit right beside me. Immediately, I felt disconcerted. Her eyes, they were so beautiful and yet so... Olivia clasped her hands, frowning. What? I prompted. Her eyes met mine. Old. They'd seen too much. She paused to take a deep breath, smiling ruefully. Dinner was fantastic. The conversation, fascinating. Ashley was charming. And yet when she fell silent, she seemed absent, as if she'd slipped off somewhere else, into some other world. When dinner was over, Astrid suggested we play a Japanese game that she'd claimed the family often played after dinner, having learned it from a real Japanese samurai who apparently lived with the family. It was called the Game of 100 Candles. Later I looked up the Japanese term. Haya Kumonogatari Kai Dan Kai is what it's called. Have you heard of it?
No, I said, shaking my head.
It's an old Japanese parlor game. It dates back to the Edo period, the 17th, 18th centuries. 100 candles are lit, and each candle is blown out after someone tells a short kaidan. Kaidan is Japanese for ghost story. This continues, the room gradually getting darker and darker, until the final candle is blown out. It's at this moment that a supernatural entity is finally inside the room. It's usually an onryo, a Japanese ghost who seeks vengeance.
Olivia took a long breath, exhaling.
We began to play, all of us fairly drunk on port and dessert wine, each of us grasping at our stories. But when Ashley told hers, they were perfectly succinct tales. I assumed she'd memorized them, unless at 12 she could speak so eloquently right off the top of her head. Her voice was leisurely and low, and at times it sounded like it was coming from somewhere else in the room. Every story she told was riveting, some disturbingly violent. One I remembered described a master raping a poor servant girl and leaving her for dead on the side of the road. I was amazed at how easily her lips formed the words, as if she were talking about something perfectly natural. At times I had a sense of being outside myself as she talked, somewhere else. And then, I don't know exactly how it turned out that way. There was one candle left, and Ashley was up to tell the final story. It was a tale of unrequited love, a Romeo and Juliet tale of illness and hope, a girl dying young, thereby setting her lover free. Everyone was mesmerized. She blew out the candle, and it was pitch black in the room. Too dark. People were giggling. Someone told a dirty joke. Suddenly there was a sucking noise, and I felt a cold finger touching my forehead. I was certain Ashley had reached over and touched me. I shrieked, tried to stand, yet both of my legs had fallen asleep. To my utter humiliation, I tumbled out of my chair right onto the floor. Astrid, apologizing, helped me to my feet and turned the lights on. Everyone was laughing. Ashley sat there without looking at me, but smiling. That feeling I'd had all those years ago when I was at the peak, that pressing as if my insides were being taken hold of, it was there again. I waited a few moments, feeling ill, then made my excuses and left. I went home, fixed myself some tea, and went to bed. But hours later, when Mike woke up beside me, I was in a coma. I'd had a stroke. I regained consciousness in the hospital and realized I'd lost the use of my right arm. Olivia gazed down at her limp arm cradled in the scarf, almost as if it were separate from her, the gnarled albatross she was forced to carry. I'd had a brain aneurysm. Doctors said it was my stress over the incident that must have triggered it. I'm a practical woman, Mr. McGrath. I'm not prone to drawing hysterical conclusions. What I do know is that they did something to her, to Ashley, to make her behave in such a way. Who? Her family. Cordova.
And what exactly do you think they did?
She looked thoughtful. Do you have children?
A daughter.
Then you know she was born innocent, yet soaks up everything around her like a sponge. Their way of life at the peak, my own encounter there all those years ago, the questions he asked me. It was as if I were an experiment. They must have done that to Ashley. Except, unlike me, she couldn't run away. At least not as a child.
I glanced at Nora. She looked spellbound. What Olivia said fit in with my assumption that at the time of her death, Ashley had been on bad terms with her family, hiding under an assumed name, searching for someone known as the Spider. What I couldn't understand was why she returned to the townhouse, unless it was to meet with Inez Gallo. Perhaps Gallo lived there. Have you heard of someone connected to Cordova with the nickname the Spider? I asked, sitting forward.
The Spider? Olivia frowned. No.
What about Inez Gallo? It wouldn't be her nickname, would it?
Cordova's assistant, not to my knowledge. But I don't know anything about her, except I believe she was the woman who escorted me in to see Cordova. And while he interviewed me, she sat on his right side, as if she were his henchman or bodyguard, or perhaps his subconscious.
I nodded. This subservient, looming position certainly backed up what was written about Inez Gallo on the blackboards. Why doesn't anyone talk about Cordova? I asked.
They're terrified. They ascribe a power to him, real or imagined. I don't know. What I do know is that within that family's history, there are atrocious acts. I'm certain of it.
Why haven't you looked into it? You're obviously quite passionate about the matter. Surely you'd have a vast array of resources at your disposal.
I made a promise to my husband. He wanted me to put the business behind me, given what happened. If I ruffled feathers, trying to get to the bottom of it, would I lose the use of my other arm? And then my legs? Because a part of me actually believes, you see, that yes, there was something in that room summoned by that girl, and what I was brought there for, an act of revenge, had happened exactly as they'd planned. I'd been made to pay for some perceived offense I'd done against my sister.
I couldn't help but think of the killing curse. Technically, my life had grown more hazardous since we'd walked through it. I'd nearly drowned. It eats away at your mind without you even realizing it, Cleo had told us. It isolates you, pits you against the world, so you're driven to the margins, the periphery of life. I could actually understand such a phenomenon happening to someone going after Cordova. Olivia sighed. She looked tired, the intensity gone from her face, leaving it drained of color.
I'm afraid I don't have much more time,
she noted, glancing across the room at the doorway. I followed her gaze and realized I'd been listening so attentively. I hadn't noticed that the woman in the gray suit who'd greeted us, Olivia's secretary, I assumed, had stuck her head into the doorway, silently alerting her mistress to her next pressing appointment. You mentioned Alan Cunningham, I said. Ashley was a patient at Briarwood prior to her death. I wanted to know the circumstances of her being admitted there, but Cunningham gave me a hard time. Any way you could help me out with him? Olivia smiled, bemused.
Alan assured me Ashley was never a patient there, but I'll certainly ask again. We'll be in St. Moritz through March. She sat forward, slipping her feet into her shoes. The number you have reaches my secretary directly. Contact her if you need me for anything at all. She'll be able to get me a message.
I appreciate that. She stood up from the couch, her 3 Pekingese plopping onto the carpet around her feet, and arranged the silk scarf around her immobile arm. As Nora and I rose, Olivia reached out and took my hand, with a disarmingly warm smile, her brown eyes gleaming.
It's certainly been a pleasure, Mr. McGrath.
Pleasure's been all mine. We started for the door.
But one last thing, I said. She stopped, turning. Of course. If I wanted to speak with your sister, where might I find her?
She looked irritated.
She can't help you, she said. She can't even help herself.
She was married to Cordova.
And the whole time she was addicted to barbiturates. I doubt she remembers a thing about the marriage, except maybe fucking Cordova a few times.
There it was, beneath the flawless elegance, the scrappy army brat. It would still be invaluable to talk to her about what she saw up there, what the man was like, how he lived. She was an insider. Olivia stared me down imperiously, not accustomed to being disagreed with. Or perhaps it was exasperation that again, even after all these years, her sister's name still came up in her presence.
Even if I gave you the address, she'd never see you. She doesn't see anyone except her maid and her drug dealer.
How do you know that? She took a deep breath.
Her maid comes here every week to give me her bills and an update on her health. My sister doesn't know she's bankrupt, that I've been paying for her care and drugs for the last 20 years. And if you're wondering why I haven't sent her away to Betty Ford, or Promises, or Briarwood, I assure you I have. 11 times. It's no use. Some people don't want to be sober. They don't want reality. After life trips them, they choose to stay face down in the mud.
All right, I said. But if what you've told us is true,
It is,
she snapped. Marlowe might be able to give me even more. The most unreliable witness still has the truth inside them. Olivia surveyed me challengingly, then sighed.
The Campanile, Beekman Place, apartment 1102.
She turned, swiftly gliding to the door, her furry entourage panting to keep up.
Speak to the doorman, Harold,
she added over her shoulder.
I'll phone him this afternoon. He'll make the arrangements.
I appreciate that.
When you do see her, don't mention me, for your own well-being.
I swore I caught a faint, satisfied smile on her face as she said this. You have my word. She escorted us through the gallery to the entrance hall, the old codger already waiting with our coats. He looked so stiff I couldn't help but imagine he'd been standing there for more than an hour. Thank you, I said to Olivia, for everything. It's been invaluable.
Hopefully you can do something about it. Avenge that girl. She was special.
Nora stepped inside the elevator, and though I entered behind her, I stuck out my hand to prevent the doors from closing. One more question, if you don't mind, Mrs. DuPont. She turned, her head inclined at that artful angle between curiosity and superiority. How did you meet Mr. DuPont? I've always wondered. She stared me down. I thought she was going to icily pronounce it was none of my business. But to my surprise, after a moment, she smiled.
Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles. We got into the same elevator. We were both on our way to visit Marlowe on the 8th floor. The elevator got stuck. Something to do with a bad fuse. When it got unstuck, an hour later, Mike no longer wished to go up to the 8th floor to visit Marlowe.
She met my eyes with a look of triumph.
He wanted to come down to the lobby. With me.
With a soft smile, Olivia turned coolly on her heel and vanished down the shadowy hall, her dogs at her feet. 73. When Nora and I stepped outside under the pale gray awning onto Park Avenue, I was surprised to find it raining quite hard. I hadn't noticed it upstairs with Olivia, probably because I'd been so absorbed by what she was saying. Unless her apartment was so elegant, it simply edited out bad weather, as if it were a terrible faux pas. The doorman handed me a golf umbrella, and opening one for himself, raced into the street to hail a taxi. She wasn't what I expected, I said to Nora. She was frank and fairly convincing. Nora shook her head, breathless.
All I could think about was Larry.
The tattoo artist? She nodded vigorously.
Remember what happened to him?
He died.
Of a brain aneurysm. Don't you see? It's a trend. Olivia had one and Larry, both after they encountered Ashley.
So what are you saying, she's the angel of death? I meant it facetiously, though suddenly I recalled the incident Hopper had described at Six Silver Lakes, the rattlesnake found in the counselor's sleeping bag, the widespread belief that Ashley had put it there, and, of course, her appearance at the reservoir. Olivia described the same thing Peg Martin did, I said, a visit to the peak, but their experiences were so different. One was petrifying, the other was some kind of childhood fantasy dream sequence.
Wonder which one's true.
Maybe both. The incidents occurred almost 20 years apart. Olivia said she went in June 1977. That's a year after Cordova had purchased the peak with Ginevra, and a month before she drowned. Peg Martin's picnic at the estate was in 1993.
It was scary how Olivia described Ginevra, his first wife, don't you think?
The prisoner, too terrified to speak. She nodded.
And what about that witch-pricking needle?
It actually corroborates what Cleo back at Enchantment suggested, that Ashley comes from a dynasty of black magic practitioners. Nora nibbled her fingernails, apprehensive.
I bet if we ever broke into the peak, that's what we'd find up there.
I knew exactly what she was thinking. Somehow Cleo's words had ingrained themselves in my head when she described the lurid realities of those working with black magic. Old leather-bound journals filled with spells written backward. Attics stockpiled with the really obscure ingredients, like deer fetuses, lizard feces, baby blood. This stuff is not for people with queasy stomachs, but it works. The doorman had found a taxi, so we raced out from the awning, scrambled into the back seat. I saw I had a missed call from Blumenstein and 2 from Hopper. He'd also sent a text. I'm out on bail, a million thanks, heading to your apartment. Good. I couldn't wait to ask him what he'd seen inside the townhouse. Not to mention the question, how in the hell had he known how to break in? 74. As Nora and I entered my building, she stopped in alarm and grabbed my arm, pointing at the lock on my front door. It was smashed, the wood splintered. Slowly I pushed the door. It was dark inside, no noise but the pounding of the rain. I stepped into the foyer.
Don't, whispered Nora. Someone might still be here.
I pressed a finger to my lips and crept farther down the hall, my every step creaking on the wooden floors. Suddenly I heard a muffled thud coming from the living room. I raced to the doorway just in time to see a man climbing out the window, violent rain pummeling his black coat and knit cap as he scrambled over the flower box and jumped out of sight. I wheeled past Nora and back down the hallway, seeing the intruder streak past the building, heading west down Perry. I ran outside and took off after him. He was already halfway down the block, charging past a pedestrian, who I realized was Hopper. "Catch that guy!" I shouted. Seeing me barreling toward him, Hopper spun around and took off after the man, who just disappeared onto West 4th. The intruder was too short to be Theo. It had to be someone else. Hopper disappeared around the corner. When I reached the intersection seconds later, he was already chasing the man around the block onto Charles. I ran after them, dodging cars, chained bicycles, people hauling shopping bags. The intruder made the light at Hudson, Hopper racing after him, shouting, though the resounding cracks of thunder drowned out the words. Within minutes, I'd made it to the West Side Highway, where there was a pileup of cars. Hopper tore across the median, reaching the other side, though I was forced to wait as the light turned green. The man was hightailing it north down the bike path along Hudson River Park, past a few police barricades. Suddenly he swerved left, heading toward Pier 46, and then vanished. The light turned yellow, and with a break in the traffic, I sprinted across, catching up to Hopper on the bike path. "I lost him," he said, panting. I stared down the track, shielding my eyes from the rain. Apart from a couple walking a German Shepherd, it was deserted. But the pier, a popular recreational spot, was busy, some 30 or 40 people strolling the promenade, armed with slickers and umbrellas. "He's on the pier," I said. "I'll check this end, you search the other side." I took off, passing a family of tourists in plastic ponchos, a young man walking a Jack Russell, a pair of teenagers giggling, huddled under a brown coat. No sign of him. I moved past a crowd of joggers in rain gear stretching on the railing and spotted a lone man at the very end of the pier. He was seated on a bench staring at the Hudson River, his back to me. He wore a khaki coat, a bright red umbrella over his head. Yet there was something strange about him, and as I approached, I saw what it was. Not only was his thinning gray hair disheveled, as if he'd just yanked a knit cap off, but his shoulders were rising and falling, as if he was out of breath. Casually, I stepped alongside the bench beside a trash can, some 6 feet away, and turned to see his face. It was just an old man, his hand resting atop the handle of a quad orthopedic cane, his jeans soaked. There was a large blue JanSport backpack beside him and the remains of a Subway sandwich. I must have seemed brazen, studying him so intently, but he only glanced at me and smiled, muttering something. "What was that?" I shouted. "Think we'll need Noah's Ark?" I smiled blandly and stepped in front of him, walking to the end of the pier. The downpour was so severe now, there was barely a difference between the swelling gray river and the rain. I turned to check out the old man again, just to be sure. But he was still hunched there harmlessly, the rain streaming in a gurgling waterfall off the red umbrella around him. He smiled again, beckoning me to approach, and I realized from his excited expression he'd actually mistaken my stares for some kind of sexual overture. He was some old gay geezer out here cruising. Jesus Christ. "Would you like to share?" He shouted at me, looking up at his red umbrella, which made his complexion pink. "Actually, I think I have an extra." Licking his lips, he unzipped the backpack, fumbling inside. I held up a hand, waving him off, and moved quickly down the walkway, just as a resounding crack of lightning struck, followed by another rumble of thunder. As I reached the northern side of the pier, I saw that there was a commotion, a small crowd forming back along the bike path. I sprinted toward it, jostling through the onlookers to find Hopper, as well as another man, helping an elderly African-American woman to her feet. The poor woman was sobbing and completely drenched, wearing only a thin pink house dress, clutching her arm in pain. "What happened?" I asked the woman next to me. "She just got mugged. The asshole even stole her cane." No sooner had she said the words, I was fighting my way through the crowd, racing as fast as I could back along the pathway. The old man was already gone. When I reached the empty bench, I could only stare down at it in anger. There, abandoned, was the red umbrella, the backpack, the orthopedic cane and trench coat, the Subway sandwich wrappers. The cunning son of a bitch had probably taken them out of the trash can so he'd appear to be enjoying a leisurely lunch. Exactly where he'd been sitting was a small white scrap, face down on the bench. I picked it up. It was my business card.